My girlfriend cheated on me with a senior, so I'm cheating on her with his girlfriend. Volume 1. By Kagawa Ishigo. Translated by LOTL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 01. She was cheating on me with her senpai. The moment I witnessed it, my hands started shaking. This must be a joke. Right. What appeared on the phone screen, however, was a cool reminder of what our relationship was like. Kamakura-senpai. Karen, are you back already? Karen, yes, I just got home. Kamakura-senpai, I just got home too. But I'm already looking forward to seeing you again. Karen, me too. I also want to see you again, senpai. Kamakura-senpai. Karen, I'm so happy. Why don't you become my official girlfriend? Karen, but senpai, don't you have a girlfriend? Sakurajima Tuko, right? Kamakura-senpai, that's true, but Karen and I complete each other, don't we? Karen, I think so too. Kamakura-senpai, see? And for that reason, we should stay together. Karen, yes, it would be nice to see each other more times a week. Kamakura-senpai, that's fine with me, but it would be better if we do it every day. Karen, that would be nice. Kamakura-senpai, Karen, do you think I'm better than you, Ishiki? I didn't want to read any further. I scrolled down a few times, but I've had enough. I proceeded to grab my phone and took several screenshots. I'm pretty sure they went on a date. The days Karen said she was going to meet a friend, go to dinner with the family or finish a report. But in those days, Karen Mitsumoto, who was supposed to be girlfriend, met Tetsuya Kamakura, a senior. They were together in a love hotel and many other places. After searching for relationship advice for women on the internet, it turns out the person who is to blame in situations of cheating is the man. It is the man's fault for not having faith in his girlfriend. The girlfriend cheats on the boyfriend because he probably doesn't give her the attention she needs. He deserves it. You can't look at someone's phone without their permission. It's disgusting. I put Karen's phone back in the coat I was wearing. Karen recently changed her phone. It seems the fingerprint recognition isn't responding well, so she's been using a PIN entry on her phone instead. Luckily, I know her PIN code. It's his birthday, which I found out by chance. The moment my phone vibrated, the screen lit up, and a message notification appeared. The sender was Tuko-senpai. Tuko-senpai is my superior at the part-time job. I'm sure she doesn't know anything about this, either. As soon as I opened it, what was displayed on the screen was the previous content. I'm in a love hotel now, and Karen is taking a shower. I put on the clothes I had taken off and quietly left the hotel. On the way I texted Karen saying, I have something to do, sorry. I didn't go to the train station near the hotel, but walked aimlessly. If I had stayed at that hotel and seen Karen's face, I don't know what I would have done. I would have probably questioned her vehemently, screamed in anguish, or lashed out at her. That's why I left that place, to avoid any kind of conflict. I was so shocked that I couldn't think straight. My head is spinning. I feel dizzy, as if I was in a dream. Oh, yes, if only it was just a bad dream. But I know this is not a dream. It's real. Section. My name is Yu Ishiki, a freshman in the Department of Information Engineering, Faculty of Science and Technology. And I was cheated on by Karen Mitsumoto, a freshman in the Department of English and American Literature, Faculty of Letters. It's an indescribable feeling. Like your heart is torn apart, yet empty inside. Before I knew it, I was walking along the banks of the Edogawa River. The cold night wind blowing across the river slaps me in the face intermittently. But it's good for my head, which is now on fire. I sit on the bank and stare at the river for a long time. Kamakura, you asshole, why the hell did you lay your hands on Karen? You already have such a beautiful girlfriend, but still. Tetsuya Kamakura's girlfriend is Tuko Sakurajima. She's a sophomore in the Department of Computer Science, just like me. The three of us belong to the same university, the same department, and the same club. And strangely enough, she is one of the most famous and beautiful girls in the university. She has a gorgeous face, intelligent and stately, and her proportions are the envy of all women. She is known as Miss Campus Queen. In fact, Tuko-san was nominated for another female beauty title in high school, and was told that if she had participated, she would have definitely won the contest. But I heard that she turned it down. She is not a woman of outward beauty, but an elegant lady with strong self-confidence. Naturally, she was always the center of attention of the boys in high school. It's to the point where she became the president of the literature club and a member of the library committee, and she was known as the library goddess, since she was always there. Many kids would go to Tuko's classroom just to see her, and if they saw her on their way to school, it was quite an event. I was one of the kids who looked up to her in high school. In her second year of college, Tuko started dating Tetsuya Kamakura, who was a year older than her. Does Tuko-senpai know that Kamakura is having an affair with Karen? Deep down my heart, I was suddenly filled with frustration and anger. I can't allow this to continue. That thought crossed my mind, and I quickly pulled out my phone. I selected Tuko Sakurajima from the phone book and pressed the call button. After about 3 rings, a voice answers. Yes. In a whirlwind of anger, sadness, and despair, I answered like a sleepwalker. Tuko-senpai, please have an affair with me. Section. Did you ask that of the campus queen? Ishida Yota looked at me with both eyes full of surprise. Yes, because I felt that I didn't care what would happen to me at that moment. I replied with a harsh tone and a serious expression on my face. I've known Ishida Yota since junior high school. That's when we became friends, and since then, we've been together even in college. When I told him that Karen had cheated on me with Kamakura-senpai, he came to my house because he was worried about me. And what did Tuko-senpai say back to you? On saying that, Ishida gulped as if to clear his throat. Tuko-senpai. I replied with a hollow tone. Section. What the hell are you talking about? Tuko-senpai replied half stupefied. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm asking you to have sex with me. I didn't care if people found out about it later anymore. After an awkward silence, Tuko-senpai spoke. What's happened to you? Even though it was coming out of my phone, her voice gave me the feeling that she really cared about me. It was complicated to answer that question. I didn't even know where to start. How do you tell a girl that her boyfriend was sleeping with your girlfriend? That's why I want to do the same with her. I have every right to do it. And so should she, for having been betrayed by the person she loves. These thoughts swirl around inside my head in fragments. But they were not expressed into words. They just wouldn't come out. I heard Tuko-senpai's voice from my phone again. Something's going on, isn't it? I want you to tell me. Because I don't think you're the kind of person who would say something crazy like that for no reason. The very moment I heard those words, tears began to well up in both of my eyes. Yes, I'm not crazy. I'm more of a normal person. It's this whole situation that isn't. Tetsuya Kamakura and Karen Mitsumoto. The guy who sleeps with his younger girlfriend and acts like his older, and the girl who cheats on her boyfriend with the older one and seems to enjoy it. When Tuko pointed this out to me, all my painful feelings bursted out in tears. And my girlfriend Karen and Kamakura-senpai. They're having an affair. And I don't know what to do. That was all I could say with a sob. I can feel her gasp on the other end of the phone. Are you sure about that? I wish it was a lie. I was numb after that. All I could hear was the sound of my own sobs and snot through my phone. Ishiki-kun, calm down. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Until then, don't talk about this matter with anyone around you. After saying that, Tuko-senpai hung up the phone. But I couldn't stay alone, so I went home and contacted Ishida. Section. I told Ishida the whole story. I understand that it was hard for you to swallow all those feelings. I'm glad you told me. That's what Ishida told me. Talking about it with others doesn't make me feel any better, but it's still more comfortable than being alone. What are you going to do about Karen? I hadn't yet come to that conclusion until Ishida pointed it out. That's right. What should I do with Karen now? There is an unforgivable ache in my heart. But at the same time, I'm not ready to break up with her right now. I still don't have any idea what to do, but I'm not going to let this go. I figured. It's not a situation that can be solved so easily. So, what are your plans with Tuko-senpai? What do you mean? You're going to meet her tomorrow, right? And then, you're going to approach her and have sex. I got lost in my thoughts. It was something I said offhandedly. Not to mention Tuko-senpai's feelings are also involved. Besides, I don't think she'd want to do something like that so easily. Yeah, I guess so, she seems pretty stiff. Ishida turned around with his hands behind his head. So, what do you plan to tell Tuko-senpai? I haven't decided yet. I'm just going to tell her everything I know. Will you also show her the photographic evidence of Karen-chan and Kamakura-senpai chatting? Probably. Ishida expressed as he pondered for a while. I'm not telling you not to do it, but you should think about how you say it and when you say it. I've heard it is said that when a man is cheated on, he resents the woman, but the woman resents the woman her boyfriend cheated on her with. I didn't quite understand what Ishida meant. Or rather, I haven't had time to think about it. Anyway, I'm going to meet Tuko-senpai and tell her everything. That's all I could think of now. Section. The next day, at 3 p.m. I was in a cafeteria at a station far from the university. I was there to meet Tuko-senpai. I arrived 15 minutes before the appointed time, took a seat and waited. I had been thinking about what to say to Tuko, but I couldn't think of anything. Besides, whenever I thought about the romance between Karen and Kamakura-senpai, the image of them meeting wouldn't stop floating inside my head. How did the two of them end up having an affair? What were they thinking when they did it? Why would Karen do something like that? What would they talk about after they did those things? When I keep thinking about it, I get so frustrated and hurt that I can barely keep my eyes open. I'd rather expel the part of my memory about Karen from my brain. In the event that you are in such a state of agony, there is no way you can decide what to say to your senpai. Tuko-senpai arrived 5 minutes before our agreed meeting time. She is a meticulous person about time. She was wearing a thin beige coat, a sweater, and a plaid curret skirt showing off her dazzling white thighs. It was standard dress for this time of year, but many of the men in the place couldn't take their eyes off her. She is tall and super attractive. She has the style of a model, or even an idol. She is an intelligent and innocent beauty with long black hair. Her body is slender and slim, but on the contrary her breasts are ideally shaped and large. They are nothing to write home about, but still, she has a gorgeous face that you can't help but notice. I'll get you a coffee right now. She leaves her purse and coat on the chair and heads to the counter. She finally returns with a large cup of coffee. She sits down across from me and tells me to stay in the same position. Let's take it one step at a time. How did you find out about Karen's affair, and why do you think it's with Tetsuya? I happened to look at Karen's phone and saw that she had gotten a message from Kamakura-senpai. I started to tell her what had happened last night. It's hard to remember, but luckily, I was no longer crying. The pain in my heart didn't change a bit, but at the same time my emotions seemed to have dried up. The more she listened to me, the stiffer her expression became. Do you have any pictures to prove it? If you do, let me see them. I searched for the pictures of the messages between Karen and Kamakura on my phone before I handed it to Tuko-senpai. Tuko-senpai looked at the pictures carefully one by one. The complexion of her face was turning pale. She remained in that position for 5 minutes. I don't think you're lying, Tuko-senpai said with a pale face. The hand with which she returns the smartphone to me also trembles a little. It's hard to look at this and still believe that what I told you is a lie, I said while taking my phone back. Tuko-senpai was very nervous. She tried to drink her coffee to calm herself down, but as soon as she brought the cup of coffee to her mouth, she froze. She froze, staring at the table. So, what do you want me to do? After about 58 seconds had passed, Tuko squeezed the words out as if they were impossible. In the blink of an eye, the coffee cup is back on the table. I couldn't respond immediately. I would like to do the unthinkable with you so that I could look Kamakura in the face. Those were my true wishes. But it wouldn't be fair to Tuko-senpai. She's a victim too. I can't let them get away with this. So you want to have an affair with me to get even, is that it? I raised my head up and looked at her. The first thing I saw was her magnificent bust. Kamakura-senpai, you're rubbing that pair of perfect tits, but you're also touching my girlfriend's breasts. I could feel the dark flames of anger flaring up inside me one more time, and I responded with a resounding yes. She sipped her cup of coffee in silence. She is a woman whose gestures are picturesque. As she set the coffee down on the table, she quietly said, I understand your feelings, but I can't do that. Are you saying I'm not good enough for you? Well, that's natural, isn't it? Even she has the right to choose her partner. Whichever way you look at it, Tuko-senpai and I don't make a good match. But I was still very disappointed when she said that. Am I really that inferior to Kamakura's shit? My girlfriend is cheating on me with him, and even though she knows it, Tuko-senpai won't let anyone but Kamakura touch her. I feel so miserable being compared to that guy. That's not the point. There are 3 main reasons why I don't plan to do it. Tuko-senpai began to speak slowly, which is like telling herself that she had to do something. The first thing is that we still don't know if Tetsuya really had an affair with Karen. That's more than certain. I have pictures of the messages they'd sent to each other. Yes, that's true. But there's also the possibility that it's just a fake from someone else. There was a guy saying that Kamakura is sleeping with other women so that I would break up with him. I would never do that. I don't think you're the type of person who would do something like that. But it's possible that you've been tricked yourself. What if it was a joke? What if this picture was nothing but a joke of Karen's? I'm speechless. I don't think it's possible, but I'm not able to talk back. The second reason is that if you and I were having an affair here, I would have no grounds to blame him. Grounds to blame him? That's right. I don't know what you're going to do with Karen after this, but I'm going to break up with Tetsuya if the affair is true. I don't want him to tell me you had an affair too at that point. I must have clean hands to have more than enough reason to break up with him. I see, that's her logic. She's a rational person. But don't you feel frustrated, Tuko-senpai? To be cheated on all the time and then just let it go. Don't you want to take revenge on your partner? That's the third reason. What do you mean? I can't forgive him with just a single ordinary revenge. I have to make Tetsuya regret this to death. Even if he breaks up with me, he'll go out with Karen, it's too obvious. But I'll make him feel so much regret and despair that he can never feel at ease anymore and just want to be dead. I felt a demonic blue flare come out of Toko-senpai's eyes. Even I, the victim himself, felt an aura of rage that sent shivers down my spine. But she noticed my presence and quickly dissipated her black aura, then took a deep breath and said in a very calm voice, "But until you have proof of an affair between the two of them, trust your partner for the time being and wait to see what will happen. Making a fuss over a joke isn't a good idea either. Believing in my partner. Easier said than done, but in this situation it's difficult and painful. I want to believe in her too. I keep hoping that the message I saw yesterday is a lie and that is just a misunderstanding. But when I recall what I have seen, it becomes hard for me to hold back." After a short pause, I asked Tuko a question. "But what if it all turns out to be true?" Tuko-senpai crossed her arms, put her fist to her chin and stood a little thoughtfully. "I guess I'll have an affair too, after hitting Tetsuya in the face with the evidence of his affair." I looked up and looked at her. "I guess I'll have an affair too. So, does that mean there's a chance she'll do it with me?" I could imagine that scene. Kamakura-senpai cries and tries to stop Tuko-senpai from leaving him. But she throws him away without a second thought. And I stand right there, by her side. Wouldn't this be the best revenge? But seeing me, Tuko-senpai immediately waved her hands in panic. "No, I don't mean that kind of revenge, don't get me wrong. I meant that if I had done something like what Ishiki-kun said earlier, it wouldn't be now," she said, having a red face. What a parable. So, there are times when even Tuko-senpai gets excited like that and runs out of the track. We'll see how it goes now. Whether Tetsuya and Karen have an affair or not, we have to get some proof first. What exactly do I have to do? Just wait and watch and leave them alone? I asked, still in a state of semi-doubt. I don't think my heart could take it anymore. Don't make a fuss or ask questions. The first thing you have to do is to get definite proof of deception. What do you mean by definite proof of deception? Tuko-senpai. Aren't those nasty messages between the two of them more than enough proof? Well, generally speaking, evidence of infidelity would include the two of them going to a hotel together or spending the night alone at either of their homes. I thought for a moment and then opened my mouth. If that's the case, then the place where it all happens would be at Kamakura-senpai's apartment, right? We each still live at home with our parents, except for Kamakura, who rents an apartment in Tokyo, am I right? I don't think that's possible. Tuko-senpai immediately denied. Tetsuya rents a room together with his older brother. So I don't think it's easy for him to bring a girl home. And more so if it's in a place where he can be very exposed. I see. If Kamakura's girlfriend, Tuko-senpai, says so, it must be true. Well, that means they've been meeting somewhere else. Yes. That will make it difficult for us to catch them being unfaithful. I can't help but wonder how long they've been doing that. When I said that with a sigh, Tuko-senpai raised her eyes in surprise. Have you by any chance checked their social media? I don't think they would be able to expose their infidelity to the public so calmly. You have a weak heart. Without looking down on me, she continued speaking. The SNS content that Ishiki showed me earlier. If you take a close look, maybe it's 3 to 4 times. If so, I wonder whether it happened after the summer vacation ended. What makes you think that? He said once a week. From that detail, I looked for the dates when they were supposed to have met, and it was either a Monday or a Thursday night. I certainly didn't see Tetsuya on those days. I didn't either. I didn't see Karen on the day they were supposed to have met. Mondays and Thursdays are the days when I have my lab and practical classes. Because of that, I often finish my classes late. Isn't it true that you also have plans on Mondays and Thursdays that you can't miss? Exactly. I also have mandatory classes on Mondays and Thursdays until 5th period. On the other hand, Karen's major is literature, so she doesn't have as many classes as before, and Kamakura is a junior, so he can adjust his classes to some extent. But it wasn't until after summer break that I started having late Mondays and Thursdays. That's why I figured it must have only been about 3 times that they had progressed to an affair. But it's also possible that the two of them had an affair during summer vacation. We have the confrontation in sight. In response to my question, Tuko-senpai nodded her head. I think the chances were slim. They didn't see each other on Saturday or Sunday, I assure you, in case you want to ask. Besides, I only have mandatory classes on Monday and Thursday until 5th period. Because of that, if he got to go out on his day off, he would run the risk of me asking him, "What did you do today?" I think he's preventing that situation from happening. Come to think of it, it is true that Karen's behavior may have been strange since early September. At the same time, I was surprised at Tuko-senpai's deductive ability to narrow down the number of times and days they saw each other in such a short time. So it means, from now on Mondays and Thursdays, we will be watching both of them very carefully, right? Yes, I know. But if you're going to talk to Karen, you have to be very careful. Don't say or do anything to probe her. The risk of the other party finding out is greater than the risk of me finding out about Tetsuya. Really? It's said that husbands don't notice their wives' infidelity, but wives can detect their husband's infidelity at a glance. That's how sensitive women are to changes in their daily lives. The slightest gesture, word, or action is enough to make them uncomfortable. Listening to Tuko-senpai's calm reasoning, I feel quite convinced. It's a point of view I hadn't been able to come to a conclusion on. Although there is no doubt that this is true. And never ask her, "What have you done today?" or she'll get suspicious. Just watch for her gestures and demeanor. If she mentions a place she's never been to with you, or a store she doesn't like to go to with you, tell me. I understood. Also, from now on we should create a separate social network account for our communication. We also have to create a common access folder in the cloud with an encrypted entry, where we will put our photos and other evidence. Okay, I will put Karen's messages in the cloud folder as soon as I can. As I talked to Tuko-senpai, I started to feel more positive. I feel like I can give them both a strong backlash if I stick by her. But at the end, with a sad look on her face, she said, "I know I said a lot for a short while, but the truth is, it's not that I don't feel afraid. To be honest, I'm thinking, what if it's a lie? What if this is all a joke? I'd like to believe in Tetsuya, but the evidence you've shown me doesn't seem to be a lie. And so, I want to see with my own eyes if they're having an affair. This is the first time I've seen Tuko-senpai showing weakness. I guess it's only natural. It's hard not to feel bad when you find out your partner is cheating on you. The smile he used to show you, the kind words he used to say to you, the consideration he had for you, and not to mention all the memories. If we can't believe in the one who loves us, then who else can we believe in? Even so, Tuko-senpai calmly explained her future actions without crying or getting upset. Even I, a man, feel so weak and distressed. Why would Kamakura cheat on his partner when he has a very charming person by his side? I felt a strong anger towards Tetsuya Kamakura again. At the same time, I started to feel that I wanted to support Tuko-senpai. Thank you for today, Tuko-senpai. Thanks to you, I feel like I'm awake too. And I hope I can work with you as a friend in the future. I extended my right hand and Tuko-senpai slowly lifted her face. Is it my imagination, or is there a slight blush at the edge of her cheeks? Friends, I like that word. Yes, let's do our best together. Tuko-senpai also reached out her right hand and squeezed mine. Chapter 02, The Desire to Believe and the Suspicion to Listen. The night of my meeting with Tuko-senpai, I called Karen. When we started dating, Karen told me that it was normal for her boyfriend to call her every day. For that reason, I usually call her every night, but yesterday I didn't feel like it. At first, Karen was worried about the fact that I had gone home alone, and that I didn't call her every day yesterday either. Thus, she has several suspicions about me. However, it seems I'd successfully convinced her when I lied to her with a false story that a friend had a car accident, and suddenly I was called, hence, I was busy all night. I kept apologizing to Karen and we arranged to meet the next day. And today, on the way home from college, we stopped at a family restaurant to have lunch together. Honestly, I had no desire to see her face. In fact, I wanted to avoid being with her at all costs if possible. But then, I remembered the words Tuko-senpai said to me yesterday. So I tried my best to keep my composure and act as if nothing was wrong. Since day one, Karen and I had decided to spend our days together when school was over. If I suddenly changed my attitude toward her, I would risk arousing suspicion. That's what I needed to avoid. So I had to endure the pain of seeing Karen. But this time, Karen was not happy. As soon as we left the college, we went to several places together, but she was in a very bad mood, barely spoke and kept fiddling with her phone. You're not happy with me, are you? Such a thought crossed my mind, but I pushed it aside and decided to talk to her. Karen, what's wrong? No, nothing at all. After saying those words, she looked out the window with an even more serious expression on her face. And the way she responded showed how unhappy she was. I didn't say anything, but you've been complaining all day. If there's something wrong, tell me. Thereupon, Karen fiddled with a straw in front of her with an annoyed look on her face. And then, without looking at me, she muttered to herself. It's a sin to be an unkind man. Ha! Karen glared at me after that. Have you been cutting back on expenses lately, Yukuan? Cutting my expenses? I repeated the words without understanding what she was trying to tell me. Yes. Yukuan's dates are a bit routine. We usually meet at a coffee shop, then go to an arcade or a karaoke room, and finally to a restaurant. It's all the same. It's all the same with Yukuan, and I want something more exciting. But we're students, aren't we? We can't go anywhere that costs too much. My retort seemed to irritate Karen even more. She glared at me. No, it's not. Other people have fancier dates, and the groom is supposed to think about making his bride happier. Are you comparing me to someone? I felt like telling her that, but I restrained myself. And as if it wasn't enough, Karen seemed to have taken my silence as something else. You're not treating me right. Just because we're seeing each other doesn't make it a date, Karen said as if she was venting her frustration. I was fed up with this. When we first started dating, Karen wasn't like this. It had only been 3 months since the two of us were talking happily at this very restaurant. But you used to be happy about it. You used to say, The important point is that we spend time together. Then Karen said, half angrily, that was in the early days of our relationship. And then Yukuan does it all the time. No boyfriend should do this kind of random dating. And if Yukuan values the time he has with me, he should think more about the time we spend together. Karen looked at me as if she's about to unleash her fury on me. I let out a small sigh. It's okay. I'm sorry if I made Karen feel that way. Next time I'll book a table at a nice restaurant. Do you have any other requests? Karen looked at me with a disgusted look on her face. Don't ask me about those things either. What I want from you is to surprise and delight me. But with those questions, you ruin everything. I'd had enough of this conversation and wanted to be done with it. And it's painful for me to be face to face with Karen right now. The more time I spend with her, the more I suspect she's having an affair. Just then a thought occurred to me. That's right, you're right. I'll think about it, but we'll have to decide on a date and time to set up a date. How about this coming Thursday? Maybe after the school vacations? At the mention of the word Thursday, Karen's eyes fluttered for a moment. I'm not available this Thursday. I have a part-time job. We'll have to choose another day, she replied as she looked away. I could sense that Karen was holding out on me. So, is it possible that she will see Kamakura-senpai on Mondays and Thursdays? My suspicions were aroused. Section. Monday of the following week. I went to a family restaurant, which is within walking distance of the university. I went there to meet Tuko-senpai. According to the message she sent me, she had already arrived at the place. I looked around the restaurant and located her in a box. Today, Tuko-senpai is wearing a thin white half-necked top, a thin flowered blouse and a long tight black skirt. The skirt has a deep slit and gives a glimpse of her thighs. She was quietly reading a paperback book, her slender legs crossed. Her appearance gave off a fascinating and intelligent atmosphere around her, and she was wrapped in an air of seduction. But at the same time, she gave the impression that she does not let herself be touched easily. Deep down my heart, I remembered the nostalgic longing I felt when I used to see her in high school. Then Tuko-senpai suddenly looks up from her pocketbook. Our eyes met and she smiled at me. I hurried to the box seat so she wouldn't find out I was admiring her. Sorry to keep you waiting. As soon as I said those words, she answered me with a soft smile. It's okay, don't worry about it. My class ended early today. You must be hungry. Do you feel like eating something? After her answer, Tuko-senpai offered me the menu. I ordered a chicken fillet and a Viking-sized drink. Meanwhile she ordered some more doria. After the waitress took the order, the topic came up. Karen told me she had some business to attend to today. What did Kamakura-senpai tell you? Tuko-senpai then replied with a dejected look. Tetsuya also said he had something to do tonight. I see. Although I knew what was in store for me, I still felt bitterness in my heart. If this means they're having an affair, then they surely met each other last Thursday and Monday. Karen and I see each other about 2 or 3 times a week, so it may be something that happens more often. But that doesn't mean they're dating. Even when Tuko-senpai said that, she was nervous. She may have said it to comfort me or to put me at ease. But to me, it's like she was trying to defend Karen and Kamakura-senpai. So I decided to change the subject. Karen feels less interest in me recently. What happened between you two? Tuko-senpai said it with concern. Nothing special, but last time we met, she said she hated the dating routine she had with me. Tuko-senpai raised her eyebrows, but after a brief pause, she opened her mouth. It's normal for that to happen in relationships. No need to worry about it too much. It doesn't mean she's cheating on you. Oh yeah. She also said things like, other people have fancier dates. Tuko-senpai's expression clouded even more. And I couldn't help but wonder, who is she comparing me to? It's hard for me to look at Karen's face now. I want to believe in her, but I can't. I can't stop thinking about that message. My eyes began to heat up. I tried to hold it in and let out a big sigh. It's not enough to just say don't worry. But I think it's also hard to say trust me in this situation. Tuko-senpai placed her elbows on the table, crossed her hands and rested her chin on it. Maybe it's time to go back to the days you started dating. When did we start dating, you mean? Yes. If you don't mind, can you tell me how you and Karen-san came to be together? If you do that, maybe you can get your feelings for Karen-san back. Ah. When did you start seeing her? It was the day the first semester exams started in July. You were at the club, weren't you? Was it at that celebration party where only those who finished the exam gathered? Exactly. You were there at that time too, weren't you? Yes, although I still had exams to take. So that's when you started dating? Yes. But before that, did you have a chance to meet her? When did you start to have feelings for Karen-san? It was in the Golden Week. I think we had a camp for graduates. After saying that, I looked at Tuko-senpai. She just looks at me with a kind smile. But that kindness was directed towards her kohai. I breathed a sigh of relief. She probably didn't notice anything. In fact, Tuko-senpai has had a great influence in this matter. Ishida and I have admired Tuko-senpai since our high school days. And when I passed the Johto University entrance exam, I said, I'm going to confess my feelings to Tuko-senpai in the spirit of hit or miss. We had secretly planned it together. On the day of the college entrance ceremony, there was a line of new students from the lobby to the gate. We were looking for Tuko-senpai when we received the club brochure. At the end of the line, there was a corner where a small crowd of people had gathered, around which Tuko-senpai was handing out flyers. The name of the club is The Awakening. It seems to have been founded by graduates of our high school. At first it was a hiking and camping club, but now it has become an event club. We have a lot of information on past exams and classes that are easy to get credit for. Students from other high schools often come to our club, so it is quite popular. Tetsuya Kamakura, who was 2 years older than me, was also there. Then, on the first night of the camp, we heard a shocking revelation from one of our seniors who is 2 years older than us. It turns out that Tuko-senpai had started dating Kamakura Tetsuya. Kamakura Tetsuya is also a handsome young man who has been popular with the girls since his high school days. He is a good student as well as a good athlete, and in his high school years, he was vice president of the soccer team, playing as a center forward. He is 180 centimeters tall, he has good grades, but also has a mean air covering around all the time. Moreover, he is always the center of attention in class, clubs, and societies. He is bound to be popular. I had no chance of winning against someone like that. Our disappointment became even greater. That night Ishida and I drank a lot, but not alcohol. Even in a situation like that, Ishida recovered quickly. Let's forget about Tuko-senpai, find another girl and enjoy our college life. I looked at Ishida in disgust as he stood up clutching his glass. How come you want to look for another girl? Have you already fallen in love with another girl quickly? Then Ishida looked at me again. He looked at me with a surprised face. I didn't mean me, you. Ha! What are you talking about? You still don't realize? Ishida sat down on the tatami and motioned with his head in one direction. Karen Mitsumoto is a freshman in the Faculty of Letters. She's a cheerful girl who smiles a lot and has a fluffy personality. I had heard that she watched you a lot since the homecoming party, and tonight only reinforced that idea. Was that girl really looking at me? I remembered Karen chatting happily with all kinds of guys. You'll have to watch out for her. She's a bit high-strung, but she's very popular. If you don't hurry, she will soon belong to someone else. The next day, although I was not encouraged by Ishida's words, I began to feel some interest in Karen. Indeed, Ishida was right. Karen Mitsumoto and I often looked at each other. Every time I did, she smiled at me. I opened my mouth, thinking about that time. During the camp, I felt that Karen and I saw each other a lot, and so we started talking. Which one of you spoke first? I think it was Karen. She told me, we haven't stopped seeing each other since camp. After that, we often found ourselves very close to each other at club meeting places, and naturally we started talking. So it was Karen who approached you first. Tuko-senpai said amusedly. Yes. I didn't think much of her at the time, except that she was bright and pretty. After those words, I felt that Tuko-senpai's inertia had subtly changed. Well, Karen is cute. Tenderness as a child is important, isn't it? It's long been said, women are lovely. What I saw in her eyes when she said that was like loneliness to me. I was about to say even Tuko-senpai, but she changed the subject. From my point of view, there are definitely some suspicious things about Tetsuya. I can't say for sure that he's having an affair, but there's a strong possibility that Tetsuya is doing something behind my back. The sudden change of subject made me stop talking for a moment. It's about time we got that straight. I nodded. Yes, that would be the most important thing right now. What exactly are you going to do? Follow the two of them? If Karen and Kamakura-senpai met, it would be Monday or Thursday. Now that we know this information, it will be easier to find evidence. It's not a good idea to follow him, it might complicate things. Really? Why not follow them on the sly without anyone seeing us? If you're going to have an affair, you have to be aware of your surroundings. Do you think you'll be able to hide when he or she turns to look at you? If you move unnaturally, they'll see you. That may be true. If you hide in the shadows, you're more likely to be noticed. It's not something an amateur can accomplish. Cops are detectives and work in teams of several people, in shifts. Also, women are more sensitive to other people's eyes than men. If they see someone staring at them, they will probably notice. And if it's someone you know, you can be sure of it. My shoulders slumped, I nodded my head and put my arms around the table. I don't think it will be fun to celebrate Karen's birthday. She'll have a prickly attitude toward me, and I'll still have my doubts. Will it be Karen-san's birthday soon? Yes, this Saturday. I already have a present for her, but Karen said she wanted to go out on a fancier date, so I thought I'd book a table at a fancy restaurant. This Saturday? It was an unusually loud voice for a girl like Tuko-senpai. She looked up and folded her arms, then put her right fist to her chin as if she was thinking about something. What's wrong? In response to my question, Tuko opened her eyes as she thought. Maybe you'll get something clear from that day. Ha! She looked up while I waited for her next words. Isn't it obvious that Ishiki-kun will have a date with Karen-san that day? Yes, but what about it? Is there a specific time for it? No specifics yet, but I'm guessing between noon and early afternoon. Hearing this, Tuko-senpai nodded. Tetsuya's brother will be on a business trip that day and won't be at the apartment. So Tetsuya said to me, "Come stay at my place." Then Tuko-senpai looked me in the eyes. If I say no, and if they really have an affair, Tetsuya will call Karen-san, right? It was as if a jolt of electricity ran through my brain and spine. Yes, if they have an affair, there's no way they'll miss that opportunity. To my determined eyes, Tuko-senpai responded with the same will in her eyes. Next Saturday night, I'll bet everything on that day. Chapter 03, Karen's Birthday. At the end of the second class, when I was putting away my textbooks, Ishida, who was standing next to me, spoke up. Do you want to go eat real Indian curry today? Go outside? To a restaurant? Just for a curry? I couldn't help but ask myself such a question. That's because our university has a cafeteria where you can get a real curry, naan, and side dishes for only 500 yen. And it's the real deal, it's even halal certified. Yes, it's nice to get out of college once in a while for a change. We finished my classes early anyway. I found a place that serves all-you-can-eat naan with kebabs. I have some money, so it's on me. Ishida tapped me on the shoulder as if to nudge me. We left the campus and headed towards the office district. So, you've met with Tuko-senpai. What were you two talking about? After we had walked for a short while, Ishida's interrogation kicked in. That reminds me, I hadn't told Ishida what happened when I met Tuko-senpai. Ishida probably didn't ask until now because he was worried about me, but he must have been curious. She told me to be patient, to keep waiting and observing. We have to get proof that they're having an affair first. Proof? What about the message you took from Karen and Kamakura-senpai? She said this proof is not enough. It seems that Tuko-senpai wants to witness such a scene, whether the two of them enter a love hotel or spend the night together somewhere else. A hotel would be a tough matter. But doesn't Kamakura-senpai live alone in Tokyo? If so, why don't you keep an eye on his apartment? I thought so too, But according to Tuko-senpai, Kamakura-senpai is living with his brother. I see, so we can't say his apartment was the scene of an affair, then. But this Saturday is Karen's birthday. So here we are, you. He cut me off mid-sentence and pointed to a restaurant in front of us. At the entrance of the building, there is a sign that says Authentic Indian Cuisine. The restaurant is on the 2nd floor. When I entered the restaurant, even though it was not yet noon, it was already full of customers who appeared to be businessmen. Wow, it's crowded. I thought it would be better to come here this time of the year. An Indian waiter approached me and asked would you like to sit at the bar, in fluent Japanese. When we agreed, the waiter led us to the back of the store. This way, please. The waiter pointed to a 4-seater table, where I saw a couple of customers. That's when my body stiffened. Kamakura. The man with him turned around. It was Nakazaki-senpai, the head of the club. Nakazaki-senpai is the same age as Kamakura and is a third-year student in the electrical engineering department. The two of them have been friends since high school when they played soccer together. Oh, Ishiki and Ishida, are you guys coming to this restaurant too? Nakazaki-san called out to us cheerfully. But I couldn't move for a long while I was sitting in the same room with the man who was eating my girlfriend. Maybe Ishida was too dismayed by the bad timing. What's the matter, you two? Why do you guys keep standing there? Sit down. Nakazaki said, pointing to the seat next to me. Ishida and I sat in silence. I was sitting diagonally across from Nakazaki-san and Kamakura-senpai. Today's daily lunch is curried butter chicken and curried beans, with kebabs and tandoori chicken. Nakazaki-senpai passed us the menu. After receiving our menus, Ishida and I ordered the food for the day. By the way, could you make some flyers for the school festival? Nakazaki-senpai said. Hadn't it been agreed that Suzuki-san would make the flyers? When Ishida answered that, Nakazaki-san shook his head from side to side. Suzuki-san won't do it. He said he was going to leave the club. I even heard that he didn't come to the faculty. What happened to him? He got dumped by his girlfriend for another guy. It seems to have hit him pretty hard. The poor guy is devastated. Nakazaki replies as if overwhelmed. That's nonsense. Kamakura said, sounding very disgruntled. If a woman finds a better man than her current boyfriend, it's natural for her to change for the better. You're the kind of guy who has a mental breakdown over every little thing like that, and that's why women leave you. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I couldn't help but say it. Kamakura-senpai looked at me as if he was surprised. I guess he didn't expect me to argue with him. But it's true. The organism's goal is to leave as many genes as possible, so the male acquires more and more females. The female chooses the best male as a mate. This is a simple rule. This simple rule is the way life has evolved. It is the law of the survival of the fittest, isn't it? What if that also applies to human hearing? People are animals, too. It's natural for men and women to look for other mates. A man can leave many offspring if he has a love affair, and a woman can adopt a better gene if she has a love affair. It was as if something had snapped inside me. Women cheat on their husbands because they want to find a kinder, gentler man, is that it? I guess that's one of the aspects. Kamakura said this with a look on his face as if he was a natural. Such a pretty arrogant guy. But we all have our moral values, don't we? I would never cheat on my wife. There's nothing more dubious than those ethics, and game theory backs it up. I'm already doing my best not to let the anger show on my face. Kamakura-senpai's words continue. If your partner cheats on you, it's better for you to cheat than not to cheat, right? Because not cheating on your partner when they are cheating on you is the worst possible option. Ishida looked at me worriedly. I'm fine, Ishida. I'm not stupid enough to lose my temper here. If your partner doesn't cheat on you, it's better if you do. So whether or not your partner has an affair, it's always better that he does. It's the prisoner's dilemma, isn't it? But the lesson of that theory is that it's better to work together than to betray, because both parties benefit. That's right. If everyone was a good person, everyone would benefit from it. But if there's only one traitor in the group, he'll be the only one who gets all the benefits. Are you saying it's normal for there to be traitors? It's the natural order of things. The only way to be a traitor is to be a strong man. If a weak man betrays you, he will be punished all the harder by those around him. So you're saying that because you're the strong one, you can keep Tuko-senpai and have your way with Karen, and that because I'm the weak one, I deserve to have my girlfriend cuckolded? Kamakura, you'd better stop talking. Because if you continue to say that, others will misunderstand you. Nakazaki-san said with a bitter look. Pioneers and rule changers are always seen as the enemy of the masses. Kamakura-senpai shrugged her shoulders in a theatrical pose. There's no doubt about it. He's having an affair with Karen, and he thinks nothing of it. At that moment, a meal for 4 was brought to our table. We stopped talking and started eating. But even though it was an authentic Indian curry, I couldn't taste anything at the time. All I had in my stomach was anger towards Kamakura-senpai. When I finished my meal, they brought us dessert. It was an Indian yogurt drink. However, I left the table without finishing it. I have to get ready for my next class, so excuse me. When Ishida heard this, he hurried to finish his dessert and got up from his seat. Oh, sure, see you at the club, Nakazaki-san voiced, but Kamakura-senpai didn't even look at me. Instead, I looked at him and said, Kamakura-senpai, what you said before was very interesting. It is true, as you said, that the best are more popular than those who are not, and it is also true that powerful traitors rise to power. But in game theory, the highest scoring strategy was rat out your betrayer and cooperate with the betrayed, and that's what I'm going to do. Kamakura-senpai looked at me after those words. But I don't think he'll see me as his rival. I think that's fine too. To each his own. It's not worth it. That's what he was trying to say. I turned on my heels and headed for the exit of the store. This is my commitment to Kamakura-senpai, and it will be my declaration of war when I have proof of his affair. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Ishida bowed to me as I left the restaurant. It's not your fault, Ishida. It was a coincidence, that's all. Ishida was worried about me. Of course, he also kept watching me as a spectator. Still, Ishida interrupted once more. That Kamakura-senpai is a real scum. But how can you say something like that in front of them? I didn't say anything else about it. The only thing left is to get evidence from both of them. And the date is this Saturday, Karen's birthday. Section. It was a Saturday in late October. Today is Karen's birthday. To prepare for this day, I had booked a table at an Italian restaurant. It's not a Michelin star restaurant, but as for a student, it's more than enough. I met Karen in Shibuya just before noon and we headed to the restaurant I had booked. I hope you booked a table at a proper restaurant for today, and not a cheap place as usual. Karen seemed unhappy to be with me. I had booked lunch at the restaurant, which was about half the cost of a day's dinner, but still cost 8,000 yen per person. And drinks are extra. But when we got to the restaurant, Karen's expression clouded over. Is this the restaurant you booked? Yeah, is there anything wrong with it? When I said that, Karen muttered, and made a subtle expression. When we entered the restaurant, the waiter guided us to the table. What would you like to drink? The waiter asked. About the meals, I had already ordered it with the reservation. But the drinks were separate. I looked at the menu. I chose a non-alcoholic wine. In view of what's to come, I'm not going to drink alcohol here. Good choice, sir. 2 glasses of Vintense Mellow. It was quite an expensive drink, even for non-alcoholic, but Karen made a disgusted face again. You ordered 2 glasses, and not the whole bottle, and what's worse, it's non-alcoholic. We're still underage, and we can't drink alcohol during the day. Karen became even more upset. If you were a good boyfriend, you would do a proper tasting of the wine and order the full bottle. I don't possess fancy knowledge like that. I guess it's a common thing with you. And since it's my birthday, couldn't you at least give me a bottle of wine from the year I was born or something like that? Once Karen is in a bad mood, it's hard for her to snap out of it. And if I don't keep my attention on what's going on, it will be much worse. That's why I tried to appease Karen before she started to lose her temper. Sorry, I hadn't been thoughtful enough. But I have a present for you. I'll give it to you later. I'm not sure if the word gift had any effect, but by now Karen's frown had calmed. Finally, the waiter brought the food to the table. A starter of tomatoes and mozzarella cheese. Caprese with basil. Then came tomato soup and pasta with carbonara. In Italian cuisine, primo piatto is a carbohydrate dish. What is primo piatto? It means the first dish. The secondo piatto is a meat or fish dish with a protein base. I see you know a lot about this. Almost always Yukuan ignores important things. Isn't it natural for the groom to know about this kind of thing if he's going to take his bride to a restaurant like this? She gave me a reproachful look again. The main course was sea bream wrapped in cake. Karen saw this and said, I would have preferred to go to a French restaurant. Don't say such things when I've gone out of my way to book a table to celebrate your birthday. I felt like I was starting to lose my mind. Today Karen seems to be more aggressive with me than ever. Is it just my imagination, or I really can't stop thinking about Karen and Kamakura-senpai's romance right now? Maybe if I hadn't seen those messages, I wouldn't have these thoughts about Karen. If so, I would have had a good time today, thinking that kind of selfishness on her part is kind of cute. No, I can't be too suspicious. Let's trust Karen at least on her birthday. I shook my head from side to side and decided to change my mind. After the vegetable dishes, we were served dessert. The dessert was a gelato. Then Karen, who had just finished eating it, said, This restaurant is famous for its cannoli. Can I order it? Okay, but what is a cannoli? It's an Italian pasta made of flour dough, baked and rolled, filled with ricotta cheese and chocolate pistachios. You know too much about it, Karen. How did you know about cannoli in this restaurant? For a moment, Karen's eyes swam around. Yeah. Well, actually, I read about it in a magazine. It's true that girls know all about cannoli. At that point I didn't go any further or think much about it. I wanted to make sure Karen's spirits were up with the cannoli I had ordered, so I pulled out the gift I had in store for her. Happy birthday, Karen. This is my gift to you. Thank you. May I open it? She said in a smiling manner. Yes, open it. As she said this, I remembered how happy I was to choose this gift. At the time I didn't think for a minute that Karen was having an affair. Even as I worked part-time to buy this birthday gift, I was happy when I imagined what it would be like to give it to Karen. Wow, it's a wallet. She shouted happily. Karen once told me she wanted a new wallet now that she was a college student. So I went for that, but I didn't know what brands the girls would like. I can't believe you remembered. Thank you, Yukuan. It was the first time in a long time that I had seen Karen smile so happily, and I felt the pent-up tension inside me lighten a little. I guess you don't want to be with Kamakura-senpai tonight after this, do you? I decided to be brave and asked her. What do you want to do after this, Karen? What do I want to do after? Yes, tonight. For a moment, the happy expression seemed to disappear from Karen's face. But it soon returns to its original bright smile. Some friends from my hometown have come to celebrate my birthday tonight, so I'll have to go home. And one more thing, it won't be necessary for you to call me tonight. I knew it. After all, it was true. I had these conflicting thoughts in my mind. I felt as if my eyes were darkening. But we can leave Shibuya around 6, so we still have time to have fun. I want to see the new stores and do other kinds of activities. Karen's words seemed like a meaningless sound to me in a crowded room. I couldn't hear them. After eating at the restaurant, Karen and I went window shopping and played around a bit. But honestly, I didn't remember much. My memory was empty. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I dropped Karen off at Shibuya Station. Karen's house is in Koshige City, Saitama Prefecture, a short train ride from Shibuya on the Hanzaman Line. I live in Makuhari, Chiba Prefecture, and took the Yamanote Line to Yoyogi and then the Sobu Line. Both routes pass through Kinshicho, where the Kamakura apartment is located. I took out my phone and started typing a message. I just left Karen. I'm going to Kinshicho Station now. And I quickly received a reply. Tuko, got it. Then I'm going to pull Tetsuya a little more. Please do so. I have a minivan waiting in front of the station. I closed the messaging app. Okay, it's time for me to go. I quickly climbed the stairs leading to the platform. I'll have to wait to see if Karen shows up at Kamakura-senpai's apartment. It's time for our love to be put to the test. Chapter 04. Under the Light of the Lanterns. Just before 8 p.m., I was in my minivan in front of Kinshicho Station. The car is parked near the apartment building at the back of Kakamura's house. For a while now, I have been keeping an eye on the apartment, keeping my attention on a room on the second floor. Suddenly, I heard 2 small knocks on the passenger side window. When I looked back, I saw Tuko-senpai standing there, and proceeded to open the lock on the door. Is there any news? Tuko-senpai asked as she entered the car. There's no one in yet, it's dark, and there's not even a light on in the room. Tuko-senpai nodded after my words. So, if Karen-san was in the room, it wouldn't make sense for her to be in the dark in that place. And I don't think Tetsuya would have given her a key either. Karen and I parted ways at 6 o'clock in Shibuya, so it's possible that she got to the apartment before me. However, the Kamakura-senpai's room I talked about earlier doesn't seem to have been occupied by someone. I was in front of the floor before 7 o'clock, so I'm sure Kamakura-senpai hasn't left yet. Tetsuya said he was going to an electronics store in Yuraku after we saw each other off. Yuraku Station is surrounded by many electronics-related retail stores and a few bars. I guess Kamakura-senpai and Karen will meet in Ginza. Yurakucho and Ginza are almost in the same area. We are still not sure if they will meet. I shrugged my shoulders upon hearing those words from Tuko-senpai. We were in an alley in front of Kamakura-senpai's apartment. The place is a 3-story reinforced concrete building, but it looks quite old. There is only one entrance on the first floor, and it is completely visible from the street. And we were positioned in such a way that we could observe the entrance quite freely. If the two come to look alike in this place, we'll know. The street is quite dark, although there are streetlights in front and behind. We both remained silent and let time pass. Neither Kamakura-senpai nor Karen have come to the apartment, and the room is still dark. Am I thinking too much about the fact that there might be a possibility of them meeting tonight? If they are seeing each other, it's possible they are going to a hotel, isn't it? No, I don't think Karen and Kamakura-senpai are having an affair. All sorts of possibilities started swirling around in my head. To tell the truth, I'm pretty sure Karen is having an affair with Kamakura-senpai. However, from what Tuko-senpai told me, I thought, let's take a chance on the worst-case scenario. I wish I could believe in you, Karen. I wonder what kind of thought Tuko-senpai is having in her head right now. As for me, there were many things I wanted to ask Tuko-senpai, things I wanted her to hear, and things I wanted to know about her and Kamakura-senpai. It's a situation where we are alone. I can ask her whatever I want, but I can't decide what to ask her. I glanced sideways at Tuko-senpai. She doesn't seem to be paying attention, but is intently observing the streets around her. She is totally absorbed. I guess she can't help but be focused on the goal of capturing the scene where she witnesses her boyfriend being unfaithful to her with another woman. But what will she do if the romance between the two of them is confirmed? It means we can't let him get away with ordinary revenge. We have to make Tetsuya repent to death. I couldn't help but remember the oath Tuko-senpai had swore to me that day we met. Make him repent to death. She also said she'd be willing to have an affair with someone after her suspicions with Tetsuya are confirmed to be real. Wouldn't it do tremendous harm if she said, "Tonight I'm going to spend the night with another man"? Kamakura-senpai was having an affair, so he couldn't complain even if she said, "I'm going to break up with you." Besides, after declaring the end of the relationship, Tuko-senpai is free to be with whomever she wants. There is nothing he can do. I'd like to think it will be a shock for him when it happens. Could this be the revenge Tuko-senpai is talking about? Although she denied it at the time, but if it's possible that this is the outcome, who will she choose? Here they come, Tuko-senpai shouted in a low voice. In response to those words, I turned my attention to the place she was watching. There was a man and a woman walking together. They were a bit of a distance away from us, but it was definitely them. Tetsuya Kamakura and Karen Mitsumoto. Kamakura-senpai holds Karen very close to him, his hand going from her back to her right forearm. Karen, for her part, seems to cling to Kamakura-senpai's chest with both arms. And from time to time, his hand played on Karen's chest area. And instead of pushing it away, she allowed it. Karen's eyes were resting on Kamakura-senpai's face. He was telling her something and she looked very happy with those words. She hasn't even smiled at me like that ever. Between the two of them, there was an aura of "I'm about to make you mine. Record them," Tuko-senpai expressed in a low voice, but in a high-pitched tone. I hurriedly opened the camera app on my phone and quickly recorded the two of them walking together. On the other hand, Tuko-senpai was holding a digital camera she had borrowed from an acquaintance. The camera has a high-sensitivity night mode, so it can take pictures in the dark without using flash. With the help of a dedicated app, you can even capture the faces of subjects more clearly. Kamakura-senpai and Karen were heading to the apartment with their arms around each other. They hugged each other tightly and were about to enter the place. But before that, they kissed each other in front of the door. They entered the apartment. I said with a lot of pain in my heart, "But it's okay, it doesn't matter. This is all I need to end this relationship. My girlfriend is cheating on me with another guy. And I could witness with my eyes how she entered with him to his apartment. This is quite humiliating." Despite everything, I surprised myself by how calm I was. I thought I would react differently when I saw all this. However, the most important feeling in my heart was one of resignation. I knew what would happen, so I had prepared for this. And now that their affair has been confirmed, a cold, black vengeance slowly fills my heart. Karen, the traitor who took my birthday gift as a matter of course. Kamakura, who poses as a senpai to us, but has been sleeping with the girlfriend of his junior colleague. If I were the president of this country, I would sentence them to death. I guess there's no excuse for what's coming next, is there? I turned to Tuko-senpai with a cold tone. Now we just have to figure out how to get revenge on both of them. Not yet. This doesn't mean they're having an affair. I flinched so much when I heard her say that. I couldn't help but stare at her. They both walked into an apartment alone. There is no more obvious situation to think they are in a relationship. Despite my obvious thought, Tuko-senpai's words were as if she knew what I was thinking. As it is now, the excuse will be I just entered the room. I had a cup of tea and left. Even a kiss can be excused as it just looked that way from the angle. For that not to happen, the two of them would have to be alone in the room for at least 2 hours at a time. Are you serious? They kissed in front of us and entered the apartment together. Don't you consider it as a deception towards us? Do you want to believe in Kamakura-senpai's innocence that much? I said with a mixture of anger and dismay in my voice. That's not what I meant. Even if a couple has an affair, a kiss or just walking into a room together is not considered an affair in the eyes of a court. The only thing I want to make sure is if they spend a certain amount of time together to consider it as such. This is not a trial. What need is there to have to be watching them for hours? You can go home. Now that they are together, I'm going to make sure what they will do next. I can do the rest on my own. Let's split up here. I'll give you back the car when I'm done. When she said that, she turned her face away from me and looked back towards the apartment. The backlight from the street lights made it look like a silhouette. I couldn't make out her face. But her mood was telling me something. I don't like the idea of her being alone. No, I'm also a little more persistent. To quote your words, I don't want them to tell me I just had a cup of tea and went home. After a short moment of silence, Tuko-senpai spoke. You can do whatever you want. Section. How many hours had passed since then? In the dark car, Senpai Tuko and I simply took a breath and stared at Tetsuya Kamakura's apartment. Street lights shining from the front and back of the car dimly illuminate the interior. I wondered what kind of feeling Tuko-senpai is having right now as she looks out the window of that apartment. The two of them had been dating for 6 months. I'm sure they've been in that room together before. Maybe they'd spent some quality time together, had a cup of tea and planned a date. The two of them may have talked about their future together during the homemade lunch prepared by Tuko-senpai. But now there is another woman in the same room with him. It must be very difficult for her to have all that happen. I'm sorry, Tuko-senpai. I looked at her from the corner of my eye, and she hasn't moved much since they entered the apartment. Of course, I still felt pain, sadness, and frustration. I remembered the first time I met Karen, how excited I was when we started to get to know each other, and how happy I was when we started dating. And even a few weeks ago, we celebrated our anniversary as a couple. It is as if it didn't matter now. I'm still a bit traumatized by the messages I read between Karen and Kamakura-senpai. However, the only person who has helped me get over these painful feelings is the girl sitting next to me. When I thought that Tuko-senpai is in the same situation as me and will fight with me, I regained my calm as well as positive attitude. Also, there have been times when I got depressed, or, even worse, lost my calm, almost went crazy. But every time I did, Tuko-senpai supported me, sometimes comforted me and sometimes scolded me with harsh words. If it hadn't been for her, I would have been so fed up with everything that I would have stopped going to college and stuck at home instead. I could have done worse things, like confronting Karen, cursing her, yelling at her, telling her how much I hate her, and even crying in front of her while begging her that I don't want us to break up. Even if Karen would be even more uncomfortable. You were with Karen today during the day, weren't you, Ishiki-kun? Tuko-senpai asked this out of the blue. What? Ah, yes. It was the only answer I could give, as I felt that I had been caught off guard. It's her birthday, isn't it? What did you do today? I had booked a table at an Italian restaurant in Shibuya. We had lunch there, and then walked around visiting the stores. An Italian restaurant in Shibuya? The one with the famous cannolis? Ah yes, that very one. Did you know about it? Apparently Karen did. Also she told me because she read about it in a magazine. Then there was a moment of silence. I've been to that restaurant with Tetsuya. I think it was in the early days of our relationship. He made a reservation at that place because of its reputation. It all made sense now. Karen's amazement when we arrived at the restaurant, the attitude she had about the wines, and her knowledge about the place's famous cannoli. All the pieces are starting to come together. Maybe Karen and Tetsuya used to go to that restaurant together. Her tone of voice was soft, but filled with uncontrollable sadness. And just like her, I had a bitter feeling spreading in my chest. I'm sure Karen was thinking about Kamakura-senpai the whole time she was on her date with me today. That's the reason why I felt like she was comparing me to someone else. I turned my attention back to Kamakura-senpai's apartment. You and Karen started dating in July, right? Tuko-senpai's words were like a bucket of cold water to me, so I decided to ask her a counter question. You dated Kamakura-senpai after you had graduated high school, right? Yes. Why did you decide to date him? I never liked the idea of her dating that guy in the first place. Tetsuya Kamakura is definitely a cool guy. He is handsome and is the kind of guy who attracts people around him. Whether it is high school, college, or clubs, he was always popular with girls because he could fit in well in any environment. Even at the high school festival, where Kamakura-senpai performed as the vocalist of the band, he made many girls from 1st to 3rd grade scream with excitement. Naturally, he was very popular in college, too. It is said that 1/3 of the girls in the club were brought by Kamakura-senpai. But it was very strange that a woman as astute and rational as Tuko-senpai was attracted to him just because of that. I had not stopped thinking about it until today. Tuko-senpai's silhouette moved a little. The street lights illuminated her profile as she looked at the front of the apartment. Tetsuya. It was simply the first. After being quiet for a few seconds, she began to speak again. When I was in my 2nd year of college, all my friends had boyfriends. They told me, you should get a boyfriend. It's weird that you haven't had one yet. When you hear people say things like that, you feel obligated to do it. I guess it wasn't rational at the time. In the hazy light of the streetlight, Tuko-senpai's profile was as beautiful as a painting. Tetsuya had really wanted to get close to me ever since I started high school. He's an attractive guy, he's not stupid, he's sporty, and he can be the center of attention wherever he is. He's also very nice to me. That's why I thought he would be a good boyfriend. I'm so naive. Me too. At that time, I thought, even a woman like Tuko-senpai thinks that way. But I guess it's only natural. Isn't that what most women think when they choose a boyfriend? Isn't that why it's been hard for you to leave all this behind? Do you really think I can put this behind me? In the shadows of the streetlights, Tuko-senpai's voice echoed quietly. Yes. I find it hard to believe that a girl like you was cheated on by her boyfriend. When I answered that, Tuko-senpai looked out the window again. I said before that Tetsuya can be the center of attention anywhere. But he really is a lonely person. You don't see it by his appearance and the way he interacts with people. But I didn't know that until I was around him. No one can help Tetsuya when he's really suffering, Tuko-senpai said as she had repressed her emotions to that extent. That's why I wanted to be someone who could support Tetsuya at times like this. Her voice was overwhelmed with sadness, coming to a situation where her emotions were stifled. Kamakura is the biggest idiot of them all. Why did he cheat on his girlfriend when she's so nice and cares so much about him? I could feel nothing but anger. It wasn't jealousy, but a kind of sadness and frustration. But then Tuko-senpai let out a small laugh. What's so funny? But she didn't answer my question, but said something else. She is really cute, isn't she, Karen-san? She must be very popular among people. Isn't Tuko-senpai beautiful too? You're famous for being the prettiest girl in the faculty. If Karen is one of the 5 prettiest girls in the club, then Tuko-senpai is the prettiest girl on campus. She is not comparable to any other, but her answer left me speechless. Pretty, 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 pretty. I've been told that ever since I was young. Tuko, you're a beauty. Have you received a lot of jealousy from the women around you? Probably, but Ishiki-kun, if a pretty girl and a cute girl competed for the boys' attention, who do you think would win? I was puzzled when he asked me that. A pretty girl compared to a cute girl? There's no clear distinction between them, but which one would win? I don't know. Usually the pretty girl wins. Men are looking for more than just a pretty face, they're looking for likability, and that's something pretty girls are more familiar with. Isn't that something guys are obsessed with? You mean some sort of valuable prize they can show off? I couldn't get a concrete idea of what she meant, so I asked her again. In the end, it's up to the person to decide if they are beautiful or not. No face is to everyone's taste. So the most normal and flawless face is the most beautiful, isn't it? On the other hand, cute appeals to the other person's heart. Words like take care of me makes guys feel a strong desire to protect that person. Don't you think so? That's what I think. Cute is, in a sense, a physical judgment about whether or not a person has a good physical appearance. On the other hand, cuteness is an emotional impression. It will already be up to each person whether he or she believes that something or someone sees him or her that way. It will arouse your own protective desires and you will want to possess it. Furthermore, Tuko-senpai continued speaking. Since high school I haven't stopped hearing that I'm someone pretty, but the but part is important, right? After saying that, Tuko-senpai looked out the window again. But I guess I'll continue to be defeated by pretty girls. I'm sure I'll never have that desire to want to be protected by someone. You're wrong. I won't allow it. I wanted to say those words. But as soon as I tried, Tuko-senpai turned to me. I want to be pretty too. I want to be pretty too, but I have this personality. I can't change. This is the only way I can behave. Tears welled up in her eyes all at once. Tuko-senpai was crying as if her usual mature attitude was a lie. She covered her face with her hands and her whole body was trembling. A sob escaped my lips as I tried to stifle it. She wanted to believe in Kamakura Tetsuya. That's why she went through so much trouble. Her self-esteem and pride are now shaken to the bone. Tuko-senpai had been holding back for a long time. She held back her own tears and tried to cheer me up. She tried to play the tough girl. But I think it hurt her more than it hurt me. Tuko-senpai, I said softly, as if I was talking to a scared child. You have also helped me in these difficult times. You have spoiled me as if I were a child. That's why. I put my hands gently on her arms. Please let me spoil you for once today. Slowly, but forcefully, I pulled her to me. At first she looked subtly, but then she puckered her face against my chest. She kept crying and clinging to my shirt tightly. Chapter 05. The Counterattack. In the darkness of the car, the light from the street lamp outside is like one from an aquarium. Tuko Sakurajima's silhouette appeared in the phosphorescence of the pale light. She was crying like a child, despite her usual calm and intelligent demeanor. She buried her face in my chest, trying not to let the tears show, curled up like a child, and kept shaking. What am I supposed to do for her? I was cheated on by my girlfriend, and she was cheated on by her boyfriend. And the only thing we could do was to heal the wounds between us. Tuko-senpai. I hugged her tighter. Forget about Kamakura-senpai. Instead, I will protect you. Yes. I am willing to protect her. And after hearing my words, Tuko-senpai looked up shyly. Ishiki-kun, are you serious? Yes. I'm willing to protect you, Tuko-senpai. I'll stay by your side forever. Then she hugged me tightly, like a child clinging to her mother. I will trust you. I want to be with Ishiki-kun forever. It's not kind to do anything here. The kindness I can do is, let's stay together tonight. Tuko. When I said this, Tuko was silent, but nodded her head. I put my hand on her shoulder and started the car. Tonight, Tuko-senpai and I will complement each other. Can you stop making narratives like that? I said with an expression of obvious discontent on my face. If I let him keep fantasizing like that, who knows how far he'll go. If you've come this far, you should have at least tried, Yota Ishida expressed, as he took a sip of his morning coffee. We were sitting in a coffee shop, just the two of us, at 9 in the morning. The other partner is Tuko-senpai. Do you think it's that easy? When I said this, Ishida raised his left hand and waved it back and forth, meaning nothing. Even if it's impossible, it would be a man to go there by force. Stayed with Tuko, his crying senior, and watched the apartment until the last train disappeared, and then sent her home. What are you, a virgin high school student? Shut up, man. I'm not the kind of guy who wants to take advantage of a girl's weakness and make her his. I'll never be like those scumbags. Although I'm no saint either. But if I intend to be with Tuko-senpai, I can't do stupid things like that. If I try to do something like that in the first place, I'm sure Tuko-senpai will reject me harshly. That's the kind of woman she is. You're wrong, you just missed your best chance. Luck was on her side. If you had, you would have ended up like I'm telling you. You have a vivid imagination. You should be a novelist or a screenwriter. Yes, that sounds like a great idea. When all your troubles are fixed, maybe I'll post this story on the internet. If you do that, I'll have you arrested. Don't worry, I'll only write a novel if it has a happy ending. Ishida laughed as he said those words. Come on, man. Are you really worried about me? You're not just being funny, are you? So what are you going to do now? Ishida asked that question with a serious expression on his face. What do you mean? Didn't you say you guys were going to make them feel sorry and traumatized? How the hell do the two of you plan to do that? I've been thinking about it too. And last night I had a thought that I couldn't get out of my head. If Tuko-senpai were to have an affair, it would be right after breaking up with Kamakura-senpai. Hey, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Ishida, who was suspicious of my sudden silence, asked. Nothing, I just thought of something. And what's that? If it's something interesting, spill it out. It's not something interesting, just a fantasy of mine. But when I first went to talk to Tuko about Karen and Kamakura-senpai, she told me something peculiar. Even if you want to forget such a bold line, you can't forget it, Ishida said with a smile on his face. At that time, Tuko-senpai told me that, if I were to ever have an affair with anyone, it would be after I finished with Kamakura. Ishida looked at me with a shocked expression. And that's what I've been thinking ever since. After she told me that she was even willing to spend the night with someone, it would be a hard blow to Kamakura-senpai. Ishida looked puzzled for a second. The next moment, he clapped his hands and began to laugh. Fantastic. Kamakura-senpai will get dumped by her partner, and then she'll have sex with another guy. It will definitely be the best revenge. Ishida was still laughing as he crouched down and squirmed on the cafeteria seat. You look too happy. I said with a smile appearing on my mouth. I'm sure there are a lot of guys out there who don't like Kamakura-senpai either, both in appearance and on the inside. And there's nothing Kamakura-senpai can do about it. After all, he cheated on her first. On the other hand, Tuko-senpai is proudly declaring the end of the relationship. They can go out and do whatever they want without having to explain themselves. And the best part, he has no right to complain. There's nothing he can do to stop Tuko-senpai, Ishida said as he wiped away tears of laughter. I'd like to see that scene. Where are they going to do it? But then I realized that he had gotten carried away. No, Tuko-senpai didn't say she was going to do it. It's just a hypothetical case that could happen. But it doesn't mean it's something she is willing to do. Even when I proposed it to her, she immediately denied that she could actually have an affair. What a hypothetical. I thought I was going to see Kamakura-senpai at his most pathetic. Ishida looks disappointed. But he soon continued. But you know, just because they talked about it, doesn't mean Tuko-senpai isn't thinking about that possibility too, right? I felt really pressured by Ishida now. Well, maybe she is. Right, do your best. Think about it, this is Tuko-senpai we're talking about. The girl we've been longing for since high school. Exactly what are you trying to do? It's about revenge because their partners cheated on them. You're going to spend a lot of time with Tuko-senpai. You're in the same situation, you have the same goal and the same enemies. You two are just like that. What could be more conducive to a closer relationship? I was lost in thought. What Ishida just said is true. I'm going to be very close to Tuko-senpai. However, there's still something that doesn't sit right with me. Besides, if you get along well with Tuko-senpai, you'll be able to recover even faster from Karen's affair, don't you think? The best way to cure an old love is to find a new one. He's probably right about that. Indeed, though Karen's deception is more than obvious. The reason I haven't hit rock bottom is because of Tuko-senpai's presence. Thanks to her, I've been able to face reality. Anyway, you just got close to a beautiful woman like Tuko-senpai. You have no choice but to move on. And that's also a backlash to Kamakura-senpai. I looked at Ishida after those words. He seemed to be teasing me, but at the same time, he was genuinely worried. I guess I have to thank him for that. And Ishida is right, if I went out with Tuko-senpai, it would be a strong counter to Kamakura-senpai. I'd be able to see Kamakura-senpai's pathetic face crying. However, will everything turn out as I hope? Section. It was night time, and I was about to send a message to Karen. The objective is to check the situation. If she stayed in Kamakura-senpai's room last night, there is a possibility that they are still together. In view of this, it would be better not to call tonight. Also, last night Karen had asked me not to call her in the evening, so, at first glance, it looked like I took this into consideration. Karen, are you awake? Karen, I'm awake. Was the meeting with your friends yesterday fun? Karen, yes, it was fun, but I was chatting until morning, so I slept at home all day today. Well, that would give Karen an excuse for not answering if she had contacted her during the day. She was probably with Kamakura-senpai until around noon. That's good. So, would you like the two of us to go out somewhere by ourselves next week? I wonder what her answer will be. If she's completely in love with Kamakura-senpai, she surely won't want to waste her time with me. Karen, I don't know. I see. After all, her feelings for me have completely disappeared. Okay, well, I'll write to you later. Karen, hey, wait a minute. What? Karen, I'm thinking of going on a trip with some friends soon. Traveling with friends? What friends are those? Karen, from my hometown. I studied with them in high school. I have my doubts. Surely Karen once again uses the excuse of her local friends when she wants to meet Kamakura-senpai. Karen, doesn't that sound good to you? The other day you were talking about going fishing with Ishida-kun. Sometimes I want to go out with friends too. This must be some kind of joke. Is Kamakura-senpai pressuring her? I'm not refusing the idea. If you want to go, it's fine with me. Karen, perfect. When do you plan to go? Karen, I haven't decided yet. But I think it will be in November. Okay then, let me know once you've decided. Karen, okay. That was the end of my message with Karen, and I immediately called Tuko-senpai. Hello? It's me. I just talked to Karen by message. And she told you she was planning to go on vacation? Ha! Did Kamakura-senpai tell you that too? He called me earlier to tell me that he might be going on a trip with some of the guys from his club at the high school. Karen told me the same thing. She hasn't decided on the date yet, but it will be in November. Tetsuya didn't tell me that. He just said he might do it. That means Karen is more involved in that relationship than Kamakura-senpai. I don't think of Karen as my girlfriend anymore, but still, it hurts me. So I decided to tell Tuko-senpai. From the looks of it, Karen seems to be more involved in that relationship. I think so too. I had asked her if she wanted to meet me next week, and she said she didn't know. That's not good. Tuko-senpai's voice pauses. She seems to be thinking about something. Anyway, see you tomorrow. We have to discuss our future plans. We'll meet at the coffee shop where we saw each other last time, okay? Okay. Same time as last time. I immediately hung up the phone. Tuko-senpai also admitted, Tetsuya Kamakura and Karen Mitsumoto are really cheating on us. From now on, we will finally enter into a revenge operation that leaves us so traumatized that our partner wants to die. I will never forget the humiliation and bitterness of being made fun of so much. I will let two of you know how it feels from the bottom of my heart. Section. It was a Monday at 6 o'clock in the evening. I was in a coffee shop at a train station far away from the university. It was the same place where I had met Tuko-senpai to tell her about the situation developing between our couples. I had arrived 10 minutes before the appointed time, and Tuko-senpai arrived 5 minutes later. You're always so quick, Tuko-senpai said as soon as she saw me, and then sat down in the chair. I don't like the idea of making you wait. You don't have to worry about that. I felt a little relieved. Tuko-senpai still looked like that unattainable girl I've always seen from afar. Saturday night I saw her cry in a way I never imagined. She let out all her emotions as if she couldn't bear the burden anymore. It was the first time I saw her weak side. And I feel like she has changed me as well. If Tuko-senpai feels the same towards me, I guess we can't see each other in the same way as before. So, here's the plan. Now that it's clear that Tetsuya and Karen are having an affair, I don't want to be with him anymore. I think the same thing about Karen. I can't keep pretending that I don't know anything and that everything between us is still fine. So, the first thing we'll talk about is the plan to make them repent to death. I was nervous and waited for Tuko's next words. It will be on Christmas Eve. The revenge will be my Christmas present. What? Isn't Christmas Eve just around the corner? It's already the end of October, so it's only a couple of months away. Well, it's true that a cruel goodbye on Christmas Eve for a couple would be a shock for the other one. Is there a problem? Tuko-senpai looked at me with a scrutinizing look. No, I don't have any problem. It's just, why that day? You see. She fixed her hair and leaned forward slightly. The first thing I'll do is make him fall in love with me, even more than he already is, all with the goal of making him emotionally dependent. And then, the death blow. Just when I think he can't get away from me, that's where I'll strike and cut off any relationship we have together. Did you know we're having a club party on this occasion? Yes. I heard that they hold a big event every year. Exactly, that will be the right place to expose both of them about their affair, and then we will terminate our relationships in front of everyone. Tetsuya is the type of person who cares a lot about his appearance. And Karen is the type of person who is sensitive to the opinions of those around her. From what I can tell, it will be quite a humiliating situation for them, don't you think? I see. For Kamakura-senpai, to be exposed like that in front of a crowd of people is a kind of humiliation which is unacceptable. I am also aware of Karen's strong desire to be seen as a pretty girl. And if everyone finds out that she is having an affair with her senpai despite having had a boyfriend, her whole image will be affected. I understand what you are saying. But I have two concerns. Which ones? The first is that we might ruin the Christmas party for everyone who present. Tuko-senpai nodded and took the floor. On that side, you're right. Nevertheless, at those parties there are best couple voting and secret reveal events every year. Most of the time it's a fun anecdote or a confession moment, but there have been a few people in the past who have declared that they are no longer together. I didn't know there was such an event. Well, I did know about best couple voting, but confession moment, haven't heard at all. Well, it does exist. And it seems that confessions about breakups between couples have to be discussed between the two in advance to make announcements of that nature. So, if cheating and the end of the relationship is suddenly declared, both Tetsuya and Karen will be depressed. And we don't know what Tetsuya is capable of doing. So we have to take our measures. What do you mean by taking our measures? We have to increase our number of people to support us. Tuko-senpai said matter-of-factly. Ishiki-kun, you have a close friendship with Ishida. And I also have a friend I can rely on. So we'll ask them to join us on that day. And who is that person? A girl you don't know. Her name is Hitomi Kanu. She's a sophomore economics student. We went to the same high school, lived near each other, and we have been best friends ever since. So, you want to use each of them as leverage to create public opinion at the party. But do you think that will be enough? I still had my doubts. It's true that the younger freshman and sophomore boys don't like Kamakura-senpai. But there is no doubt that Kamakura-senpai has a large number of female fans and has power over everyone. Even Karen feels that she is not up to par with all the girls who wish to be with Kamakura-senpai. I would like to have a talk with Hitomi and Ishida about what we will do. By the way, what's your other concern? We will do it on Christmas Eve. I have my doubts about whether I'll be able to get Karen to fall so much in love with me that she's emotionally dependent by then. In any case, it looks to me like Karen is about to leave me. So, you're not sure you can make Karen love you in 2 months? From the way we talked over messages, I think your feelings are leaning more towards Kamakura-senpai right now. You're still as weak as ever. Tuko-senpai expressed with a dejected tone. That's why the time is reasonable. 2 months can be enough for a relationship to blow up, or cool down and die out. Really? At least that's what I know. 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 3 years, and then there comes a time when couples think about leaving each other. Wow. It's more frequent than I thought. The couples that break up within a month are the ones that have accidentally dated and decided it wasn't the right thing to do. That's why a lot of them don't count as relationships. I can understand it being for fun. Even so, isn't it a bit harsh to say that it can't be counted as a relationship? 3 months is a period where, if you are compatible, you will be able to see the best in each other and your love will deepen. On the other hand, if you don't get along with someone, you'll notice the bad sides and feel like you don't get along with them. Well, I guess that's more than reasonable. Aren't Ishiki-kun and Karen-san in that 3-month period? What did you think about Karen? How did you feel about her? Before you knew about all this. You mean before this whole thing came out about Karen and Kamakura-senpai having an affair? I think I was pretty obsessed with Karen. She was my first girlfriend. Admittedly, when we were together, I felt like it wasn't what I expected, but it wasn't that strange. Once again I recalled the good times I had with Karen. My heart started to ache. I understand, the first one always gets to be very special. Tuko-senpai's sad words hit me hard. I don't know what to do. It's a shock several times bigger than the pain I felt with Karen. When I think about it, I feel suffocated, as if I've lost all the oxygen in my lungs. But the fact that you feel a little awkward about it suggests that Karen-san might have felt something else. If you can't make her fall in love with you right now, how are you going to make her fall in love with you in the future? Her last word was blunt. She is absolutely right. Time is not the answer to this problem. No, in fact, the more time passes, the worse it will be for me. But I understand what you're saying, Tuko-senpai. It's true that putting things off isn't going to make things better. Tuko-senpai nodded silently. But I don't think it's easy to get her back when she's about to leave me. It may not be easy, but I think it's still possible. When I looked at her strangely, Tuko-senpai explained. Karen-san is still hiding the fact that she and Tetsuya are together, isn't she? And Karen-san herself. Be that as it may, she thinks Ishiki-kun is her true love at the moment. Well, to a certain extent I suppose that's true. It's true that her feelings may lean heavily towards Tetsuya. But as for Tetsuya, I don't think he's that serious about Karen-san. I looked at Tuko-senpai again. It's not about overconfidence. In the case that just by looking only at her appearance, Karen is no match to her, no matter how hard Karen tries to put on her pretty girl mask. I can judge it from Tetsuya's usual attitude, but I can also see it in the case of this trip. Karen-san was talking to you from a point where the trip was already more than confirmed. But Tetsuya was at a might-go level. Depending on how he behaves, his travel plans could be put on hold. I nodded at her words. Certainly, if Tuko-senpai tells Kamakura-senpai that don't go on a trip, he will automatically dismiss that idea. How will a woman feel when the trip she was hoping for turns out to be a failure on the man's part? Tuko-senpai asked herself that question out loud. Great, thank you Tuko-senpai. Now I'm even more scared. I have another idea for you and Karen-san. She then raised his index finger. Looks like she's going to tell me a secret. What is that idea? Women are group animals. And especially ones like Karen. Group animals. What does that mean? Humans are indeed creatures that live in groups in the first place. But what does that have to do with Karen's love for me? Ishiki-kun, if you don't understand, you may have made a big mistake. A big mistake? I couldn't help but feel more confused by her words. Yes, or maybe it's men in general who think they're unattractive. I would have liked to know what she meant by saying those words. What do you think makes a man irresistible? Tuko-senpai asked as she asked me that interrogatively. You can be handsome, athletic, tall, kind, intelligent, and a long list of other qualities, right? Is that how men think the definition of being attractive is? Is it any different for girls? I'm not saying that the conditions you mentioned don't apply, but I don't think that's the point. Isn't there a more important factor? A more important factor? Yes. If the qualities you mentioned were true, then how do you think it's possible for a man who's in comedy and who's not that great to marry a brilliant female TV announcer? But comedians have money, don't they? They seem to be good speakers. Do you know how many comedians have married famous actresses, models, TV broadcasters even though they're not that successful? Well, maybe you're right. And one of the important factors is what you just mentioned. Being a good speaker. Does that mean you have to be good at provoking girls or something? No, it doesn't. First of all, it means that you know how to listen, that you understand what the other person is trying to say, and that you're good at creating an atmosphere. Knowing how to listen, understand other people's feelings, and create a good atmosphere. I think I'm beginning to get what she's trying to say. Girls don't like men who only know how to talk about themselves. If you're a good listener, and you understand their feelings, there's a very high chance that girl will start to like that person. You're basically telling me to listen to Karen? I've been listening to her for a long time. After all, she's always been very biased in her opinions. Not exactly. I think you're probably the kind of person who listens to her already. I can feel it when I talk to you. Is it a statement? Or setting the mood? Yes, it's about creating a mood, but not the mood of a couple. I'm not sure what she's trying to say anymore. It's like solving a riddle. What kind of atmosphere do I have to create then? It's a group atmosphere. To put it more simply, it's about increasing your popularity among girls. Hair. I was totally shocked. Increasing popularity among girls? Does that mean I should become a very popular man? If I were one, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble in the first place. Tuko-senpai, and just like Kamakura-senpai, has that kind of partner of which is the guy girl that everyone pays attention to, and is very popular among people. It's easy for her to say so. Don't you think it's quite a difficult feat? If it's complicated in itself to make Karen fall in love with me, imagine having to be popular and fall in love with any girl who comes my way. After my words, Tuko-senpai closed her eyes and shook her head from side to side. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't say that you have to fall in love with every girl. It's not possible because of personal preferences. I'm just trying to say that it will make girls more accepting of you. Furthermore, seeing that I still wasn't clear, Tuko-senpai added one more explanation. You know, there's a difference between a girl saying, I want to have that guy as a boyfriend, and a girl saying, I'd like to have a boyfriend like that. When they say, I want to have you as a boyfriend, they mean a specific person as an object of love, regardless of the conditions. And when they say, I'd like to have a boyfriend like that, it includes certain conditions that a man must follow for that like to be an I want. I understand what you're saying. But does that mean Karen will like me more if my acceptance toward girls increases? Yes. I think that's one of the best ways to do it. To be honest, I don't understand some of what Tuko-senpai is saying, and I'd like to believe everything I'm hearing. But in her own way, Tuko-senpai should be able to see the Karen figure that I can't. But how can I do that? I'll tell you more about that later. Don't worry, if you do as I tell you, you'll have a high chance of winning. It's just a matter of your determination and your will. After those words, Tuko-senpai took a sip of her drink slowly, and then placed the cup on the table very elegantly. The most important thing is that we have decided on a date to deliver a coup de grace to these two traitors. She stared at me with eyes more luminous than ever. No matter how many plans you make, without a deadline, they will never come true. That's why we've decided that Christmas Eve is the day, right? That's true, as Tuko-senpai said. There's no point in dragging it out unnecessarily. The only way to win is to be prepared. That's why we're here, doing this. I know. I'll take care of it. I've got 2 months left, though. That's the spirit. Tuko-senpai let out a nice laugh. Thereupon, we left the cafeteria and headed for a sandwich restaurant. The conversation went on for a long time, and we decided we'd better change places. Not to mention that we were starting to get hungry. When we entered the place and ordered our food, Tuko-senpai refused to let me buy her a meal. She understands perfectly well the fact that we are still students and we don't have enough money to have many expenses, thus she paid for her own food. This makes me feel very uncomfortable, since Karen always has me pay for the meal for both of us. Tuko-senpai, I would like to talk to you about how I can make Karen fall in love with me. So, can you tell me what strategy one should follow? She sat back in her seat and began to explain. 2 important things. The first is to ruin her travel plan. You don't have to do anything about that. But, if Karen says she wants to go on a trip with her friends, just gently say have fun. Is this linked to how you plan to manipulate Kamakura-senpai into canceling her trip? That's right. Tetsuya hasn't decided to go out with Karen-san until he's pissed me off. For that reason, I'm sure Karen will be very upset about the cancellation of the trip she was so looking forward to. The way she looks at Tetsuya may also change. At that time, Karen will remember who is best for her, when she realizes that it is you who has always treated her with kindness and warmth. I wonder if it will go so well. But when Tuko-senpai said it, it was so simple. And it's strange because, I'm sure it will happen. What's the other point? Is what I told you in the cafeteria. To increase your popularity among girls in general. I don't know how to do that. Can you be more specific? First of all, don't do anything a girl wouldn't like. Isn't everyone supposed to want to avoid being hated? Do you think so? I don't think guys are considerate enough for that. In what way? For instance, looks. Have you ever seen a girl who looked like she had just woken up? Had her hair covering her face? With nose hair? Eye secretions? Or who didn't shave and had her clothes disheveled? All those things would scare a guy away, right? I tried to give my memory a once-over, and I don't think I've ever seen a girl like that. Do you have any idea how much time a woman spends each day to look good? It could easily take her an hour or 2 to get ready before she goes out. Is that for real? It is true that when I go on public transport, I have seen girls fixing imperfections on their faces or arranging an ill-positioned garment on their body. So the minimum requirement is to be clean in terms of appearance. This doesn't mean you have to wear the trendiest clothes or the coolest haircut. The most popular guys are the ones who pay attention to the cleanliness of their appearance. After saying that, Tuko-senpai continued speaking. In that sense, Ishiki-kun does very well. Thank you. Anything else I should know? As for attitude and behavior, Girls don't like the kind of groping you read about in some manga. It's not nice to be patted on the head by a man you don't know and don't like. It's not nice. It's much better to talk to her at a natural distance. Oh no, that's really strong to hear. But I also wonder too, what kind of idiot would pat a girl he doesn't know on the head? A lot of guys don't even know when to pay attention to a girl's problems. When a girl tells you about her problems, it's because in a sense, she trusts you. But they don't even make an effort to read between the lines, and even go so far as to give bad advice. Girls don't expect you to have the right answer to their problems. They just want to be heard. When people say, you should be like this or you should do this, it makes me think, hey, that's not the case. It's out of the question. I'm starting to feel a little bit of fear toward Tuko-senpai. So, from now on, when you talk to girls, you should basically listen to what they say and, from time to time, tell them, yeah, I've been there for you. That's great. I'm not good at talking to girls I'm not familiar with. What can I say? I'm usually nervous and the words don't come out. Oh, and it's very important that the guys are the ones who take the initiative. It's a little scary to be that close to someone and not be able to say anything. It makes me think, what will he want? This became complicated. Also, always treat the group of girls fairly. Girls are very sensitive to the slightest difference. Some may like it, but for most it's really not positive. Even the girls who are treated differently come to walk away for fear of what others will think. After that, Tuko-senpai went on to talk about how important it is for girls to be in a group setting. So, Tuko-senpai, if my popularity among the girls increases, does that mean Karen's feelings for me will become stronger? Tuko-senpai nodded. The way I see it, Karen is the kind of person who needs to show off and be recognized. I think it's not enough to just be nice to her. You have to be better and raise the bar of your reputation so that she's the one who will be placed on your level. Since she does nothing but ask and ask without giving anything in return. It's very easy to understand, and it's just as Tuko-senpai said. At first, Karen would only ask me for small things in a nice way, but gradually it became the norm. She started asking me for more and more things. And when she didn't get what she wanted, her attitude would turn differently. She would be unhappy and even get to the point of getting angry. It's easy for her to cheat on her partner. She doesn't have enough with one man, so she goes for another. She does nothing but shield herself by saying things like, "It's not my fault my boyfriend doesn't understand me. He doesn't know how I feel. And it's because he doesn't love me enough." Tuko-senpai, I think you should drop out of computer science and study psychiatry or psychology. People with a strong need for self-expression and approval are very sensitive in the eyes of the group. So, if the girls around you say I like you, Ishiki, you don't want to give up your boyfriend. Maybe that's why Karen-san had an affair with Tetsuya, who is popular among the girls and is the central figure. Wow, that made a lot of sense. Honestly, I had nothing to add. I just listened to her bunnies silently. So, no matter how much you try to be nice to her, you're not going to get her to come back to you, as she feels you don't deserve her. It's better to make the girls around you hold you in high esteem and make Karen-san feel that she doesn't want to let you go and wants to monopolize you. Tuko-senpai's powers of observation and insight completely surprised me. In particular, Karen's escalating demands towards me made me wonder if she was even looking. So, you just need to be able to attract the attention of a few girl beads. Make it big enough to match that of the guys around me. How can I do that? At once, Tuko-senpai made a subtle gesture with her fingers. This is the end of the consultation. From here on out, I'd like you to pay me too. A payment? You mean money? I don't need money. There's something more important to me than that. And what is that important to you, Tuko-senpai? Nothing comes to mind. What I want is... Tuko-senpai's tone of voice dropped drastically. Ha! What? Like I said, I want. It's very strange that Tuko-senpai suffers the hardship of saying what she wants. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. Could you speak a little louder? And no, I won't repeat it. Tuko-senpai exclaimed with a very angry and flushed face. I want you to tell me how to be a pretty girl. For a moment I was speechless. Tuko-senpai's face is bright red. Even her ears are dyeing a red color. Have you already forgotten what I said? I want to be a pretty girl too. So, I want you to tell me how those kinds of girls think. I'm in a dilemma. How do you tell someone how to be cute when they already are? I was dying laughing. I can't believe that the calm, intelligent, and perfectly beautiful Tuko-senpai would ask me to do something like that. Ha! Why are you laughing? She looked at me with a red face, as if she was impatient. Nothing, it's just, I find it hard to believe. What? I'm telling you the truth. That's how girls think. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I'm not denying what you've told me about how girls like you. After saying this, Tuko-senpai's mouth hung open and red-faced. Chapter 06, Tuko-senpai, and Cuteness. Friday of the same week. It looks like Karen and Kamakura-senpai are having a date again. Karen informed me that she was going shopping with some friends on Friday and then they would go to other places for fun. Kamakura-senpai also said that he had a meeting at her workplace on Friday and then would go out for drinks with her colleagues. Frankly, I was a little worried, because I had promised Tuko-senpai that I would go shopping for my clothes with her today. That's when we decided on X day. Section. There are many boys who don't care about the cleanliness of their clothes, so they never look presentable. That's what Tuko-senpai told me. Clean my clothes. But my mother washes my clothes almost every day. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like you're underdressed. The correct word is less sloppy. Less sloppy? Think about college. For example, in our science and engineering department, everyone wears old sneakers, plaid shirts, and jeans. Right. Right. Now that you mention it, I'm wearing a fleece hoodie on top, and on the bottom the same brand of jeans I've worn since high school. If the clothes look worn, the person wearing it will look frumpy. Well, I guess that's true. I've been around a lot of people like that, so I didn't think much of it. There's no need for the clothes you wear to be expensive. You just need to look neat and clean. I never felt any interest in fashion. I'm used to wearing the clothes my parents buy for me. I'd rather spend my money on my hobbies than on clothes. But I don't know what kind of clothes to buy. I don't have a good taste in fashion, you know? Tuko-senpai thought for a while and then spoke. Don't worry, I'll go with you. The next time Kashikiri and her friends go out for a walk, we'll go shopping with them. Section. And this is the reason why I will go shopping. When I arrived at the entrance gate southeast of Shinjuku Station, I had to wait for Tuko-senpai to arrive. I see you are still arriving well ahead of time, Tuko-senpai said, smiling when she saw me. But I didn't wait long today. Maybe it was the same train. Today she was dressed in a salmon pink jacket, a white knitted sweater, and a skirt with suspenders, plus short boots, black stockings above her knees that accentuated the curves of her slender legs. That caused the eyes of the men around her to go around her. When we first met, I had mixed feelings. It was a combination of pride and embarrassment. After all, I think it is very important for a man to look good. We headed to ZU. It is a casual clothing store near Shinjuku. When we entered the store, we came across a long line of mass-produced clothes. When I choose clothes, I'm overwhelmed by the variety. What kind of piece goes together with what? Should I match this with that? There are so many questions in my head. Next, Tuko-senpai pointed to the panel of photos of a model hanging in the store. The model is a famous young actor, wearing jeans with a grey jacket, and underneath is a long-sleeved t-shirt. Don't think too much. You can buy the whole range of products from these stores. They have been chosen by professionals. Really? But it's quite a challenge to dress like a famous model that even I know. You're average height and slim. I think you'll look good in most of the clothes in this store. He then pulls out the same garment the model was wearing in the previous photo and puts it on my body. Is this okay for drab? It's better to have a little more casual, flashy feel. So she chose a beige cotton pants, a jacket of the same color and a moss green pesto hoodie. Try it on for now. If it doesn't fit, we'll change it. I did as she asked, and headed to the fitting room to change clothes. As soon as I made the change of clothes, I walked out of the fitting room and stood in front of Tuko-senpai to get her opinion. It looks very nice, it suits you, she said with much satisfaction. A man and a woman standing nearby were watching us. Will they think we're a couple? It's a little embarrassing, but it's a lot of fun to be with a girl while shopping for clothes. In the end, I decided to buy 3 sets of clothes. While we were waiting to have some minor alterations done to the pants, Tuko-senpai and I went to a nearby coffee shop. We ordered coffee with milk. Since you start changing your look, you must wear the same outfit you bought. Don't make variations between it, then gradually you can expand your choices by buying more clothes. You can even change your t-shirt or sweatshirt to give it a different feel. But as long as they match. I understood. I replied vaguely. Also, if you're not sure what to wear, it's best to avoid clothes with prints. Because even if you think they look good on you, others might think otherwise. And I also advise you not to buy second-hand clothes. I see. That's all I can answer. And, more importantly, no matter how well you dress, you should also change the way you walk. You have to be careful about these 2 things. First of all, don't slouch. You have to show a lot of confidence in yourself when you walk. Always keep your back straight, and as for the way you walk, I'll explain another time. While I was receiving her advice, a doubt arose in my head. How does Tuko-senpai know so much about fashion? And it's not just about the latest fashion, but she is confident enough to advise me on how to dress for a normal guy like me. She even advises me on my posture and the way I walk. I wonder if there's a reason for all this. How come you know so much about fashion, Tuko-senpai? For a moment, she looked as if she was horrified. Well, you know, it's because I'm a woman. Yes, but you know a lot about men's clothes. And you pick out clothes that make normal guys look reasonably good. You even tell me how I should walk or what posture to have to make me look better. It's like there's a reason for it. Tuko-senpai then looked away from me and ducked her head. Finally, she looked up and said with a resigned look, "Well, I used to be a reader model for a fashion magazine and didn't tell anyone. So I had a lot of opportunities to meet and talk to people of all kinds." Are you a model? I asked her a question, but she didn't seem to pay much attention to it. If you have a good figure and a nice smile, you can be a good model. Yes. I was found in Shinjuku when I was in high school. I didn't start modeling until after I passed college. At first I refused, but the talent scout was very enthusiastic about me, and then I found out that I was someone with a lot of clout in the industry. And then I thought, well, if I'm going to get paid to wear pretty, feminine clothes, I guess that's okay. So, not only are you good at picking out clothes, but you're also an expert on how to make someone improve their walking? How long have you been doing this? It was only last year. I was featured in a couple of magazines under the name Sakurako. Does that mean you are no longer continuing to work there? Yes. I didn't want to lose my normal student life since my name was becoming so popular. Also, in the spring someone from the agency asked me if I wanted to model in swimsuits, and I refused. I didn't want to go that far. Now that I think about it carefully, Tuko-senpai has the style to be a model. Plus it's a job that many boys and girls dream of. Please don't tell anyone about it. I've been trying to keep it a secret. Tuko-senpai said to me with pleading eyes. It's okay, don't worry. I don't plan to tell anyone. Then I had another question mark in my head. Since you're a model, why did you ask me to help you on how to be a pretty girl? Don't you have more experienced companions in that aspect? But Tuko-senpai shook her head at that question. I've always been more of a chic type of fashionista. I've never been a fan of the girly fashion style. And I don't want to know about girls who dress pretty. I want to know about girls that boys consider pretty and want to protect. I see. Just because she's a beautiful woman doesn't mean all is well. After we had our coffee and chatted, we went back to the store to pick up our clothes and headed home. When we got to the train, I thanked Tuko-senpai. After all, she was the one who did all the work. It's okay. It's my first time picking out clothes for a boy. It was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you feel more confident. She smiled after those words. I could sense something reassuring in her eyes. Maybe next time, when you have more time, you could help me pick out winter clothes. Sure. Day X will be in winter, so we have to be prepared for it. But then, she starts rubbing her fingers together. But first, don't forget about my reward. Relax, I'm working on it. Can you tell me about it now? Well, I haven't had enough information yet. So I'd like to keep gathering some more stories. Wait, don't spread yourself too thin. I don't want you to feel embarrassed if you find out I want to know. Oh, I'm sorry. I know, but it's not just my opinion. Just tell me what you like about those girls, Ishiki-kun. Okay. How about if I tell you on Monday? I refuse. If I wasn't so suspicious, I'd think you'd go around looking for opinions on the internet. I laughed bitterly. In fact, I was half thinking, I wonder if I should do that. Section. Over the weekend, I've been thinking about Tuko-senpai's request about how to be a cute girl. A cute girl is kind, she's usually nice, but sometimes she can be a little awkward. After thinking about this, for some reason, Tuko-senpai came to my mind. She's a beautiful woman, she tends to be a bit clumsy, but she's also kind. She comforted me and helped me a lot when I found out Karen cheated on me. And last week she was the one who cried when she saw her boyfriend cheating. No. She asked me to know how to be a pretty girl, right? And why the hell didn't I tell her she was one? Come to think of it, she's a good cook, she's a homebody, sometimes she spoils me, and she lets me spoil her too. She's cold with the other guys, but she's open with me. I unconsciously picture Tuko-senpai again. She's in the kitchen wearing an apron, preparing a delicious meal for me. She looks at me and smilingly says, "Today's stew is delicious." After dinner, I watched TV with Tuko-senpai on the couch. When I put my hand on her shoulder, she curls up like a cat on my chest and clings to me. And then she says softly to me, "I love you, Ishiki-kun." No. What am I thinking? There's no way Tuko-senpai would say that to me. Or would these be my deepest desires? Maybe I should stop thinking about these things when I'm lying in bed. So I got up and turned on the PC that's on my desk. In 50 words or less, it sums up the definition of the word pretty girl. That which I tell myself in my head. I opened a file in Word and started listing everything I could think of in my mind. A cute girl is usually kind. She is usually cold, but she has a weak side. And it only allows one person to see that weak side. I can't help it. I have the urge to want to be with Tuko-senpai. No, my mind is occupied with Tonko-senpai when it comes to women, isn't it? While I was losing in my thoughts, I heard my phone vibrate. It was a message from Ishida that I received. Ishida, are you free today? I have some things to think about, but yes, I'm free. Ishida, I'm about to go out to buy some things. Why don't you accompany me? Well, but where do you plan to go? Ishida, Shibuya. Wow, really, don't you think it's kind of far? Ishida, I found a nice leather jacket at a second-hand clothing store in Shibuya. It's an authentic American military pilot's leather jacket. I have to have it. If I don't take advantage of it, who knows when I'll be able to find it again. Being honest, it's a bit of a hassle to go to Shibuya, but Ishida has been helping me with the matter between Karen and Kamakura-senpai. All right, I'll accompany you. Ishida, thank you. I'll meet you at the Makuhari station ticket office at 12 o'clock. That's in no time. Okay, I'll change my clothes and then head there. I hurried to change my clothes and left the house as fast as I could to head to the station. My house is on the seaside of the National Road, and Ishida's house is closer to the National Road. No matter which house you leave from, the ride to the station is short by bicycle. After arriving at the station and meeting Ishida, we headed to Shibuya, a little over an hour away. As soon as we arrived at the thrift store, Ishida managed to buy the jacket I had my eye on. Ishida is not the type of person who cares about fashion, but he is very picky about what he likes. I've been thinking about the homework Tuko had asked me to do while Ishida was shopping. After we were done with the shopping, we headed to a family restaurant. As soon as I took a seat, Ishida looked at me and made a mocking grimace. What's the matter? You've had a serious expression on your face all day. Ha! No, it's nothing. What's wrong? I'm curious, is it about Karen-chan? No, you're wrong, it has nothing to do with it. It's nothing serious either. Then if it's nothing serious, go ahead, talk to me, tell me what's wrong and I'll try to help you. What makes a tender girl? The question generated a puzzled look on Ishida's face. I've been thinking about it since yesterday. Ishida folded his arms and became thoughtful. In my opinion, a cute girl would be the one who carries the adjective of the best student in school or the most admired. You're the cutest girl I've been longing for since forever, Tuko-senpai. I like big breasts, though. If she's a slim girl with big breasts, that's all it takes for me to be attracted to her. Slender and with big breasts. Is she referring to Tuko-senpai? Besides, being a kudera is also a qualifier for being cute with certain boys. Tuko-senpai is also part of that category, although the fact that she's more expressive with me and emotional makes her not have that title altogether. Oh, and if she has blonde hair, that's a plus. It makes them look really mo with short hair. Tuko-senpai has long black hair, but her eyes and nose are very light, so blonde hair would suit her. And short hair, I think it suits her too. It's nice to see a girl with a band. Tuko-senpai is good at playing the violin and saxophone. Will there be bands for either of those two instruments? Childhood friends and stepsisters is also a point that plays very well in certain situations. It would be quite a dream if Tuko-senpai out of the blue says to me, "From now on I will be your Wani-san," and we live in the same house. I would be happy. I like animal ears. Especially cat ears. I also have some interest in cat ears. I think seeing Tuko-senpai with some would be really cute. And that added with a very revealing outfit, it's hard to resist. Wouldn't that be a bit excessive? Hey, Ishida, what the heck are you talking about? Ishida seems to have snapped out of his daydream and returned to reality. Ha! Which cute girls did you mean, anime or manga? I think I did a stupid thing by asking this. Although Ishida's delusional imagination rubbed off on me, causing Tuko-senpai to appear in my uncontrolled imagination. Would you be able to have a date with a girl who has cat ears in real life? Yes, I would be willing. I don't feel any kind of discrimination when it comes to love. Whether you're someone normal or have cat ears, I don't care at all. Ishida stated very confidently. I've had enough of this. I'm going to solve that problem on my own, without depending on anyone else. I don't mean to be critical about your tastes, but you should stop having those kinds of thoughts about having a relationship with stepsisters. If your real sister, Micah-chan, finds out about it, she'll come to feel disgusted by you. Those kinds of fantasies are reserved for people like me, who am an only child. Or those who have male siblings. Ah, that reminds me, she was worried about you. The conversation took an unexpected turn. I'm surprised that Micah-chan felt interested in the romance between Karen and Kamakura-senpai. Micah-chan's face appeared in my mind. She is 2 years younger than us, and sometimes she comes with Ishida to hang out with us. Ishida's face is somewhat robust, but, on the contrary, Micah-chan is a very pretty girl. It's inevitable to feel somewhat envious, since I don't have any siblings. I see. Well, tell her that everything is fine, and that I thank her for her concern. It's fine, although Micah is always asking me about you. It's kind of annoying. She's at the age that she feels interested in that kind of thing. It's normal. Though after my words, Ishida shook his head. No, I don't think it's that. I think she has feelings for you. I can tell by the way she talks. I looked up haughtily at those words. I thought Ishida would be playing some kind of joke on me, but his expression was completely serious. I've always had that feeling. Besides, she usually cares a lot about his appearance when she visits my house. She even used to clean my room. Tell me, is that a normal thing? She never does. But this time those doubts were dispelled. She really likes you. When your best friend tells you that his sister has feelings for you, you don't know how to react. But even in my confused state, Ishida takes the floor. For now is not the time for you to worry about Micah. You should keep your focus on having your revenge. And then, conquer Tuko-senpai's feelings. I nodded silently. But to what extent am I on my plan? I'm not sure I'm making any progress. Section. After leaving the restaurant, we head to a shuffle and thrift store, paths as we look for random bargains. I don't have the urge to purchase anything, but it's fun to look around the stores and say, I didn't know this existed. As soon as we left the place, about 2 meters in front of us, in the crowd, I saw a familiar face pass by. It was Tetsuya Kamakura, and he was with a second-year girl. Kamakura-senpai puts his hand on her shoulder, and the atmosphere they both gave off was like that of a couple in love. Hey, is he? Ishida also noticed. Yes. It's Kamakura-senpai. Wasn't the girl he hung out with Rumi Hirota? Yes. She's not a person who's usually very social, but I'm sure it's her. Ishida looked at me. Let's follow him. I've already caught Karen and Kamakura-senpai having an affair, so there was no point in taking a risk and going that far. Though I also started to get really curious. Yeah, I guess we should do it. But let's do it quietly and don't let him see us. Got it? However, we lost track of Kamakura-senpai at the intersection in front of the store without realizing it. However, they were heading to Kawaramachi district. It is a place where many love hotels are located. They plan to go where all the love hotels are. Yes, I could tell. That bastard is not only enough for him to mess with Karen, is he planning to mess with other girls too? I can't help but wonder how long he's been doing this. The girl he was with is someone who rarely hangs out with the rest. Maybe she doesn't know that Kamakura-senpai is dating Tuko-senpai, let alone must know about Karen. And for that reason the jerk always gets his way. Ishida expressed discontent. At this rate, there will be many more girls falling prey to Kamakura-senpai's poison. Don't let this get you down. You have to be strong and finish that guy off. I nodded at Ishida's words with a lot of anger in my heart. Chapter 07, Lies on Both Sides. It was Monday of the following week. Tuko-senpai and I met at a different coffee shop, and this was for the reason of discussing our future plans. And I also heard that Kamakura-senpai and Karen will meet again today. God, this is not good. Karen is seeing him more than me. We currently see each other once a week. But it looks like she's seeing Kamakura-senpai more than twice a week. Well, I guess it's reasonable for the two of them to do that, since they're in the middle of an affair. And so I can meet Tuko-senpai more. I've figured out the dates they'll be traveling. Tuko-senpai said after taking her seat quietly while bringing her face close to mine. They will be leaving on November 6th. They will be together for 2 days and 1 night. It will be during the university festival period. Just as expected. There will be no classes for a week, so they can leave without worry. But how do they plan to travel in a situation where the club plans to have a bake sale on that date? I'm sure everyone involved will talk about it. Tetsuya is a third-year student. A lot of juniors don't go to festivals. And it's also not that strange to place an excuse like I'm sick, I can't go. Is that how it works? I thought those kinds of festivals would be a big event for college students, compared to the ones at school. And this is the important part. I've already told Tetsuya that he can go on a trip. So I'm sure Karen will get in touch with you soon. And you should be able to calmly say to her, it's okay for you to go on vacation, have fun. Don't say anything that might raise suspicion. Okay, I understand. So, 1 day before their appointment, I'll tell him, don't go, and that should be enough for him to cancel his plans. Foo. And I think Karen will contact you saying that her trip was cancelled because her friend got sick. Do you really think she will contact me as soon as Kamakura-senpai tells her that the trip is cancelled? As soon as I asked this question, Tuko-senpai answered very confidently. My guess is that there is a 70% chance that she will contact you. She will want you to listen to her frustration, and she will be angry with Tetsuya since he will not place her as his priority. She might want to hear her boyfriend's calm voice. She might want you to comfort her and give her the priority that she wants. So, will you take me for a fool? For that reason, when Karen contacts you, you should be very nice to her. Even if you get a message, tell her something that is nice. At times like that, doubt will attack her and she'll rethink things like, after all, Ishiki-kun always supports me and makes me feel special. It can't be helped. If she's having an affair, it's either because she loves the person she's having an affair with more than she loves me, or she needs to be loved by more than one man at a time. After concluding with those words, Tuko-senpai replied, but that's fine. If you make Karen think Ishiki-kun is the best, you'll give her absolute confidence that no matter what, you'll be there for her. Absolute confidence. Yes. Because the goal is for everything to fall apart at the last moment. Now I'm beginning to understand. This is all with the goal of making the final blow come as a complete shock to Karen. Now do you understand? I want you to focus on making her fall in love with you. You have to become her protector. Be her protector. If Tuko-senpai is right about this, I would seriously despise Karen from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, I want to punch myself in the face for dating such a woman and let myself get carried away by the past. I suddenly noticed Tuko-senpai staring at me. She seemed to want to say something. What's wrong? Now. It's your turn. My turn. At some point did I say I had a plan? I don't remember. My reward. You promised. So that's what she meant. It hadn't crossed my mind, as we were busy talking about our revenge plans. Although, I still don't know what I should say to her. Yes, you mean about how to be a pretty girl? Tuko-senpai nodded her head. There was a certain expectation in her eyes. Well, where should I start? It's always better to talk about the inner beauty of women, isn't it? Well, pretty girls are usually gentle. Tuko-senpai looks at me without saying anything. Besides, they have a strong sense of themselves. She kept looking at me silently, and they feel happy when they are pampered. Always maintaining a very kudera personality. Silence on Tuko-senpai's part still reigned. The light in her eyes seemed to have disappeared. I am afraid of her silence. And even a homely woman also wants to be seen as a cutie. Damn, I'm running out of things to say. Oh, and another important point. Never cheat on your partner. That's a natural thing in itself. Tuko-senpai said in a low tone. This is bad. Will she be mad at me? The only thing that comes to mind is what Ishida said about the appearance and the cat ears. Although it would be better if I didn't mention anything about it. The more sincere your eyes are, the better. The temperature of Tuko-senpai's gaze seems to have dropped. After all, a large chest can be a man's longing. Tuko-senpai folded her arms while trying to hide her breasts. Oh no, this doesn't look good at all. Hairstyle can also make a good impression. Blonde hair, for example. Tuko-senpai looked straight into my eyes. I could feel a shivering sensation as I witnessed her eyes. After a couple of seconds, her gaze softened. Thank you. So, that's what Ishikalan thinks of what a pretty girl is? She said it with a soft smile and a kind tone of voice. But behind that look, there was a hint of disappointment. I'm beginning to get it. That's what guys usually imagine when it comes to a pretty girl. The soft but resigned tone of voice pierced my heart. Apparently I had made a complete mistake. The answer Tuko-senpai was looking for was not the kind of thought every man would have about it. There are plenty of examples of such superficial cuteness in magazines. But isn't the definition of cuteness that Tuko-senpai wants to have something quite difficult to achieve? I don't think it's possible to be as pretty as the person you see on the inside. The definition of cuteness is different for everyone. The same gesture that may be cute to one person may become annoying to another. And it's something I've come to the more I think about it. But now, I feel that the cute girl I'm thinking about is related to Tuko-senpai. So, I had no choice but to say what the average guy finds cute in a girl, instead of saying what I actually feel. I realize now that I didn't live up to my senpai's expectations. I can't go backwards after this. Wait a minute. I haven't been completely honest with my words, with what I really think about what a pretty girl is like. I've only said things that men in general come to think. Tuko-senpai looked at me again. Can you give me another chance? I'll tell you in my own words about what I really think. And if you're not satisfied with my answer, I won't insist any further. There is no need for you to push yourself. I myself have no clear answer. And even if you want to, please let me try one more time, I said quietly, but very firmly. Tuko-senpai made a small sigh. Although I'm not so sure, I think it means she is relieved. Okay. I'll ask you again, honestly. I feel like you did answer in a hurry, so take it easy. Thank you. This time, I do plan to do it properly. I put all my determination into those words. Tuko-senpai didn't say out loud. But I know she's expecting something from me. And whether she feels satisfied with my answer or not, I would like to be able to say that it will have a significant impact on our relationship going forward. For that reason, I want to make sure she receives a correct answer. Section. The night I heard from Tuko-senpai about the date of the trip, Karen immediately sent me a message. Karen, remember when I told you I was going on a trip with a friend? Well, I've already decided the date. We'll leave on the 6th and come back the next day. You, really? Great. That was all I replied. Tuko-senpai told me not to ask too many questions, and also not to make myself look suspicious. If it's a trip to be with your lover, the mere fact that someone asks you where you're going makes you think it's suspicious. That will make you alert, and make you feel like you're in trouble, which will discourage Karen from making the decision to want to go. It is important to remove the psychological burden, keep the other person on edge and reduce, as much as possible, the disengagement factor. Karen, Yukuin, you should also go somewhere. Take a long vacation from college, maybe go on a trip with Ishida-kun. Would it make you feel less guilty if I were unfaithful too? Or do you just want to tie up some loose ends? I can't. I have to go to the university festival. It's my turn to participate in the bake sale. Karen, the festival is no big deal. Even if you have to participate in the sale, there will already be many people there who can take your place. Why is there so much concern about me going to the festival? Is she trying to make sure that I don't generate suspicion of her because Kamakura-senpai won't be at that place either? You're right about that. Although it's my first festival in college, and I'd like to experience it. Karen, okay. Then go and have fun. Then tell me what you think of the festival. Could it be that Karen was trying to find out where I would be? At this rate, I'm sure later my friends will ask me what I did at the festival. But what if it's a form of precaution Karen is taking? She might have realized that I'm suspicious of her affair with Kamakura-senpai. Okay. You'll have more fun than me, though. Karen, yes, thank you. Well, I'll see you later. Sure. After exchanging messages, I closed the messaging app. Section. In the week leading up to the school festival, Tuko-senpai and I pretended not to notice anything and simply watched silently. Perhaps they were so excited about the trip, due to the fact that they were now not only meeting on Mondays and Thursdays, but this time is on Saturdays as well. At that time, Tuko-senpai and I refrained from making direct contact. I think it's best not to move too much at this time. We have to make them feel at ease and have them anticipate the trip. Not to mention that we had also established a certain time and dates to contact each other. This way we avoided any kind of exposure. Sometimes I would just not write to her carelessly, as she might be in the same room as Kamakura-senpai at that time, and the same was true for her when it came to me. But I was more concerned about meeting Tuko-senpai than the fact that Kamakura-senpai and Karen met. Section. November 5th. This is the day the festival will be open to the public. And tomorrow is the day that Karen and Kamakura-senpai will go on their trip. And everything is going according to plan. Suddenly, my phone started vibrating. It was a message from Tuko-senpai. Tuko, I managed to cancel T's trip, just as everything was planned. Understood. If I ever get a reply from K, I'll get in touch with you. Tuko. And he hasn't gotten back to me for a long while. Surely they must be talking about the cancelled trip. I'm sure she'll get back to you soon. I doubt it. She was about to go on a love trip with another man. Tuko, trust my attempts. And remember that you don't have to be too hard on her. I know you're upset, but don't let it get to you. Be gentle, and listen to what she has to say. Make her feel absolutely safe with you. I understand. Right after I answered that, I started to receive a call. Just like Tuko-senpai said. Hello, Yukuin? Yes, what's wrong? Listen, something bad just happened. Our trip has suddenly been cancelled. I don't know if it's that you're a horrible woman, or you're trying hard to be. I decided to look shocked. Really? That's a shame. I know how much you had been looking forward to that trip. It must be terrible. I said those words without any feeling in between. It is, right? It's terrible. I really wanted to go. I can't believe this is happening to me. Maybe it's because of the fact that we're talking on the phone, but I don't think Karen noticed my lack of interest in this situation. Although Tuko-senpai told me that I had to watch what I said and make Karen feel safe. I see. I feel really sorry for you, Karen. I'm having a hard time with this situation. I don't sound sincere at all. Thank you, Yukuin. I'm so sad that I can't stop crying. Karen is in a state of complete mental breakdown. Maybe my words can comfort her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I wish I could be by your side to appease you right now. I think my acting skills are improving. Yes, I miss you. I'm sure you would never do something like that to me, right? You fool, how can you say something like that when you've done worse to me? Although I didn't think it was possible for everything Tuko-senpai told me to have worked out, I can't help but smile as I listened to what Karen said. But I can't get out of my role as a kind boyfriend. Of course I won't. I'll always be by your side. I could hear Karen sobbing on the other end of the phone. Although I wasn't provoked at all about it. It was a cry of little value compared to Tuko-senpai's that night when we discovered the infidelity being done to us. I don't feel a shred of sympathy for her. I am glad Yukuin is my boyfriend. If I made her say this, does it mean that the feeling of dependence towards me of her is starting to emerge? Although that doesn't take away from the fact that I had a terrible time with you having you as my girlfriend. Is the trip cancellation fee okay? If you do it the day before, they'll charge you the full amount. I had nothing to say, so I just said something that concerned them. Then there's a brief silence, as if Karen's words choked. The cancellation fee seems fine, but I was planning to go by car. Oh, maybe I rushed into a bad place. Did Kamakura pay for lodging on this trip, or did he stay at an affordable love hotel because he couldn't get lodging? I see. I think it would be unfortunate if Karen paid the cancellation fee. For the moment I continued to ramble on. However, it seems Karen is satisfied. Thank you for worrying about me, Yukuin. Great, this is going very well. So, Yukuin, can we meet tomorrow? I may be able to feign interest in her problem through a phone call. But it's impossible for me to be nice to this cheating bitch face to face. If Karen were standing in front of me right now, I'd feel like punching her in the face. I mean, she was about to go on a trip with another man. You have to have really thick skin to want to be with me just because her trip was cancelled. I guess this is what people call shamelessness. I'm sorry. I'd like to see you too, Karen. But I've already made plans for tomorrow. I don't want to be the substitute you'll turn to when things with each other didn't work out. And even worse when you intended to be in the same bed with someone by being unfaithful to me. Ow. Karen sounded very dejected after hearing my response. I'm sorry, but I'll try to make it up to you next time. After saying that, I hung up the phone. I then immediately dialed Tuko-senpai. I wanted to talk to her about what had happened. You were right, Tuko-senpai. That creep Karen called me on the spot. I know. Maybe she has an image of herself as a pretty girl, and she has to see herself as a tragic heroine. That's why she's looking for someone who can sympathize with her. But isn't it a bit presumptuous to ask me, a victim of deception, to do that? She doesn't see the difference, whether she decides to have an affair with someone else or not. She'll always have an excuse for it, whether it's that her boyfriend doesn't understand her, her boyfriend neglected her, or her boyfriend doesn't give her what she wants and needs. It's a feeling I don't understand. I mean, if that's what Karen thinks, then I hate her even more than before. By the way, how did you get Kamakura-senpai to cancel the trip? Easy. I told him that I wanted to go on a trip too. That's it. I was flabbergasted. I thought Tuko-senpai would use more advanced techniques. Yes. I told him that there was a place I'd like to go, and I insisted that it was the only time of the year when the two of us could go alone. Women are so lovely. But for me now, that's not the problem. Then, will you and Kamakura-senpai go on a trip together? However, just in case, we had also set a certain time and date to contact each other. By this way, we can avoid any kind of exposure. Sometimes I tried not to send messages to Tuko-senpai, as there could never be a chance that she would be in the same room with Kamakura-senpai. And so did she when it came to me and Karen. I don't plan to do that. Tomorrow I'll tell him I'm sick and it's cancelled. I don't plan to go on a trip with a man who's cheating on me with another woman, just as expected coming from Tuko-senpai. She is quite a shrewd woman. I couldn't help but feel a lot of relief after hearing those words. Karen also told me she wanted to see me tomorrow, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, so I declined. I told her that I had already made plans. Then Tuko-senpai said in a stern tone, "No. Go see Karen tomorrow. You have to be gentle with her and comfort her." That was quite a surprise to me. Hey, why you if you can't see Kamakura-senpai and I have an obligation to see Karen? The situation is different between you and me. I still have some cards to play against Tetsuya right now, but you don't have such a strong trump card against Karen. Hence, you have to appeal to Karen's feelings more. So tomorrow you have to see her and make her feel that you love her. You have to make sure she feels comfortable with you. A trump card, right? I was curious about the meaning of those words. But before I could get further lost in my thoughts, Tuko-senpai continued speaking. Besides, if Tetsuya can't go on a trip, he can always ask Karen out again, understand? And to avoid that, you have to reinforce her feelings for you. If you say so, Tuko-senpai, then I'll do it. Even though I agreed, I couldn't help but feel sad. I wonder if Tuko-senpai doesn't care at all about me seeing Karen tomorrow. Chapter 08, The Infiltrator. After the phone call with Tuko-senpai, I immediately contacted Karen. Of course, the intentions were to agree to meet tomorrow. I couldn't leave you alone being in that depressed state. So I cancelled all my plans with my friends. Karen was very happy that I had made it a priority, and wrote me back saying she was very grateful. The next day's date was the most sociable one I'd had with her in a long time. Moreover, she kept clinging closely to me. I remember the last time we didn't even hold hands. I also headed to the college festival. Even though my turn to help with the bake sale is the next day, I still decided to go the day off to help out a little. I was very interested to know what was going on with Kamakura-senpai and the boys from the club. In fact, it seems that he had approached the cake stand asking if one of the boys wanted to play mahjong. But when he saw that no one wanted to, he went somewhere else. Not being able to go on a trip with Tuko-senpai left him with a lot of time on his hands. I like the way things turned out. Section. Over the next week, Karen attached herself to me in such a way as if we had just started dating, getting to the point of wanting to be by my side every day at lunchtime. Perhaps she was trying to make Kamakura-senpai jealous, showing him that she and I were getting along. This is a complete nuisance. I'd rather be having lunch with Ishida. On the other hand, Tuko-senpai and I didn't meet anymore, as Karen and Kamakura-senpai didn't meet each other either. However, we are still in contact on a daily basis. I think Karen's current attitude is simply short-lived anger towards Kamakura-senpai. So it is only a matter of time before she sneaks back into seeing him. With that thought, I wanted to hear Tuko-senpai's opinion. It is certainly possible that it's just as you imagined, Ishiki-kun. She said it in the same tone as always. That's why I wanted to know when they were going to resume their relationship. After those words, Tuko-senpai said something contrary to my thoughts. But we could be wrong. What do you mean? Yes. It's possible that Karen has reflected on her past and realized that you are the most important person in her life. You really think so? From a distance, you two seemed like a couple who loved each other very much. That's because I faked it. I thought you told me I should make Karen feel more attached to me. That's true, but I want you to stop and think for a moment. Is it really right to break up with her and hurt her? What are you talking about now? I thought we had decided to make them feel desperate and very sorry for being unfaithful to us. Or is it possible that Tuko-senpai wants to go back to Kamakura-senpai? He's also changed his attitude a lot and seems to be getting along better with her. I'm starting to feel uneasy about all this. What do you mean by that? Does that mean Tuko-senpai doesn't want to break up with Kamakura-senpai anymore? Not at all. But if Karen's attitude changes, it's only natural that your feelings would change too, right? So I think it's time for you to reanalyze what's the best option for you. Do you want to stick with the plan of wanting to break up with Karen? After this, there is no going back. I've already reached the point of no return the moment Karen was unfaithful to me. I can't be with her again. I can't have that same relationship as before, even if I'm by her side now. It's just because I'm forced to stick to the plan we both agreed on. I stopped talking, took a moment to breathe and put a lot more helplessness into my next words. I'm sure Karen will cheat on me again. Over the loudspeaker, I heard a sigh of relief from Tuko-senpai. If you're so determined, fine. I won't say anything else. I have no intention of going back to Tetsuya either. Let's stick to the original plan. Yes, thank you very much. So what's next? Keep going, just the way you're going. Karen's feelings are returning to Ashiki-kun. I understand. But I think Karen's feelings for me are just an attempt at provocation towards Kamakura-senpai. If the two of them sneak back to seeing each other, we'll be back to square one again. That's why we need to give her a push. A push. I've told you before. You need to be more popular with the girls. Yes, you've told me that before. But I have no idea how to do it. What exactly should I do? It's a subject of which I have zero knowledge and experience. Well, from what I've seen, you've done some of the things from the advice I've given you. But it's still not enough. So I'll take care of it. What do you plan to do? I plan to meet with some girls. The excuse will be, talk about Christmas, Valentine's Day and other upcoming holidays. I see. And that's where you come into the scene in question purely by chance. And this way, you'll be able to approach more girls and increase your popularity. And do you think it will work? I don't think they'd find it pleasant to have a guy intrude on their conversations so suddenly, would they? I know, but first I'm going to say something like, I'd like to hear what the guys think about these topics. So, if you show up casually, I don't think they'll be closed to you joining in. It sounds pretty reasonable. Although, I don't have any topics to talk to the girls about. I don't even know what they like. So, keep an eye on the app I'm about to say. Selfie camera app on a smartphone. Tuko-senpai mentioned several camera apps for selfies. Let's look at the pros and cons of these camera apps, whether they are paid or not, and what makes them work. If you can explain it in a way which is easy for girls to understand, I think you'll score a lot of points. I see. It's true that women are very careful about the photos they upload to social media. They will want to know what apps are available to make their photos as pretty as possible. This way, you can show that you're good at programming. In fact, we're both in IT. And you once told me you were pretty good at Java and Python, right? I certainly did say so. The reason is that Tuko-senpai is the top student in the 11th year of the Information Technology department. And I wanted to feel that I could be on par with her. Nowadays, there are programming classes even in the humanities. And a lot of girls have a hard time doing those assignments. I used to help them with their homework, but now I want you to do it for me. I think this alone will improve your reputation among girls. After that, you can continue to interact with them on your own. Well, I guess I can give it a try. I don't think the girls don't like you. When I first got to college, several girls around me would tell me that you were a pretty good-looking guy. This isn't some kind of joke, is it? I could feel my facial muscles relax. I'm very serious. If not, think about this. How else would Karen have chosen you for a relationship? I'm not sure if girls really think that about me. Although, I don't think Tuko-senpai was lying to me. But, then I remembered one thing. But, don't you think it's a bad idea? What do you mean? Because other people might realize that Tuko-senpai and I get along well. And if Karen and Kamakura-senpai ever find out about this, wouldn't it be detrimental to our plan? Despite my concern, Tuko-senpai replied with complete calmness. I've thought about it too. So I'll ask Hitomi to call you, that way we can tie up loose ends. Oh, that sounds better. So Tuko-senpai has been thinking about everything. We have to keep acting like we don't know each other. Don't talk to me, and concentrate on talking to the other girls. After that, Tuko-senpai and I talked about when we'll carry out the plan, what topics I'll talk about with the girls, the restaurants where encounters tend to be most common, and all those kinds of possibilities so that everything comes out in the most natural way. It was decided that we will only get in touch once the girls have confirmed their attendance. At the same time, Tuko-senpai told me everything she knows about the girls' personalities, what they like, what they don't like, how they think, and that sort of thing. At first I thought it was impossible for my popularity among girls to increase in such a simple way. But, when I heard Tuko-senpai's story, it turned out to be easier than I thought. Moreover, Tuko-senpai herself was willing to support me if anything went wrong. I still have my doubts about whether this will be easy and natural. Section. The following week, I went to the other side of the train station that I usually use. At that place there is a buffet restaurant where you can eat anything you want. And that's where Tuko-senpai and her friends gathered. We reached the last day of November, and there were only hours left before December was knocking on our door. The club we belong to usually organizes an event every year to celebrate this occasion. And right now the girls are gathered under such a pretext. My excuse for my presence just happened to show up. It was that I felt like eating cake. So I had to go into the restaurant, order a drink, 2 cakes, and then sit at the tables upstairs. First of all, I should find a seat where I can be close to the girls. It was then that I headed towards the back. "Hey, Ishiki-kun, is that you?" I heard a voice calling out to me. I looked back, and there was Hitomi-san waving her hand. Next to her was Tuko-san, and 4 other girls. I approached the girls' table with the tray in my hand. "Ishiki-kun, did you come here alone?" Hitomi-san asks me such a question very naturally. It was just as we had planned. "Yes, I am alone. If you want, you can sit with us." She then points to an empty place. "Okay, if you don't mind." I pulled up a chair that was unoccupied and sat down at the same table as all the girls. 2 of the girls who were with Tuko-senpai and Hitomi-san were Mina-san and Ayaka-san. They were second-year economics students. The one next to them was Manami-san, a first-year student of letters and literature. And lastly Yuri-san, another second-year student who was studying commerce. All 4 girls were quite cute and influential. It seemed Tuko-senpai did her job well and selected the right girls. "Where did you meet Hitomi, Ishiki-kun?" Mina-san asked. Before she could answer such a question, Hitomi-san did it for me. "Well, being honest, I only know him by face. I was looking for a book on programming in the library the other day, and that's when I met. Since then, sometimes he usually helps me with my homework." "Really? But Hitomi, you shouldn't mess with the first-year boys so soon. Ishiki-kun seems to be a very promising student." Mina-san laughed a little after her joke. In that case, Ishiki-kun will be joining our group from now on. I guess you won't have any complaints, right?" Hitomi-san smiles after her answer. She seems to be a very cunning person to make things in her favor. "But Ishiki-kun is dating Karen, isn't he? Won't that bring him a problem?" The one who spoke was Manami-san. It looks like she studies with Karen, so I'm not surprised that she had such information. "Yes, you're right," I answered vaguely. "Mitsumoto Karen? I really don't like that girl very much. She seems to be very popular with the guys though," Mina-san said while shrugging her shoulders. "Hey, you shouldn't express yourself that way in front of Ishiki-kun," Manami-san exclaimed, though she said it with a smile. "Ah, right. I'm sorry, Ishiki-kun. I'm the kind of person who speaks my mind. I hope I won't make you uncomfortable." Then, Ayaka-san was next to take the floor. "I also agree with you, Mina. Karen's behavior varies a lot depending on whether she's with a boy or not. Yes, her attitude at the camp was terrible. I was quite surprised myself. I already knew beforehand that Karen had a bad reputation among Tuko-senpai's friends, since she was the one who told me about it. Well, it's my turn to speak. Well, I think Karen is a good person. I know she has a good heart despite what people may say. According to Tuko-san, if I came to hear that the rest of the girls expressed bad things about them, I didn't have to show that I agreed with their thoughts. I had to make sure I was a good boyfriend." The 4 girls exchanged glances for a moment. "Oh yeah, I'm sure you're dating her because Karen has some nice qualities. Actually, Karen is very cute. She has a very charming atmosphere around her." Maybe you're the kind of guy who can't stand loneliness. Don't worry too much about it. However, only Mina-san didn't forget to add a quick word at the end. But you really should be more picky about the girls you choose. I'd really like to clear my name from the whole Karen thing too. Every time I try to defend her, I feel like my mouth rots a little bit more. I would like to tell them that they are right, that she is a bad girl, not a person to be trusted, and that I loathe her. I can't wait to expose her to the whole world. However, Tuko-senpai warned me about the thoughts girls have of a man expressing or thinking badly of his girlfriend. So I have to take it up with people who think badly of Karen. Oh no, I look really ugly in this selfie I just took, Hitomi-san said while looking at her phone. She's trying to change the subject, and this was the cue for me to show off regarding my programming skills. How did it go? Can you show me? I immediately spoke to Hitomi. Look, I just took this picture of me. Don't you think I look ugly? It was a completely normal photo, and it looked fine. But we're both acting, so I have to play along. I see. It's because of the light source. So we need to adjust the skin tone and white balance. Thereupon, I took the phone from Hitomi. Oh, it looks much better now. Thank you so much, Ishiki-kun. I couldn't upload it to social media looking that bad, Hitomi-san said with much excitement. I see you know a lot about camera apps, Ishiki-kun. She spoke next to Mina-san. She was the only one who had been encouraged to talk to me, as the other girls were watching me with some interest. Well, I don't qualify as an expert, but I was thinking of creating an app of my own, and I have a solid knowledge base. Those words were true. I tried to make a photo app with the intention of making money. Although it takes some technical knowledge to create filters and make the person look beautiful, and the app one created was not good enough to sell. So what apps could you recommend to me? Yura-san was the one who spoke. Until recently, the biggest was K-Apply. Currently, the most popular applications are S, UL, BP, and B9. If you're looking for a natural look, S0 is the way to go. But if you're looking for a processed look, UL or BP are also good. I use UL, but there are so many functions that it's hard to know which one to use. Manami-san expressed. I think UL is the best if you're looking to accentuate the skin tone more. I spent a long time explaining the features and functions of selfie apps to the girls. I also gave them tips on how to process photos in different situations. I simply repeated all the tips Tuko-senpai gave me, although the more technical points were researched on my own. And to my surprise, it was a subject that paid off. My acceptance among the girls was good, although deep inside, I was afraid that it would get out of hand and I would completely mess it up. You're amazing, Ishiki-kun. I had no idea you knew so much about these things. Those words were said by Ayaka-san. Then, Hitomi-san nodded her head as she said, Ishiki-kun knows a lot about applications and programming. He has helped me a lot in my homework. I find it funny that Hitomi-san says that when she is the one who is helping me to be accepted by these girls. Well, would you like to teach me Ishiki-kun? I'm having trouble with my programming homework. The one who spoke was Mina-san. Me too. In my next class I'll have a programming assignment, and it's been bothering me a lot. Could you help me, Ishiki-kun? Please. Next to make this request was Yura-san. I'm in the same situation. I don't know anything about programming, and I'm very confused about what I should do. And Ayaka-san also got on the train. To my surprise, the next to take the floor was Tuko-senpai. She had been quiet since I arrived. I would be grateful if Ishiki-kun could also help them with their scheduling tasks. That would reduce my workload and I could concentrate more on my tasks. She said it without hesitation. Ever since I arrived, Tuko-senpai barely looked at me. Surely no one would think that she and I were setting up a hoax with all this. I'm sorry I've bothered you many times about my homework, Tuko. I never imagined that you would be so busy, Mina-san said. But if we can ask Ishiki-kun for help, it would mean one less burden for Tuko. Manami-san said. I must respond in a friendly way. It's my big chance to gain the girls' trust. If they need help with their programming homework, it will be my pleasure to help them with it. Thank you, Ishiki-kun. I wish I had met you before. You know a lot about camera applications. I think the same. I wish I had talked to you from the beginning when I saw you. It would have been a shame to let Karen have it all to herself. Hey, you can't say that. I was relieved. Looks like the plan was a success. Then Tuko-senpai looked at the watch on her left hand and made the gesture of tapping it twice. It was the signal for me to leave. According to Tuko-senpai, the vital key when talking to girls is to know when to stop. The best time to leave is when the girls think you want to talk to them some more. If you stay too long, the girls will think you are annoying. Well, it's time for me to go, I said as I stood up from my seat. Oh, you're leaving already? I wish I could stay a little longer and talk to you guys, but I have to go. I have an appointment with a friend. I want to buy some books for my class before I go, I replied with much regret. It was clearly a lie. I see, that's a pity. All right, then, I look forward to talking to you again. Yes, we need to get together. Goodbye, and thanks for helping me with the scheduling. I said goodbye to them again and left the place. With that finalized, surely I must have done things very well. After all, I followed every step Tuko-san told me to do. I will call her later to find out what the outcome was. Section. Everything went very well today. It was evening, I called Tuko-senpai, and that was the first thing she told me. After you left, we kept talking, and all the girls had a very positive opinion of you. You did well. Thank you very much. It was all thanks to you, though. It was nice to hear those words. Although I can't be proud of it in front of the person who did all the work. That's not true. You did exactly what I told you to do, but your eloquence was something I couldn't even have taught you. And it's for that reason the girls held you in such high esteem. It was all thanks to your confidence. It's quite embarrassing to hear Tuko-senpai praising me like this. And defending Karen was very appropriate. You defended her without sounding like an overwrought boyfriend because someone expressed bad things about your partner, and you also used the right words. It's because Tuko-senpai told me that the moment I had a conversation with a girl, to concentrate on the answers to said questions, and that I wouldn't go longer than necessary. But I'm not very good at talking to strangers, especially women. The girls are on your side now. When they find out Karen cheated on you, they'll be very upset. They'll say, I can't believe that girl cheated on her who was so sweet and protective of her. Thank you. I guess it's important after all that the girls' feelings are on my side. It's something that has been bothering me. When you've romanced a man in the most violent way, it's a great way to get even, but it's a terrible thing for the people around you. You don't have to go that far, do you? I was afraid to be sympathetic to that idea. Kamakura-senpai is not very sympathetic to the idea that he cheated on his girlfriend. Although I don't think any of the girls would agree with what Karen has done either. I've heard that women become very empathetic creatures. When they see Karen cry, some of the girls may come to think, I don't think it was necessary to go that far. Or again, this situation is so sad for Karen. If any of the boys come to Karen's defense, the damage of my revenge would be halved. If possible, I would like to give Karen and Kamakura a thorough reminder. Well, I think most of the girls will be on our side. Although like this, I'll fine-tune some details. We'll talk about it next time. So she thought the same as me? Well, if I leave it in her hands, things will surely work out. But as a man, I feel I need to play an active role. See you later then. Ah, wait a minute. As I was about to hang up, I stopped Tuko-senpai. Yes. It's about my homework from earlier. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Homework? Yes. It's about the new research on what makes a girl kawaii. Have you come to a conclusion? I have the answer in my mind, but I don't know how to express it in words. I waited for a bit, then continued. So, Tuko-senpai, is it okay if you spend a day with me? Ha! Me? Tuko-senpai asks with an unusually shaky voice. Yes. I think being kawaii is different for everyone. I'm really sorry that I said things that people think in a general way. So, I don't want to say something that is usually thought by everyone again. I want to tell you what I think and feel, what is best for you. I uttered those words very seriously. I had been thinking about it for a long time, and I was ready to give my answer. Tuko-senpai remained silent for a while. Beyond the phone, I could sense that she was hesitant. I beg you. If you think again that I said something wrong, then you can forget about me. I promise to give up on it. Tuko-senpai remained silent for a long time. However, I finally heard a voice from the other side say, "It's okay. Thank you so much," I said with much excitement. "So, do you want me to go out with you?" "Yes. As long as it's okay with you." "Okay. How about next Sunday? I have the whole day off." "Sounds perfect to me. I'll see you next Sunday. I'll get back to you later. I'll figure out where we can go and what to do." "Yes. See you next Sunday then." After those words, he hung up the call. "All right, we're all set. The only thing left is to implement the plan I have in mind. So, I have to convince Tuko-senpai and become that person who can stand by her side after the confrontation. I feel that I can accomplish anything now." Chapter 09, Fake Date with Tuko-senpai. It's Sunday, the day I've been waiting for. I left home in one of the cars my parents own. I was able to get to Kemigawahama Station. It's still 15 minutes to the stipulated time. Tuko-senpai was already waiting for me at the place though. "Good morning. I see you're early. We have a lot of things to do today before our appointment. You always arrive earlier than stipulated time. So I wanted to arrive early for a change." After a brief chat, we got back in the car and buckled our seat belts. "So where are you taking me to today?" After taking it into consideration, I felt like taking a lot of pictures, so Minami Boso popped into my mind. "Ha! So we'll take pictures?" Tuko-senpai had an astonished look on her face. "Yes. Then I'll show you all those pictures. I want you to look at them and use them as a reference for what I consider kawaii." She looked disgruntled, but then responded with an okay. As soon as I started the car, I headed for the highway. The first stop is Kisarazu. We took the highway to Futsu. "What part of Minami Boso are we heading to?" "I plan to go from Mount Nokagiri to Tateyama, visit Nojimazaki at the southern end of the Boso Peninsula, and return from Katsura. So it's halfway to Minami Boso. As a native of Chiba Prefecture, it's quite normal." Tuko-senpai laughed. I had my doubts. I wasn't sure about this. I thought that there aren't many places in Tokyo where you can take photos in a quiet environment. I would have liked to go to Hitachi Seaside Park, but this time of year the flowers are dying. Hitachi Coast National Park in Ibaraki Prefecture is the place to take photos among its flower-covered hills. In spring the hills are blue nemophila, and in autumn they are pink kochia. But in late November, it is empty. Isn't it great? I'd rather be in a place where I can relax a little than in a crowd on my day off. Besides, in Minami Boso, the atmosphere is quite reasonable even though it's December. Yes. I think it's great too. By the way, we will walk a lot today. Are you okay about this? Don't worry, you told me beforehand to wear comfortable walking shoes because we will be outdoors, remember? Section. I took the Tateyama Road. From there, we headed south on National Highway 127. Before entering the climbing highway, we arrived at Nihonji Temple in the middle of the mountain. This is possibly the first time I've come to Mount Nokagiri. As she said this, Tuko-senpai looked around with great interest at the various Buddha statues that had been carved out of the quarry ruins. She had a surprisingly childlike expression on her face. "You seem to enjoy it." I was worried that girls wouldn't feel any interest in this sort of thing. "Do you really think so?" Nowadays there are a lot of girls who like to visit shrines and temples. I took a picture of Tuko-senpai with my camera the moment she turned around. In the background you could witness the path leading to Hyakushaku Cannon, a cool place with a steep stone wall on both sides. The shadows of the trees are atmospheric, closely resembling scenes from the famous Studio Ghibli movies. "Hey, did you just take a picture of me without telling me?" Tuko-senpai expressed with much discontent. "Yes. I want to take photos in a natural situation if possible. Because it's just Tuko-senpai from my perspective." Tuko-senpai was still unhappy, but she said no more. From there, we climbed to the top of the mountain. It is a sheltered rocky outcrop, the bottom of which rises vertically for 100 meters. It is said that looking down from the top looks like a glimpse of hell. As soon as I said that, Tuko-senpai put on an anxious expression. I don't like heights. Tuko-senpai looked at me resentfully. Relax, I'll walk beside you, we can hold hands. She hesitated for a moment, but then silently held out her hand to me. Just so you know, the suspension bridge effect doesn't work on me. Having said that, Tuko-senpai held my hand tightly, and we headed along the fence to the tip of the rocky outcrop. We've arrived. I looked down, and the feeling of my feet sticking out into an empty space below me made my knees feel weak. Tuko-senpai unconsciously squeezes my hand even tighter. I seize the moment and take another picture from the profile of Tuko-senpai. The sound of the camera was enough for her to realize that I had taken another picture of her. You took another picture of me? I want to take pictures of you of all the expressions you might have today. Tuko-senpai averted her gaze shyly. You'll have to erase everything after this. I laughed after her words and changed the subject. This is where monks use to train their mental strength and concentration. I don't see the point of why doing that. Tuko-senpai's facial expression hardened. Something seemed to displease her. If there was an earthquake now, this rock would collapse, and we wouldn't have much luck getting out alive. Stop for a second. Tuko-senpai turned to me. She looked quite angry. This is bad. Sorry, I was just joking. Well. But if something happens, you can trust that I'll be by your side to save you, Tuko-senpai. Tuko-senpai looked at me and then said quietly, I told you that the suspension bridge effect doesn't work on me. Section. After leaving Mount Nokagiri, we headed south. Where will we go now? We'll go to Okinoshima, in Tateyama. Through the window we could see things lined up on the hill facing the sea. It's like a different country from the one we live in. Even in Tokyo, there is an unexplored region where a bear called Okutama appears. After passing through Tateyama Station, we headed for the Tateyama Air Base of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. On the west side of the base is an uninhabited island called Okinoshima. The parking lot is located in front of the sandy beach leading to the island. Wow, from here you can see that the island is connected by a beautiful beach. Tuko-senpai said as she got out of the car and held her hair. I took a picture of her again, and this time she didn't notice that I did. Let's walk this way until we get to the island. We walked side by side. Do we look like a couple? Okirishima used to be a separate island, but after the Great Kanto earthquake, it was connected to land. Really? It's similar to what happened in Enoshima. Yes, although it was worse in Enoshima. I see. Although this place is less crowded, it's like a Southeast Asian beach. Don't you think that's too big a compliment? I don't think so. If there was a castle on top of the island, it would be like Mont Saint-Michel in France, wouldn't it? Ah, I see. Okinoshima is nothing more than a tree-covered park, but if there were a castle on it, it might look like one. This is the west side of the Boso Peninsula, isn't it? If we come here at sunset, it will be wonderful. Maybe so. And from here we can see Mount Fuji with amazing clarity. And the best thing is that it is facing the sea. If you want to see the sunset, Mount Fuji and the sea at the same time, there is no better place to do it than here. Maybe we can come in the afternoon. I muttered to myself. Hey, there's a natural pool and a cave. Tuko-senpai looked surprisingly at the information board with bright eyes like a child. I took another picture of her with my phone. But she noticed again and her gaze fixed on me. Did you just take another picture? I didn't. I said as I smiled. I tried to, but it came out wrong, I swear. Don't take any more pictures. Okay. As I said that, I pointed to the path leading to the back. This is the road that leads to the island. Let's go there. The two of us followed a path through the forest. After a while, the view opened up. We were at the sea. There is a small sandy beach with rocks on both sides. It's a very beautiful beach. Tuko-senpai went down to the beach with a little jump. She had a different personality from her usual behavior. Wow, the water is very clean, and you can see clearly all the way to the bottom. This beach has always been rated AA, the highest level in the water quality survey conducted by the Ministry of Environment. Tuko-senpai looked at me again, Have you been here before? No, it's also my first time here. Same to me. I didn't know there were so many nice places nearby. That makes 2 of us. I've also read that this is the northern limit of corals, and you can see them if you dive here. Plus there are also a lot of fish. Tuko-senpai said while pointing her finger. I also stepped over the rock and approached it. In fact, there were many small fish swimming in a small tide pool. There was a school of small fish, and here was something that looks like a rather large tropical fish. Where are they? Here, over here. As Tuko-senpai was about to climb up the stepped rock, she slipped and let out a small scream. And I quickly held her with my arm behind her back while resting my hand on her shoulder. Just as if I was hugging her, or trying to give her a kiss. But along with her, one of my feet plunged into the sea. At the same time, my phone beeped a little. Thank you. Tuko-senpai said to me with a blank stare. Don't worry. I'm glad you didn't fall. In a rocky place like this, you surely would have hurt yourself. But it's no longer a matter of me. You got your shoes wet because of me. It's okay, don't worry about it. When I said that, I noticed that Tuko-senpai's face was very close to mine. No more than 30 centimeters away. It seemed that Tuko-senpai also noticed the situation. She averted her gaze to the other side and said, You've been taking a lot of pictures of me. Yeah, I know. There was certainly a shutter sound coming from my phone. You didn't need to take pictures all the way here. She looked a little embarrassed. I didn't do it to make you feel bad. Tuko-senpai looked directly at me. I could see my reflection in her dark green eyes. I'm sure she sees her reflection in my eyes too. Thereupon, she gave me a gentle smile. Let's get out of here. If we stand around, we'll get even wetter from the waves. I nodded silently and pulled her hand toward the beach. Then we went to the other side of the island to see the cave and shrine, and then back to the car. By then my shoes, wet from the sea, were dry enough to leave no footprints. Section. Okay, now let's go to Nojimasaki Lighthouse. Saying so, we started the car. Nojimasaki Lighthouse is located at the southern tip of the Boso Peninsula. As we drove through the forest, we suddenly came upon the vast Pacific Ocean. Thanks to the good weather, the blue sea is shining brightly, even though it is almost November. We continued along the road with the sea on our right and the mountains on our left. There are only a few scattered buildings along 2 sides of the road. Finally, we saw a bright white building. It is the Nojimasaki Lighthouse. The lighthouse is located on a small peninsula that juts out into the sea. The site is designed so that visitors can walk around it on foot. Why don't we go to the end of the line? Because this is the southernmost point of the Boso Peninsula. Okay, let's go. The area around Nojimasaki Lighthouse has been carefully cleared of grass and other debris. Just beyond the boardwalk is a rocky beach. It's nice to see the sea with nothing but the horizon. Tuko-senpai said and took a deep breath. I quickly took out my camera and took another picture quickly. So you did it again? Tuko-san expressed as she gave me a sidelong glance. Please don't be angry. This is my answer to my inquiry. I reply with a wry smile. Still, I'd at least like you to let me know when you're going to do it, so that I'll be prepared. Tuko-senpai is still not happy. We stood side by side and looked out to sea. In front of us was the huge ocean. So, this huge amount of water connects several continents and countries. The words flowed from Tuko-senpai as if drawn by the wind. I've always wanted to travel the world on my own in my own yacht. Travel the world on a yacht. I was a little surprised. I've always seen Tuko-senpai as a person who doesn't like to go traveling. When I was a child, I was in the hospital for more than a month. I read a book about a couple who traveled around the world on a yacht. And I couldn't help but think that I wanted to be free, just like them, to go around the world. I think that's when I fell in love with books. At first it was just travel journals and books about countries around the world. It's a beautiful dream. Yes, it's a beautiful dream. But the reality is different. I don't think I'll find a partner who can stay with me all that time on a small yacht. I watched her for a moment. I don't think I will ever get sick of her even if I spend a lot of time by her side. No, the more time we are together, the more the bond between the two of us strengthens. My father always wanted to travel the sea too. After saying that, she looked towards the lighthouse on the other side. A lighthouse nowadays is nothing more than a small lantern in the dark of night. Nowadays we have GPS, but in the old days, a lighthouse was a sign of hope for sailors. So they did nothing more than heading for the source of the light to find land. Her eyes looked up at the lighthouse, which glowed on the chalk in the sunlight. For that reason they named me Tuko, so that I could be a hope for everyone, and give them that light they need in their lives. As I watched her, I thought, Tuko-senpai, at least, for me, right now she is my hope, my guide and my light in all this dark and stormy sea of adventures. She is the only one who has lit my way, given me a goal and has become the hope I desire. Hey, don't you hear a voice coming from somewhere? Tuko-senpai said suddenly. A voice? Yeah, like it's a scream. After a moment, I began to hear the same thing. It seemed like it was a child crying beyond the waves. It sounds like a child's voice. Don't tell me that. A child fell into the sea. Tuko-senpai's face turned pale. If that's the case, this is a serious problem. Ishiki-kun, quick, look around. All right. I'm going to look for the seaside, so please, you look for the lighthouse side. After saying this, I started walking along the rocky beach. Tuko-senpai went from the boardwalk to the inner park side. After walking a little further towards the silver, I saw a boy crying on the shore. Luckily he was not inside the water, he may have just fallen among the rocks. This is a great relief. Tuko-senpai, I found him, he's here. I shouted towards the lighthouse. Are you okay? I asked as I approached the boy. After looking at him for a bit, I was able to deduce that he would be about 6 years old. I wondered what he would be doing out here alone crying. It's not safe for you to be here. Come with me, I'll help you. But the boy shook his head from side to side, as if to say no. I looked at him and saw that his knees were bleeding due to being hurt by the rocks. Since there was no way to make him walk, I had to carry him, and went back to the boardwalk. Just then, Tuko-senpai came running towards me. Where did you find him? Is he okay? Yes. He was among the rocks, but away from the sea, so nothing dangerous happened. Tuko-senpai's eyes went to the boy's knees. His hurt. She quickly rushed to wipe off his blood with a tissue, and put on a bandage she took out of her bag. The wound isn't that deep. You'll be fine. Does it still hurt? It still hurts a little, replied the boy. Where are your parents? The boy pointed toward the lighthouse and said, over there. Where is that? When asked again, the boy just said, over there. It's no use. Let's go to the lighthouse or the museum. If he's lost, it means his parents must be looking for him in those places. Tuko-senpai nodded before my words and then turned to the boy. Are you better now? Can you walk? But unfortunately the boy denied it, denying that he can perform such an activity. Well, in that case, I'll help you. I put my back towards the boy, and he immediately jumped on me. I had my doubts as to whether I could walk, but it was something I couldn't say out loud, so I ignored it. Okay, let's go. I stood up, and we started walking. What's your name? Tuko-senpai asked the boy. Shota. Why were you there? There was a crab. A crab. But I couldn't catch it. So that's what it was all about. Although it still doesn't explain why the kid was alone in a place like that. I guess he saw the crab, chased after it to catch it, and when he landed on the rocky place near the beach, he fell down and started crying. Suddenly, the boy on my back silently attacked. One-chan and Oni-chan have a date. Tuko-senpai and I exchanged glances. We have a date. Once again, the boy asked. Well, sort of. Once Tuko-senpai answered, the boy went even further. So, One-chan and Oni-chan are boyfriend and girlfriend? Ha! Ha! Tuko-senpai and I shouted in unison. Why is this kid asking things like this when just a moment ago he seemed to be a scared and shy kid? While I was perplexed at the situation, Tuko-senpai replied, What do you think? I don't know. But I think you are indeed two lovers who are having a date. Who told you that? Amen. I didn't understand what the boy meant. But still, Tuko-senpai smiled and answered him. I see. If Emi-chan says so, then it must be true. After those words, the boy laughed. After that, Tuko-senpai continued to suck up to the boy. However, most of the time I was silent. And it was surprising to me what I learned from it. Tuko-senpai is so cool, kind, and eloquent when it comes to kids. I secretly triggered my phone with one hand and took another picture of him while smiling with the boy. I hope she didn't notice this time. Ah, Mom. The boy pointed in the direction of the mother, who was holding a baby in her arms, with an even smaller girl. I walked over to the mother and put the child down. When Tuko-senpai explained the situation, her mother bowed her head again and again toward us. Apparently, the mother had gone to the bathroom with the boy's sister, and that's when she lost sight of him. Finally, Tuko-senpai squatted down in front of the boy and spoke to him. "See you later, Shota-kun. Don't leave your mother alone again." She put her hand gently on his head, and I made sure to take a quick picture of her with my camera. After we walked away from the boy's parents, Tuko-senpai asked me, "You like kids a lot, don't you?" And no, that's not the case now. I was quick to take her to task, but she smiled as she stared at me. "I like kids. And I also wanted to have a little brother." "Do you have siblings, Tuko-senpai?" "Yes, a sister. She's 3 years younger than me. If she's her sister, I guess she must be just as beautiful as her." However, what I wanted most was a little brother. As we talked, we walked back to the car. "It's almost time for lunch. Is it okay if we go somewhere and order food?" Section. This time it is a route that passes along the eastern side of the Boso Peninsula. Finally we arrived at the Maiki no Iki Wadora WAO. It is very close to Wadora Station and a huge skeleton of a blue whale is displayed outside the site. We got out of the car and entered the restaurant. Wadora is a place where whaling is practiced, which is rare in modern times. When it comes to whaling, Taiji in Wakayama Prefecture is famous. I said as I looked at the menu. It's another one of many other information I got from the internet. By the way, I heard that there are some whale fishermen in Minami Boso, and it looks like they sell whale bacon. It would be interesting to try that kind of whale meat. As she said that, she knew what she wanted. Special whale bowl. It's a rice bowl with whale sashimi, fried whale tatsata and whale curd. I'm going to opt for the seasonal local fish sashimi menu. I can't eat whale meat, I think it's disgusting. But since we already got here, aren't you curious to try some? It seems that whale meat won't be eaten if the bond against whaling moves forward in the future. Even so, Tuko-senpai was still hesitant. Then how about we order a piece of whale sashimi? And that way we both share it. Sound good to you? Alright, let's do it. They delivered the food we ordered. The color of the whale meat was much darker than the beef. It looked like horse meat. As soon as we tasted it, the flavor of the meat was more ordinary than we expected. It was a very lean taste, and it seems Tuko-senpai had the same thought as me. It has a bit of a distinctive smell, but it's pretty normal. Yes, the color of the meat is as if it were horse meat, and the taste is as if it were beef thighs. But the whale originally comes from the same species as cow and pig. It is natural for them to have a similar taste. Today, whales, cows, pigs, and deer are classified as cetaceans. By the way, the land animal most similar to a whale is a hippopotamus. The title of the goddess of the library is not held by you in vain. After I said that, Tuko-senpai shot me a sharp look. I don't like that nickname. Why? I don't think people say it with bad intentions. I'm not an ornament, let alone a goddess. I'm just an ordinary girl going to college. You're right about that. I don't want a Shiki-kun to call me that way too, and more so when you know me more than the rest. Tuko-senpai said this with a slightly sad feeling. I understand, forgive me. The moment I apologized, Tuko-senpai smiled mischievously at me again. You can buy me an ice cream later as a form of apology. I've seen that they sell some outside. So you've been wanting ice cream all this time, huh? That's all right. I'll buy 2 or 3. Oh, really? Then let's get a honey milk one, and a peanut one. By the time we finished eating, it was already close to 3 in the afternoon. In the end, we both bought different kinds of ice cream and exchanged them along the way. It was my first indirect kiss with Tuko-senpai. I had also taken a picture of her eating ice cream. Why did you take a picture of me eating ice cream? She seemed a little unhappy with what I had just done. But I also thought it would be a good idea to take a picture of her while eating in such a childish way. Section. We resumed our journey and were on our way to the southernmost south end of Kujukuri Hammer Beach, which is also known as the Rock of Marriages. It is a small sandy beach, and there is a rock shaped like a cut cake sticking out of the sea. This is our last destination, I said as I got out of the car. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We visited a lot of places today. We basically drove almost half of the Boso Peninsula, Tuko-senpai said as she got out of the car. Looking around, there was no one but us. In front of us was a small sandy cove. To my left was a pie-shaped sparrow rock. The low tide made it easy to climb up to rock. Why don't you climb up a little? Isn't it kind of dangerous? It's not steep, you'll be fine. I stopped on the climb and held out my hand to Tuko-senpai. For a moment she hesitated, but steeled herself and took it firmly. The dirt side of the rock is covered with grass and mud, so it is not too difficult to climb. Sparrow Rock is cut vertically facing the sea. As I looked down, I could see it was getting deeper and deeper and dark blue water swirled around the rocks. Don't get too close to the edge. When Tuko-senpai told me that, I stepped back a little. The sky had begun to darken. Near the horizon, we could see several stars. The brightest is probably Venus. Looking the other way, the sun was setting over the peaks of the Boso Mountains. Tuko-senpai and I sat side by side on top of Sparrow Rock, watching the sunset. Thank you very much for spending the day with me today. When I said that, Tuko-senpai bowed her head with a small smile. It's my pleasure. I enjoyed it too. Then she looked up with a bright expression on her face. I had a good time today. I had a lot of fun on my date with you. I felt like I could show my true self. I smiled after those words. But if it was your true love, wouldn't it be bad enough to mention your ex's name? Maybe so. Tuko-senpai then holds her knees with both hands. But, to tell the truth, I'm a little jealous of Karen-san. While we were spending the day together, I couldn't help but think how lucky she is to date like that with you. For a moment, I didn't know what to reply. However, I didn't expect Tuko-senpai to think that way. I've never come with Karen to these places. She only likes to go to places where she can buy things and is popular with people. Really? But, well, on second thought, I think you're right. Now I can't help but wonder what kind of dates Tuko-senpai had with Kamakura-senpai. Curiosity is creeping up on me. But I couldn't ask about such things. So I decided to ask something else. You had said earlier that couples often think about splitting up after 3 months. Did you think the same thing too? She rested her chin on her knees and thought for a while. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I thought maybe I was being selfish. Although sometimes Tetsuya has told me that I get to be a know-it-all, and that is not satisfied with me. Just as expected, guys like Tetsuya are such trash. It was also the time when I was away for exams. Then came summer vacation and club events. If we broke up now, it would be awkward later, so I thought, let's wait and see. So what do you think now? Tuko-senpai remained silent for a while. When I think of Tetsuya's loneliness, and the fact that, despite having no one, he's so full of himself, it makes me want to be there for him. I regretted asking her that question. You have a friend, Ishida-kun, who you can talk to about anything and who will help you when you need it. But Tetsuya doesn't have anyone like that. He can always be the center of any group. But he doesn't have anyone who cares about him. Tuko-senpai's voice seemed to fade. Maybe that's why he feels the need to be surrounded by so many things, the same kind of girls that make him feel good about himself. I was silently looking at Tuko-senpai's profile. She muttered to herself mockingly, maybe I'm just a mere accessory to him. An accessory he can show off and watch, something he can be proud of. Then she buried her face in her lap to hide it. The truth is, I also had a sneaking suspicion that Tetsuya was having an affair. But he's also usually very kind to me and puts me first. I think I was unconsciously trying not to see that. If you hadn't been with me, I'm sure I would have turned a blind eye. What should I say? Maybe it's natural for Tetsuya to have other attachments. I'm sure she wasn't attractive enough. You're wrong. I denied helplessly. You're quite attractive, Tuko-senpai. But she looked at me with sad eyes. It's all a matter of appearance, whereas me, I guess I don't have what it takes. That's not true. I find you very attractive as a woman. That's why I asked you on a date with me today, to tell you that. I took out my phone and showed her the pictures I had taken throughout the day. Tuko-senpai walked over to me, and we looked at the screen together. Each of the photos showed her best sides. Her natural charm as a woman. I think Tuko-senpai's natural looks, her smile, and the way she treats people is what makes her beautiful. That's why I think you are that definition of cuteness. That's what makes you attractive, when you express your pure emotions. Thank you. Tuko-senpai's profile, who was looking at the photo, glowed orange in the setting sun. Then, in a small but clear voice, she said, "These are the best pictures you could have taken of me. I'm so glad that it was you who took them." We had returned to the city, and I dropped Tuko-senpai off at Kemigawahama Station. "I'll see you at the university." After saying that, Tuko-senpai got out of the car. "Yes. Thank you very much again for spending the day with me." "Yes. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it." However, even though she got out of the car, she did not close the door and remained in the same position. Did something happen? That's what I thought and looked at Tuko-senpai. She also looks back at me. "Ishiki-kun, today's date." "Yes." After a short pause, she says, "I'll give you the best score, you." She said it with a smile. "Well, goodbye." She closed the door and left without waiting for my reply. Today's date, her. I thought about it with a smile as Tuko-senpai's scent lingered in the car. In the Japanese language, the kanji which is part of Yu's name is often used as a qualifier in some schools to give grades to students, making Yu the highest grade and excellent. In other words, it's a pun on Tuko-senpai's part indicating that she loved the quote. Chapter 10, Jealousy in the Cafeteria. The cafeteria at this hour was full of people. I took a plate of fried jack mackerel and sat down at the table where Karen was waiting for me. There are 2 cafeterias at this university, the first of which has the usual long table in the center and a circular table for 4 by the window. And those in couples usually monopolize this round table. Karen is obsessed with this couple's table and always arrives early to secure a spot in the cafeteria. I sat in the chair 90 degrees to Karen's right. I used to sit next to her, but since I found out she was unfaithful to me, I seem to have developed a habit of staying away from her. Karen has brought a lunch that her mother has prepared for her. From the beginning of our relationship, we have always eaten together on Fridays. Therefore, we could decide where we would like to go on Saturday and Sunday, but now it seems like a mere nuisance to me. However, Tuko-senpai reminded me that I should not change the way I treat her, as a woman can sense a person's mood with the slightest change. So I continued to act as if nothing was wrong. But from another point of view, Karen has her sneaky outings with Kamakura-senpai on Mondays or Thursday. So it's a good time to get some information out. Not more than 3 minutes into the meal, Karen was looking straight ahead with a disgruntled expression on her face. I knew why she was unhappy with me, but I pretended not to notice and continued eating my food. Wait. When Karen thought that way, she sighed which seemed to be a trick. This was a signal to me that I should take care of myself. No choice, I'll play along. What's wrong, Karen? Her dissatisfaction was obvious. But as the good boyfriend that I am, I must listen to her problems. Karen clenched her 5 front teeth together with her chin so that only I could see her. Tuko-senpai had prepared lunch for her and Kamakura-senpai, and they were eating their lunch together. Kamakura-senpai and Tuko-senpai? Yes. Karen replied with a snort. Don't you think Tuko-senpai is a fool? Acting like that in the cafeteria in front of everyone. I wonder if she has no shame. Tuko-senpai had extended her food with a smile to Kamakura-senpai. He too seemed happy to have received it. But it didn't seem like a reason to get angry. Normally I would have replied to Karen, "It's okay, they are in love. But it will be better if I just listen to her." I agree. Exactly, right? The college cafeteria is for eating, not for playing romantic. Karen said euphorically. First of all, if you brought your own lunch, you don't need to come to the cafeteria. You can stay in the empty classroom to eat by yourself, or go somewhere else. So the others can have a place to sit. You brought your own lunch, too. At the same time I repressed my desire to say, I agree with that, why don't you go to the classroom to eat? But that would be a bit excessive on my part. Besides, there is no rule against students bringing their own lunch to the cafeteria. And just like Karen and Tuko-senpai, many other students brought their own lunch. Lately those two are eating lunch alone, aren't they? I know. You see them all the time. When I looked at the two people in front of me, they seemed very happy, talking and eating their lunch. When I think of Tuko-senpai's homemade bento, my heart races. Even though I know this is all her plan, I can't help but feel bad. Section 10 days earlier. Is there anything girls can do to make a boy feel happy? Why do you ask that? I've tried to think of many things to make Tetsuya fall more in love with me. So, I want to know what a boy thinks. Tuko-senpai and Kamakura-senpai seem to be a couple who get along very well. Though it's nothing more than a mere illusion. For among the shadows is the infidelity that takes place. To Kamakura-senpai, Karen is nothing more than a convenient woman he calls when he can't be with Tuko-senpai. However, Karen does not seem to realize this situation. I get what you're getting at. I'm sure that unscrupulous man would love to have fun with Tuko-senpai using her lower body. But I'm not going to let her go in that direction. And I'd rather it be something more psychologically pleasurable, something that will last after the rejection. How about a gift? After all, they're usually memorable things. However, I think it's a trivial thing I said myself and didn't get to the point. I've thought about a gift, but I don't know what Tetsuya would like. Besides, spending money on a guy who's having an affair with you is a bit careless, don't you think? If you don't want to spend a lot of money, maybe a hand-knitted scarf would work. We're nowhere near X day. Besides, I also don't want to go to all that trouble and make something for him. I didn't know what advice to give Tuko-senpai, to do something not so laborious, annoying, yet tolerable so that her feelings wouldn't play tricks on her. It was then that I remembered my promise to have lunch with Karen on Fridays. It really has been mentally very difficult for me. This is because the memories of lunches, which used to be fun, have turned into bitter memories. How about a homemade lunch? Homemade lunch? Yes. What man wouldn't be happy when his partner cooks him a nice meal? Really? Yes. Do you know how painful that would be every time Kamakura-senpai sits in this dining room at lunchtime and remembers the meals you prepared for him after you're done with him? It would definitely be psychological damage. Tuko-senpai had remained silent on the other end of the phone. But I'm not a good cook. I thought Tuko-senpai was good at housework. It's a bit surprising to me that she doesn't know how to cook. However, I still think it would be the right thing to do. Don't worry about that. Nowadays you can get all kinds of lunches in the frozen food section at supermarkets. Really? Yes. All you have to do is take it out of the bag and put it in the bento. You don't even have to cook it in the microwave. When I don't have money, I ask my mother to make me lunch. However, when she is busy, I usually prepare it myself. All I do is fill the bento with rice, and the rest is frozen food. You can get everything, burgers, omelets and tonkatsu with side dishes. You have a lot of options to choose from, and it takes less than 5 minutes to make. I had no idea. I think I might give it a try. Thank you very much, that's good to know. And for this reason, Tuko-senpai decided to prepare Kamakura-senpai a homemade lunch and make it once or twice a week. Since she has not done this for him before, Kamakura-senpai looked very happy. Moreover, all the people around her were saying things like, Tuko-senpai got to that point where she behaves like a wife. Section. I thought Tuko-senpai was a cool person. But seeing that kind of attitude, it does nothing but disappoint me. Karen said as she didn't take his gaze away from her. You're right. She's not how I had imagined her. I kept giving short, affirmative answers so as not to take her to task. I had no intention of being with Karen, let alone talking to her. I just wanted to get it over with and get out. There's no point in doing something like that, even when it's about pleasing your boyfriend. Tuko-senpai has no shame. Karen's comment really annoyed me. Does Karen think she's beaten Tuko-senpai just by having an affair with her boyfriend? For a man, the difference between a real girlfriend and a woman who is unfaithful to you is like the difference between heaven and earth. Ha! Ishiki-kun. When I turned around, I saw Hitomi Kanu, Tuko-senpai's best friend. Next to her were Mina-san and Ayaka-san. Ah, Hitomi-san. I returned her greeting, although I was somewhat surprised, as we hadn't planned this meeting. Can we sit here? We couldn't find a seat. At the place where Karen and I met, it's a table that seats 4 people. If they bring an empty chair, we can easily be 5 people in this place. Oh, sure, I said, as I pulled my chair closer to Karen. I wasn't fascinated by the idea of being next to her, but I had no choice. I looked to the side, and I saw that Karen didn't seem to be too thrilled about the idea of the girls sitting at the table with us. Karen, I'm sorry to interrupt the alone time you two had. It was Mina-san who spoke. No worries, we were almost done eating. Mina-san laughed at Karen's abrupt tone of voice. I'm glad I found you just in time though, Ishiki-kun. I've been looking for you. You were looking for me, why? Remember that programming assignment we talked about? I was wondering if you could help me with that. When Mina-san said this, Hitomi-san also nodded her head. Oh, so that's what it's about. In that case, tell me the details and I'll gladly help you. In that case, could you also give me your email address? Then I could send you the details. I could have given you the information needed to contact Ishiki-kun, but I thought it would be impolite to do so without your permission. Hitomi-san said. Well, we didn't have a chance to exchange contact details last time either. It's reasonable. I exchanged email and social networking addresses with Mina-san and Ayaka-san. Karen gave us a sidelong glance, and then Mina-san picked up her phone saying, Can I share your contact information with Manami and Yuri too? Yes, sure. I also told them that I would be willing to help them with their homework. Great, then I'll send it to them. I don't feel comfortable asking for your contact information in front of your girlfriend. But I also don't plan to do it behind your back and pretend like we don't know each other. Ayaka-san said as she looked at Karen. It's okay. I know that Yukuin only has eyes for me. I'm not worried at all. They both looked at each other's faces. I know. The other day Ishiki-kun made it very clear how in love he was with you. I'm very happy for you, Karen. You're lucky to have such a kind and devoted boyfriend like Ishiki-kun. Karen pinched my thigh from under the table. I looked into her eyes and it was as if she was saying, let's go. As for me, I would rather be with them than Karen. But that's something I can't say right now. Well, we're done eating, so we'd better get going. I stood up with the tray in my hand, and Karen followed behind me. Oh, you're leaving already, Ishiki-kun? Yes. But we'll see you later. Okay, all right. I'll call you later. I gave them a slight bow, then left. On the other hand, Karen had already started walking alone. Before I left the table, I looked towards the place where Tuko-senpai was, and our eyes met for a moment. But there was no particular sign. I put the tray back in its place, and walked out of the cafeteria. What was that? We were alone, and suddenly those girls interrupted like it was nothing. Karen began to drain out all her pent-up frustration. I don't know. I just met them by chance the other day at the station restaurant. They asked me if I could help them with their programming tasks, and I had no problem agreeing. Isn't that a little presumptuous? Well, I honestly thought there was nothing wrong with helping someone who's having trouble. It's not like I was doing anything wrong. Yukuin, you should be very careful with those girls. This isn't good. I don't need you to tell me what I can and can't do. But I had no choice but to swallow these words. I'm sorry. I didn't think Karen would be mad about the fact that I had female friends. I don't like those groups of women. They're jealous, they're insidious, they talk bad about everyone, and yet they act so hypocritical and want you to get along with them even though they always talk bad behind your back. I get it. I replied to Karen very calmly. That's why Karen feels more comfortable with her male friends. It's relaxing, I don't have to worry about anything. And they don't care if I have a dry attitude. What on earth are you talking about, Karen? Are you admitting that you prefer to be surrounded by men and have them complimenting you at every turn? I guess I've been too stupid not to notice that. Karen suddenly turned in front of me and stopped. Chem, Yukuan, you should never cheat on your partner. You always have to take care of me. Hearing those words made an uncontrollable rage run through my whole body. Does that mean that you can cheat on me and date whoever you want, but I can't? I really can't stand to be with her anymore. It's less than a month until X day. After that, I'll get rid of this crap. Chapter 11, Camping Day. The club to which Tuko, Karen, and Kamakura belong holds a party for third-year students in early December. As the year draws to a close, third-year college students have to start looking for jobs. For that reason, the farewell party is held in mid-December. The club I belong to originally used to hold outdoor camping trips as farewell parties. Lately, however, the campout has become so weakened that it is no longer a one-day campout, but a barbecue. This is our last chance to increase your popularity among the girls, Tuko-san said while I nodded silently. Now, your acceptance among the girls is quite high, especially among the 4 you met that day at the restaurant. Yes, I remember them perfectly. Keep in mind that those girls have a lot of influence on others. That they liked you very much is nothing but a big advantage for you. But still, you must improve your reputation for other girls. I know, that's why I applied to be a cook on the camp day in the club. I've been thinking about what Tuko-senpai said about other girls liking you. As a result, I thought of this. For that celebration day, each boy who has applied to be a cook must submit a dish. I don't know how rare it is for a guy to cook nowadays, and I also don't know what kind of impact it has among women. But, the one thing I can do better than other men is program and cook. I guess that should add up to some points. And I've also been camping with my family since I was a kid, so I have a lot of knowledge of how barbecues work. Good thinking. I guess you're a good cook. Have you decided what to cook yet? Yes, I've thought about making a Dutch oven roast chicken. This is a bold dish that uses a whole standard, but by soaking the meat in a sauce used for marinating before cooking, the meat is seasoned to perfection. The meat can be stuffed with vegetables such as capers and carrots. That sounds good. You should also make some dessert. Girls love desserts, and barbecues always focus on heavy dishes. How about a dessert made with a mix of groats and canned fruit? It's easy to make and it's also kind of crunchy. Sounds good to me. Tuko-senpai looks satisfied. Is there anything else I should keep in mind? I really don't understand the girl's feelings. Even if I thought fine, there were many occasions where it was counterproductive. Therefore, I have no choice but to refer to Tuko-senpai's opinions. I think it is even somewhat pathetic. First of all, you have to talk to all the girls properly and spend adequate time with them. Don't talk to one person too much. You should also try to help girls who have problems. This way, you can have a much more natural conversation. I see, so I have to be fair to all the girls. The rest of the time will be a matter of you spending it with your friends. Is there anyone inside the club that you don't get along with, Ishiki-kun? The first name that came to mind was Tetsuya Kamakura, but it wouldn't be appropriate to say that now. Not really. Alright, then. Go and have fun with the guys like you always have. Girls like men who are usually sociable among their friends. I guess that won't be a difficult task to accomplish. And just this once, don't show too much affection towards Karen. You need to concentrate on scoring points with other girls as much as possible. I understand. Of course, bridging the gap, the intention is not to make her completely angry, just enough to make her a little jealous. Section. After the second Saturday of December, the day of the camp arrived. I headed to the place in the car with Ishida. And, on the other hand, Tuko-senpai went with Kamukura-senpai in her parents' car. The rest of the group would meet at Shinjuku Station. Due to the early hour we left at, we were able to arrive at the campground at 10:30 a.m. Alright, let's start the fire. I made a tripod-type campfire, placed the charcoal underneath, and started the fire using a lighter. By the way, A girl from another university was accompanying us today. Wow, Ishiki-kun, you're really good at this. Thanks. When I was a kid, I used to go camping with my family. I'm having trouble lighting the fire. Wouldn't you mind helping us? Oh yeah. Well, let's take a look. That would be great. I followed the girl to the spot where she had built her campfire. The reason for this was immediately apparent. First of all, the charcoal we had brought was Binkerton. Binkerton is a high-quality charcoal and has a long shelf life. But it is also very difficult to ignite. Not to mention that all the coals were very large. On the other hand, the lighters are the same ones you can find in a 100-yen store. This will not be easy to light. Where did you get this coal? I brought it from my house. It's left over from a trip I had with my family. Well, you brought a coal that, in itself, is of high quality and lasts a long time lit, but, at the same time, it is very complicated to light. Really? I had no idea. I thought any kind of charcoal would do. I'll share with you some of the charcoal I brought with me. If we use it to light the Binkerton, it will be more than enough. I went in search of the crushed charcoal and spreaded some on the bonfire they had built, so I proceeded to light it. After waiting a while for the embers to start burning, I placed the Binkerton above the fire, waiting for it to burn red and generate its own flames. Well, that will be enough. Now all that remains is for you to keep an eye on the fire, and to add or remove embers as the fire spreads. Thank you, Ishiki-kun, you saved my life. If you ever need help again, don't hesitate to call me. After saying that, I walked away. And then, a little further away, Tuko-senpai and Hitomi-san were standing side by side looking at me. Hitomi-san made a little thumbs-up gesture. I guess it means Jisa's job. I smiled at her and gave her a thumbs-up back. When I returned to my place, the coals were already burning hot. I placed the onions, carrots, and potatoes in the bottom of the pan, then placed the whole chicken already prepared. Then I sprinkled a couple of seasonings on top, drizzled olive oil and covered it. Finally I hung it over the fire, put some charcoal on the lid of the pan and waited for it to cook. After I was done with it, Ishida approached me. Isn't it ready yet? Yes, now it's just a matter of waiting. While I was chatting with Ishida, the girl from before approached me again, but this time, she came with a friend. Sorry to bother you, but could I ask you a question? The girl with her opened her mouth. I tried to cook a large piece of meat, but the outside was burnt all the way through while the inside is still raw. I see. Is it okay if I take a look at it? Sure, it's there. When I went to the place, I found that the surface of the meat was blackened all over, but as soon as I opened it, I found that indeed the inside was completely raw. It's beef, so I guess it's okay if it's a little raw. If it's still cold, though, it won't taste good. Do you have any other meat? When I asked, she pulled another piece of meat out of the cooler. When you're going to grill a piece of meat, you have to take it out of the cooler beforehand and bring it to room temperature. Then I looked at the barbecue table. Flames were rising from the coals gathered in the center. And the flames are very high. You must be able to hold your hand above the fire for about 5 seconds for it to be perfect. After my words, the girls looked a little puzzled. We don't know what the right temperature for cooking should be. I see. Well, these coals don't help them at all to be able to cook. Next, I removed the mesh from their barbecue and spread the coals in the center so that they were evenly distributed. I removed some of the fine charcoal and made a charcoal-free zone. I greased the mesh with olive oil and placed it back on the barbecue and placed the meat on the edge of the barbecue where there were no coals. When the meat is hot, place it in the center and start cooking. I've already told you how to adjust the heat. If it's not hot enough, you can add more coals or put them together in the center and cook the meat on them. As I was talking about this, the girls gathered around me. They were all listening to my barbecue method. Thank you so much. You really are very good at it. Hey, can you help us with our barbecue too? I wish I had listened to you from the beginning. What are you cooking, Ishiki? Whole chicken roasted in an oven? That's very authentic. Yeah, I'd like to try it once it's done. I don't know what just happened here, but I've suddenly become very popular with the girls. I could feel every muscle in my face relax. I shouldn't get too excited though. For the moment I agreed to give the girls some of what I'm cooking. Though the more I gave in, the more girls wanted to try it. And then, Karen broke through the crowd of girls and hugged me from behind. "Hey you Kuan. Isn't the food ready yet? I'm hungry." Karen was trying to show that she was the one who had possession over me among the group of girls, which was quite an annoying situation. While I was busy cooking and preparing the fire, she was hanging around and talking to other guys. When the roast chicken finished cooking, I took the Dutch oven off the fire. In the meantime, I poured water into a new pot and put in previously chopped scallions and bacon until they were fully boiled. Next was to cut the French bread into pieces about 11 centimeters thick. Good. The food is ready. It was pretty quick for such a laborious dish. Though I suddenly began to notice a lot of girls starting to gather around me, all thanks to the popularity that had been swirling around me a while ago. On each paper plate is some diced chicken along with its garnish and vegetables. Feel free to grab some bread. I called out to the girls and they all formed a line waiting for their plate. It's delicious. Yes, as good as a meal from a famous restaurant. The meat and vegetables are very well seasoned. It even has chestnuts in it. That's amazing. I see I've had a very good reception. Suddenly, Hitomi-san, Mina-san, Ayaka-san, Manama-san and Yue-san approached me. And behind them, there was Tuko-senpai. We came to try Ishiki-kuan's food. Oh, really? Luckily I saved some for you guys. I proceeded to give each of them their corresponding dish. As soon as it was time to give it to Tuko-senpai, she smiled at me and nodded. I guess she was trying to say well done. Hitomi-san groans after taking a bite of the chicken. This is very delicious. I never imagined I could eat something so delicious in this place. Mina-san plays along. Yes, Ishiki-kuan's food is really good. Do you often cook? No, only occasionally, when my mother doesn't have time to prepare such elaborate meals. I see, but still, you have a great quality, you know what? You'd make a perfect husband. Hitomi-san then said aloud. That's right. Ishiki-kuan, is it okay if you marry me? Isn't that something the men should ask for? All the girls started laughing. Maybe what Hitomi-san just said is part of a plan that I'm not aware of. But, even if it's all planned, it makes me feel happy. Tuko-senpai didn't say anything, but she seemed to have a satisfied expression. Besides that, Karen seemed to be unhappy as she looked at Hitomi-san and me. And then, suddenly, my phone vibrates. As soon as I picked it up, I saw that it was a message from Tuko-senpai. Tuko, let me ride in your car back home. You, okay, but are you sure about it? Don't you think Kamakura-senpai will be angry? Tuko, don't worry about it. Hitomi will take care of it. Tuko, Tetsuya has been very insistent today. And I don't want to go home with him. Does that mean Tetsuya is somehow forcing himself into wanting to take Tuko-senpai somewhere today? An incomprehensible anger flared up in me instantly. I'm not going to let that happen. I understand. I have no problem taking you home today, Tuko-senpai. Do you want me to talk to him? Tuko, you don't have to do that. I've made sure Hitomi talks to him on my behalf. I feel uncomfortable, and I don't feel like arguing with him. In a place where everyone is present, if one of us, Tuko and I, spent too much time on our phones, someone might suspect that we are communicating. Okay, I'll see you later then. I put my phone away again. Damn you, Kamakura-senpai. Every time I think that I can't defend her, it makes my anger rise. But when the time comes, I'll do whatever it takes to protect her. After the chicken was finished, I proceeded to serve dessert. I prepared a mixture of yogurt and canned fruit that everyone seemed to love as well. Thanks to this, I was able to treat all the girls equally. Although it turned out to be a bit annoying to hear Karen complain, as she seems to be the only one who can get the attention of the opposite sex. After the barbecue, we played some frisbee and volleyball. A priori, frisbee was only for the guys, but someone thought it was an idea to get one of the girls in, and it was none other than Karen. To be frank, I had enough of her joining us. So I thought I'd join in playing volleyball with the girls. Since I'm not thrilled at the thought of playing with the person who is unfaithful to me. After several hours, it was time to go home. As I was putting away my barbecue utensils, Hitami-san approached me. Ishiki-kun, your car is a minivan, right? She said loudly. Yes, why? Can the back seat be flattened? Of course. Then why don't you take Tuko-senpai home? She seems to have a back injury, and it's hard to sit down. I see. So this is what it's all about. It's Hitami-san and Tuko-senpai's plan so that she could leave with me in the car without arousing suspicion. Alright, I'll gladly give them a ride, help her into the car. After saying those words, Kamakura-senpai came flying towards us with a look of indifference. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Tuko, I was supposed to take you home, come with me. I glared at Kamakura-senpai. I'm not going to let him get away with this. Tuko-senpai has back pain. If she goes with you in your car, that pain will get worse. And on the other hand, my minivan has a back seat that you can flatten out and she can ride lying down all the way home. She can tilt the passenger seat back a little if she wants to lie down. And isn't that why her back hurts? What are you, a doctor? Don't take the liberty of talking about other people's girlfriends as if you know what you're talking about. But I'm not the one who's saying it, it's Hitami-san who told me about it. Kamakura-san, Tuko says her back hurts a lot. She says she can't bear the thought of riding home in the sedan for hours. So I asked Ishiki-kun to give her a ride. But Kamakura-senpai still doesn't back down. It's okay. I'm her boyfriend, and I'll take care of her problem. If her back hurts too much, we can stop to rest on the way home. That's why I should be the one to drive you. Please man, she has a sore back and you're still trying to take her somewhere where you'll take advantage of her. Tuko said her parents asked her to come home today, and she has things to do tomorrow. It's not at all convenient for her to stay somewhere to rest. That doesn't affect anything. We can take a break and get to her house tomorrow morning. Hitami-san's eyes turn gloomy. You're a very selfish guy. What will you do if she has to go to the bathroom on the way? Tuko can't walk well. Do you think you can walk her to the women's restroom being a man? And not to mention the fact that she has the ability to go lying down without anything bothering her or worsening her condition. Kamakura-senpai tried to retort, but was unable to refute Hitami-san's argument. Given the problems that were beginning to arise, Nakazaka-san made his presence known. Since he and Kamakura-senpai have known each other for a long time, he is the only one who can bring him to his senses. Hey, Kamakura, Tuko-san says her back hurts, right? You should take it easy and let her go lying down in Ishiki's car. But I know you're worried, but Hitami-san will go with her and accompany her at all times. There shouldn't be any problems. Even so, Kamakura-senpai continued to stare at us. But Nakazaki-san took the floor again. If you're so worried, Kamakura, why don't you drive behind them? That way if something happens, you can be there. It's okay, Nakazaki-san. I'm not that worried about it. Kamakura-senpai looked at me one last time and left. Oh, so that's the reason. Ishida said inside the car as we were on our way back home. In the car we had Ishida, Tuko-senpai and Hitami-san. I didn't think Kamakura-san would be so apprehensive. Hitami-san replies in a dazed manner, but at the same time with a lot of disapproval. Tetsuya is the kind of person who, once, has stated his desires, he won't stop insisting until he gets it. And I see that you weren't willing to give in, I said, trying to hide my annoyance. That's why I came between you and them. Ishiki-kun, you were very exposed trying to defend Tuko-senpai, Hitami-san said while letting out a small laugh. I don't think I've ever been so carried away by my emotions like that. Now I can't help but wonder what people will think of me. I hope this won't be a bump in our plans for X Day. Finally, Tuko-senpai bowed her head slightly, but that was really helpful. Tetsuya was quite aggressive today, and I was really scared. It was thanks to you guys that I was saved today. Hitami-san patted Tuko-senpai's head after those words. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I don't intend to leave you in the clutches of that unfaithful man. After Hitami-san said that, Tuko-senpai slowly approached my face. Thank you very much, Ishiki-kun. I was so happy when you stood up for me, she said softly in my ear. Is it me, or could I sense some mixed emotions towards me in those words? Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 12. The Night Before the Battle. What do you think, Ishiki-kun? Tuko-senpai says, standing next to me with a slightly anxious look. It's delicious, very tasty. I praised her unabashedly. It was such a good dish that I couldn't see any flaws in it. Perfect. Tuko-senpai smiled and let out a little girlish squeal. She had an apron on, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She looked very beautiful dressed like that. Despite being your third attempt, you've improved quite a bit in that span of time, Tuko-senpai. Hehe, it's all thanks to you, Ishiki-kun. She replied with a big smile on her face. It was about half a month ago that Tuko-senpai started saying that she wanted to be able to cook by X day. Since she wanted to improve her culinary skills, she had asked me to help her. She had then invited me to her house so I could try her food. Clearly that was something I was very happy to hear. We were alone in her house. I thought it was a very nice place. The house itself was large and magnificent from the outside, but it was clear that the inside was also very luxurious. You can rest easy. My parents work full-time, so they won't be back for now. What do your parents do for a living, Tuko-senpai? My parents are doctors. My father runs a psychiatric hospital in Kyoto and my mother works at a cosmetic surgery hospital. Oh, where have I gotten myself into? Oddly enough, my parents wanted me to go to medical school too. But I'm not interested in studying that profession. And if your parents work full-time, how do they manage the household? We have a housekeeper who comes 3 times a week. Also, my grandmother lives very close to us, so she comes every day to cook and do laundry. I see, so that's why Tuko-senpai doesn't know how to cook. As for me, I'm an only child, and my parents are always working too. So I take care of the cooking and housework. But then I remembered something. Didn't you say you have a sister who is 3 years younger than you? Isn't she here? She's pretty free-spirited, so I don't know where she is now. I guess she went out to play somewhere. With a worried smile on her face, Tuko-senpai served the food in front of me. Well, try it. I want you to give me your most honest opinion. But when I saw the food in front of me, I could already predict the result. The truth is, I didn't need to taste it to know the flavor. The fried chicken was overly roasted, the pie didn't have a good consistency, and the ribs were charred in some parts. The only thing that seemed decent was the beef. Is it a mix of Japanese and Western food? Yes. I just wanted to know which one would be the easiest for me to make. I had my doubts about this, but I couldn't just reject it on the spot. So I took a bite of meat, and as soon as my tongue tasted it, it was as if it refused to taste any more. So, how about it? Tuko-senpai asked expectantly. You overdid it a bit with the seasoning. It makes the flavor of the meat dull. I replied subtly without the intention of offending Tuko-senpai in any way. Tell me things clearly. Well, honestly, soy sauce is too strong for this kind of dish. It lacks sweetness. Tuko-senpai seemed to be a bit disappointed. I then tried the black fried chicken. Beyond the burnt skin, I couldn't taste much. The blackness of the meat is due to frying it too much in hot oil. That's why the meat is so dry. The chicken is overcooked, the meat is jerky, and it lacks seasoning. I see. Her tone of voice became more depressed. When I decided to try the pork ribs, the moment I cut into the tenderloin, what I found was much worse than I imagined. Blood began to spill out of the opening I had made with my knife. Looking at the surface of the cut, the part near the bone is still raw. Hey, Tuko-senpai, did you take this out of the fridge and put it directly into the oven? The surface is blackened and burned, but the center is still raw. I asked that question with a lot of fear and concern. Tuko-senpai was shocked after seeing how the meat was inside. You're right. The surface is all burnt, so I thought it would be fine. Before cooking the meat, you should take it out of the refrigerator beforehand and wait for it to thaw completely. And whether you're going to fry it or put it in the oven, you have to preheat it enough so you can cook it properly. Sorry. Tuko-senpai was completely depressed. It was hard for me to see, as it was so different from her usual attitude. Don't be discouraged. We all make mistakes at first, but then we get better and do things better with time. It's all a matter of practice. I said this to raise Tuko-senpai's spirits, but it seemed like it would have no effect. Do you still have chicken and flour left? Why, yes. When I heard that, I stood up. Is it okay if we cook together? That way you can learn how it's done. She nodded, and we headed to the kitchen together. The chicken should be cut into bite-sized pieces, seasoned and left to marinate for an hour. Although there are also easier methods where you buy seasoning that doesn't need as much elaboration and time to take effect. Tuko-senpai looked at my hands intently. The temperature of the oil should be between 70 and 80 degrees, and the chicken should start cooking within 4 minutes. I placed a few pieces of chicken overflowing with flour into the hot oil. If you put too many pieces in at once, the temperature of the oil will drop, so it's best to add a couple at a time. When the chicken started to have the same color as the fried tofu, I removed them from the pan and put them on a tray to drain the fat. It's also very important to let the chicken rest and drain the oil on a tray before putting it on the plate. Why do you take it out of the oil when it's this color? Isn't fried food supposed to be darker? It's because the chicken is prepared with a salt and bell pepper base. If you use a soy sauce base, the color will be darker by the time it is fried. After we had cooked all the chicken pieces, we decided to try it. Delicious. I really like the taste. And it's cooked perfectly even though the heat was very high. When you picture the color of commercially fried foods, you tend to over-fry them. If you do this, the juices escape and the meat tends to dry out. Tuko-senpai looked at me with sparkling eyes. Thank you very much, Ishiki-kun. I will try to replicate what you have taught me. Section. This is the second time I've come to Tuko-senpai's house, and this time she prepared a menu consisting of fried chicken, potato salad, and chiffon cake. The fried chicken was much better than last time. The potato salad was also very good. I could notice one detail though, which is that Tuko-senpai had band-aids on both her hands. You can tell she's been working hard to get these results. But the chiffon cake was not good at all. So, what do you think? When I put the cake in the pan, Tuko-senpai seemed to guess from my expression and responded sadly. The cake was not puffy, the sponge cake was squashed and the whole thing was hard. And there were lumps of flour in different places. The cake is not fluffy enough, and there are lumps of flour in it. I answered truthfully. Again, Tuko-senpai is discouraged. What can I do? Well, the truth is, I've never baked a cake before. Section. And for the third time in a row, we were able to enjoy sampling Tuko-senpai's delicious cuisine. Although the last 2 occasions were more like human experiments than sampling. Naturally, I smiled as I ate, and the expression on Tuko-senpai's face when she saw me smile also seemed pleased. When I finished eating, I asked her, "Do you plan to finalize all this by X day?" Her expression suddenly becomes serious. Yes. But before we do that, there is one thing we have to do. And what's that? I have to talk to Nakozaki-san in advance. Nakozaki-san? Are you sure it's necessary to tell him? He and Kamakura-senpai have been friends since high school. Don't you think he'd want to tell him what you plan to do? Tuko-senpai made a notch of displeasure. You're right about that, but if something were to happen, the only person who can hold Tetsuya back is him. And he's a fair person who hates crookedness. He's a man who does things right. I know I can talk to him and make him understand. I thought about it for a while. I understand. But I'll be right there with you. Rather, let me be the first to talk to Nakozaki. I'd like you to come when I call you, Tuko-senpai. Very well. We're already nearing the end of this whole nightmare. I said that and bent my upper body to stretch. Finally, everything is about to end. However, Tuko-senpai only said, "That's right." I felt the nuances of those words, which seemed confused and regretful. Is it possible that Tuko-senpai is confused? As I watched her sipping her tea in silence, I was tormented by my own fears. Section. It's been 2 days since I went to Tuko-senpai's house to try her food. Christmas Eve is less than a week away. I had met Nakozaki-san at a restaurant located very close to the university. 15 minutes later than the appointed time, Nakozaki-san appears. Sorry for being late. No problem. Although I want to ask you a favor, I don't want you to tell anyone that we met here today. Don't worry, you made it very clear in the message you sent me. He sat down in the seat across from me and ordered a hot coffee. So what's going on? You know I'm dating Karen Mitsumoto, right? Yes, she's a girl who attracts quite a bit of attention. And who is Kamakura-senpai dating? Nakazaki-san was taken aback. What does Kamakura have to do with this? Excuse my sudden question, but could you answer it for me? He's dating Tuko Sakurajima. Isn't that right? I nodded silently. And, what would you think if I told you that Kamakura-senpai and Karen are seeing each other on the sly? Nakazaki-san places a serious expression on his face. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. The two of them have a relationship beyond just being friends. Hey, Ishiki, if you're aware of what you're saying. Suddenly, the waitress arrived with Nakazaki-san's coffee. He looked at her with a bit of bewilderment and then nodded as if trying to thank her for bringing his drink. After the waitress left, he continued speaking. No matter how much Kamakura might be interested in your girlfriend, saying something like that is going too far. So you don't believe me? Do you have any proof? I took out my phone and showed him the photos Kamakura-senpai and Karen had been sharing with each other when I had first discovered them. Nakazaki-san had been surprised after seeing the messages, and started scrolling the screen slowly to see each image. And that's not all. I also took some pictures of the two of them entering Kamakura-senpai's apartment. Nakazaki-senpai looked at my phone silently for a while, then muttered to himself. Kamakura, you're supposed to have Tuko. Why are you doing this? Now do you believe me? Nakazaki-san handed the phone back to me. So what do you want to do? Do you want me to talk to Kamakura and tell him to stop cheating with Karen? No. Then what? I plan to confront them both with this fact in front of everyone at the Christmas Eve party. As soon as Nakazaki-san heard that, he panicked. Wait a moment, Ishiki. You should reconsider. You'll cause a big scandal. I'm aware of that. And have you stopped to think about how Tuko-san will feel? How do you think she'll react when she finds out about it? Tuko-senpai feels and thinks the same way I do. I then raise my hand toward the woman sitting at the back of the restaurant. She gets up from her seat, walks over to us and sits down next to me. Obviously, this mysterious woman was none other than Tuko-senpai. Nakazaki-san, I share the same thoughts as Ishiki-kun. I have no intention of forgiving Tetsuya for what he's done. Therefore, I plan to expose him at the Christmas Eve party, and I will finish him off in front of everyone. Same here. I can't forgive Karen for being unfaithful to me. I find that hard to believe, Tuko-san. Nakazaki-san rotated his gaze between Tuko-senpai and me, as if he was having a hard time processing what he was hearing and seeing. Finally, he gave a deep sigh of resignation. Well, it looks like they're both determined to do it. I don't think there's anything that could change your minds. Tuko-senpai and I nodded our heads. If you two came to tell me this, it's because you want me to do something about it, isn't it? Tuko-senpai nodded again. Yes, I want you to be able to control Tetsuya in case he wants to make a fuss. I'm sure the moment I expose him in front of everyone, he'll get out of control. Okay. And is there anyone else who knows about this? Yes, my best friend Kazumi Kano and Ishida Yuta, Ishiki-kun's best friend. We've been planning this together since we found out. Nakazaki-san, please don't tell anyone about this. If you do, you'll give the two of them a chance to get away with it. I said with some frustration in my words. Although Nakazaki-san just looked at me and didn't say anything. Tuko-senpai noticed this and decided to take the floor. Please. We're relying on you for this. Since we were planning to do this, I thought it was the right thing to explain the situation to you. To tell you the truth, Ishiki-kun was against telling you this. But I explained to him that we could trust you, since you were someone reasonable and that you could help us in case Tetsuya wants to do something crazy. After those words, it must have been difficult for Nakazaki-san to refuse Tuko-senpai's request. Even though he still didn't say anything, the look on his face gave us a hint that he wasn't going to tell anyone. Silence reigned for a while. The three of us looked down in confusion. If we continue like this, we probably won't get Nakazaki-san's cooperation. I felt like I needed a little push. I'm sorry. I need to go to the bathroom, Nakazaki-san said and got up from the table. I think I've had too much coffee. I'll go too. I said that and followed Nakazaki-san. As soon as we both got to the bathroom, Nakazaki-san broke the silence. Well, tell me what you want to say. He said that as he came out of one of the cubicles. Apparently, he had guessed my intentions. I didn't want Tuko-senpai to find out about this. I'm listening, tell me. Karen isn't the only one Kamakura-senpai has been with. I've seen him going to a love hotel with other girls. Nakazaki exhaled sharply. Did you see who the girl was? Yes. It's Rumi Hirota. The next moment, Nakazaki-san turned to me in shock, as if he had been taken aback. His eyes wide open. His reaction was so strong that even I was surprised. Is that true? Nakazaki-san's voice cracked up. Yes. I had gone out that day with Ishida to buy a jacket at a thrift store, and when we came out of the store, we saw him in the crowd with her. Section. After I told her that, we left the bathroom and returned to the restaurant. Since we returned, Nakazaki-san has had a very serious face. Tuko-senpai was also curious about what had happened, but she didn't dare to ask. The moment we said goodbye, Nakazaki-san said he would contact us later, turned his back and left the place. That same day in the evening at 12 a.m. my phone rang. It was from Nakazaki-san. The story you told me today was true. I just heard it from Rumi Hirota. Those were the words I heard when I took the call. Ha! Did you really ask Hirota-san? I was surprised that Nakazaki-san was able to confront her like that. Though his next words cleared all worries from my head. To be honest with you, Rumi Hirota and I are dating. Rumi isn't too interested in the club's activities, so we always meet in other places. Given our rare presence together in public, it's something that no one knows about. So Nakazaki-san and Hirota-san are a couple. Even though Kamakura-senpai is your best friend, didn't that stop him from getting close to your girlfriend? Yes. But unlike you, I can't blame Kamakura for that. I kept my relationship with Rumi a secret, so he didn't know she was dating me. His voice was charged with emotion. I know exactly how you feel. But we can't let Kamakura-senpai's behavior go any further. It's not the first time he's done this. Who knows how many times he has done it, with whom, and what he will continue to do. I know, I've talked to him many times, and I've warned him. But he just doesn't listen to me. He does what he wants, so I'm willing to help you with your plan. There was no regret in his words, or a hint of doubt. He really was determined to help us. Thank you. When I asked Nakazaki-san how he felt, he wasn't able to say it. I won't be able to actively help you in what you will do. But I can promise you that I will help with controlling Kamakura if he tries to make a scene. And one more thing. Don't try to be violent with him. If Kamakura comes to hit you, don't try to defend yourself. Trust me. I understand. But I wasn't sure I would keep those words. If he hit me, I wouldn't mind at all. But if he tries to do something to Tuko-senpai, I will prevent it at all costs. Chapter 13. Christmas Eve in Flames. It is December 24th, the fateful Christmas Eve. I was on my way with Karen to a small restaurant where the Christmas party was to be held. The place was completely reserved for club members. The place was just a few steps away from the Tokyo Bay Intercontinental. The award for the best couple at the party is going to be very special this year, Karen said with a cheerful tone. Really? I replied, but not with much excitement. Because I already know what the award is at the end of the party. I'm really looking forward to it. We have to strive for it. Yeah, that sounds great. I was thinking about something else when I said that. We were a few hours away from doing something really crazy. Expose the romance between Kamakura-senpai and Karen at the party. The result will be inevitable. Destroying the public image of these two people in front of everyone. In my case, I haven't felt anything for Karen for a long time, so I won't feel any regret or hesitation. But, on the other hand, there was something that worried me, and that was Tuko-senpai. It was a week ago, when I was at her house tasting her food. She seemed to be confused about everything that was going to happen. When I told her that Nakazaki-senpai contacted me, and that he would be willing to help us, she just said, "I see." Since then, I haven't had any contact with her. I can't help but wonder what she intends to do. I was worried about it. In my head, there's some room for the possibility that she will give Kamakura-senpai another chance and forgive him for everything he did. I had once wondered if I would be willing to give Karen another chance and show some remorse. It seemed like I was trying to test if I could back out of the idea of not breaking up with her so as to imagine if she could do the same with Kamakura-senpai. Yukuin. Karen tugged on my arm. Ha! What? What's the matter with you? You're so distracted. Really? Yes. I've been trying to talk to you, but you don't answer me at all. I'm sorry. What were we talking about? I was telling you that revealing secrets is no longer a prearranged act. Now you can say anything freely in front of all the people present. I see. Well, it seems everything is going as we have planned after all. It's good that the other person's permission is no longer needed, even though I knew this in advance. There are a lot of couples in the club this year. And if you're the single type, it's not like you can do much in this place. Honestly, why come to parties like this if you're alone? Karen was speaking in a tone of superiority to herself. From what the women told me, it seemed that Karen was not well liked by the other girls, as she was very affectionate with all the guys and tried to set up the girls who didn't have boyfriends by telling them she had one. At this party, secrets are usually revealed, and on many occasions people who are single usually become a couple due to the fact that they tend to reveal their feelings. So what's the problem? I don't want to continue this conversation with Karen, so I discourage her. Suddenly, Karen walks past me. I stop in my tracks. What's wrong? Yukuin, have you been getting carried away by all the girls talking to you lately? Karen glares at me. Why do you say that? Because at camp you left me alone, and you were happily talking to other girls. You seemed to be having a lot of fun. I was just having a normal conversation with them. No, you were having fun with them, and you even ignored me when I asked for your attention. So you think I was ignoring you just because I didn't fulfill your every whim? Serve the food to me first, get me something to drink, find me a chair. I am not your slave. Before I found out about Karen's affair, I thought this kind of selfishness was cute, but now it's just disgusting. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to feel that way, Karen. Lately, you seem to be helping other girls with their programming tasks behind my back. I'm not hiding anything from you. I told you that. Karen's eyes narrowed as she stared at me. Besides, Yukuin, did something happen with Tuko-senpai? When I heard that, I tried my best not to let my facial expression change. I rarely talk to Tuko-senpai at the club, and I've never said her name in front of Karen. Surely she can't be suspecting something? Why are you asking about her? There's absolutely nothing wrong with her. I replied, trying to keep my composure. Really? But Tuko-senpai been eyeing Yukuin lately, and she's never done that kind of thing before. Tuko-senpai has been looking at me. I've never noticed it before. Why do we make such a big deal out of something as silly as looking at someone else? That's not what you think. You're worrying too much over nothing, Karen. Tuko-senpai is completely in love with Kamakura-senpai, and she's not at all interested in me. Karen then turned around and resumed walking. All right. But I'll tell you one thing. Karen hates Tuko-senpai. So Yukuin must not talk to her under any circumstances. Section. We entered the restaurant where the event would take place. The event would start at 6 p.m. But I arrived at the place an hour earlier to help prepare the food. For obvious reasons we couldn't use the restaurant's tableware, so everyone brought their own from home. The food was buffet style, so I stood behind some tables that we had put together to place all the food we brought from home, and we started serving the guests. Suddenly, I saw Hitomi-san standing next to me. She motions for me to take a quick look at a certain spot in the store. Karen is talking to another guy in the distance. She's been so busy talking that she hasn't done much to help. Remember that the right time is at the end of the party. Hitomi-san mutters. Yes, I know. It will be when they choose the best couple. When I said this, Hitomi-san nodded. When Tuko calls you, you step forward. Okay. I replied briefly. Guys, thank you all so much for meeting us today. This is the last event of the year, so let's spend this time together and have a good time, Hitomi-san said with a microphone in hand. The party had started, everyone in the place laughing and clinking glasses with each other. The Christmas party was headed by Hitomi. Although she had only joined the club in the fall of her 11th year, Hitomi-san had already become one of the club's leading figures thanks to her cheerfulness and positive attitude. Beside her, keeping an eye on the whole place, was the club president, Nakazaka-san, who has a serious look on his face and an expression that denotes caution. However, it is only natural for the president to be concerned about what might happen in the place. Among all the couples in the place, the one that stands out the most is that of Kamakura-senpai and Tuko-senpai. Kamakura-senpai is dressed in a leather jacket, skinny jeans, and a white long-sleeved t-shirt. Tuko-senpai on the other hand is wearing a light white mohair sweater. The waist was tied with a belt with a big bow in the back, and at the bottom, a dark blue pleated skirt that reached below the knee. That outfit was a perfect example of Tuko-senpai's good style. Even many of the boys were talking about how well she was dressed. Tuko-senpai was smiling at them in a friendly manner, and Kamakura-senpai for his part, had an expression on her face as if to say she's my woman. He placed his hand on her shoulder and hugged her. Enjoy it while you can, you bastard. Where are you looking, Yukuin? Said Karen, who had positioned herself next to me. Nothing. I wasn't looking anywhere. You were watching Tuko-senpai. I decided not to answer at all. That Tuko-senpai. Always wanting to take every man's attention. Tuko-senpai what? How can you say that when you're the one always flirting with other guys? A man wouldn't understand. But she always does it. Wears clothes that highlight her breasts, and acts like she's not interested in anyone, even though she's aware of the male gaze. She's trying to impress guys by acting like a pretentious young woman. It's so obvious. It's really annoying to watch. Karen is exposing her hostility towards Tuko-senpai more than usual. And I have a feeling why she's doing it. At the end of the party is when the award for the best couple will be given out. And it's more than obvious that said award will be won by Tuko-senpai and Kamakura-senpai. She must not like that at all. Karen then grabbed my left arm tightly. Let's go, Yukuin. I'm not losing to them. I could see fire burning brightly in Karen's eyes. Section. All over the place, groups of men and women chatted happily with each other. There was a lot of laughter and cheering. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the music. And in the midst of all the noise, a bell rings. It was the signal for the people present to reveal their secrets to everyone. At the front of the room, the confessors receive the microphone from the host, Hitomi-san. Their secret revelations are usually more like jokes to liven up the party. The last time I peed in my sleep was in 3rd grade. I'm having trouble with a boy who's been harassing me on social media asking me to go out with him. I was hit on by a high school boy on the beach during summer vacation and I faked my age to date him, and that was it. Also, for this occasion there have been 2 love confessions. One was a hit and the other a miss. The food at the place was running low. Even the food that Tuko-senpai brought was very popular and well received by all. As a taster of her food at the time she was practicing, I can attest to how hard she tried. When I went to get the last rib Tuko-senpai prepared, Ishida was already there. It's almost time. Ishida speaks to me in a low voice. Yes. In a few minutes, the voting for the best couple will start. So far so good. But what's about to come is pure agony. Yes. Ishida paused for a moment and then approached my hate. By the way, how are you doing with that thing we talked about? That thing? At first I didn't understand what Ishida was saying. Yeah, the thing we were talking about earlier. Tuko-senpai is planning to have an affair after exposing Kamakura-senpai and leaving him? No, I told you it was just my imagination. Other than that, Tuko-senpai has no reason to do that. But wasn't it you who suggested it first? That's true. But you were also quick to deny that fact. And wouldn't that be the fairest way for her to behave after this infidelity? After those words I fell silent. He's right about that, but still. Ishida continued speaking. Actually, I'm curious about something. The prize for the best couple. Isn't it an accommodation ticket for the hotel nearby here? What? Without thinking, I stare at Ishida. That's right. I had completely forgotten about it. Hitomi-san had told Kamakura-senpai about it, and he said he was really looking forward to staying with Tuko-senpai tonight. Those plans will fall apart, though. Section. The party was coming to an end. At the end, each couple has to appeal to the public to vote for them. Immediately after that, each of the 12 couples say a few words. Surprisingly, Ishida and Hitomi-san came forward to talk about the act itself. I'm paired with Ishida-kun temporarily, but I'm actually free. So, I'm still waiting for a good guy to approach me. Good luck, thank you. She excited the audience by saying, well, that's okay, because the couples at this party aren't necessarily the ones who are in love with each other. And then it was our turn. It's a one-word speech, so Karen will be the one to speak. Hello. Merry Christmas. We are all happy today. If you have a girlfriend, you are happy. If you don't have a girlfriend, you're happy because you have friends. But we all want something different for Christmas, don't we? So today we're going to support a fun couple and would appreciate it if you'd vote for Karen. That's right, everyone. Karen's speech was well received by some of the guys, but most of the girls looked at her in disgust. I looked at everyone in the place from behind Karen. At this rate, some of the guys, but most of the girls, won't feel sorry for Karen. As her ex-boyfriend, I couldn't help but feel a little bad about it, but still, she brought it on herself. Last but not least, we have a couple of big names, Kamakura and Tuko-senpai. Just as Kamakura-senpai stepped in front of the microphone, some of the girls shouted his name. Admittedly, tall and thin, standing in front of the microphone under the lights, Kamakura looks like an idol or a star. Merry Christmas. It's been fun to see most of the club members here today. Tonight will be the last time we see each other for a while, and it's great to be able to share with you tonight. I have nothing left to say except vote for me. And remember, there are only 2 types of couples tonight. Tuko-senpai and me, and then the rest. What a bastard. If it wasn't for me being in a restaurant, I'd be throwing up by now after hearing that. But it didn't matter that the audience was excited. It was obvious who was going to win. Meanwhile, Karen looked straight ahead with her cheeks puffed out in frustration. She kept looking at Tuko-senpai. What are you thinking, Tuko-senpai? She has her hands clasped together in front of her hips and stares at the ground. Don't tell me she's pretending. The anxiety was getting stronger and stronger in my mind. The voting for the best couple was over. Each person was given a ballot at the entrance to fill in from first to third place for the couple they considered the best couple. Okay, the tally is now complete. Hitomi-san took the microphone again. I'm going to announce the 4th and 5th place. If your names are called, please step forward. The 5th place. The people present began to pose such a question. Its 5th place goes to you, Ishiki and Karen Mitsumoto. Me and Karen in 5th place. Considering Karen's unpopularity among the girls, I'm surprised we made it to 5th place. But there are 12 couples in total, so it would be possible to include half of them. Recently, Ishiki-kun has been popular among the female members. It seems to have influenced the voting. The prize is a teddy bear. Hitomi-san said and handed us the teddy bear. Karen takes it, although the expression on her face is one of complete unhappiness. After receiving our prize, we were placed in a row to the right of the front. 4th place went to 2 sophomores. The prize was a pair of mugs from a very famous brand. After that, Hitomi-san's presentation continued. Okay, now the 3rd place goes to. Wow, this is a big surprise. I can't believe what I'm looking at. Hitomi-san held up the note handed to her by the tally clerk. Ishida-kun and me. Everyone in the place got excited. Ishida-kun, I want you to come over. The prize is a raffle card worth 3,000 yen. Ishida approaches with a shy smile on his face. Half of this is mine, so don't take it all yourself. Hitomi-san said as he handed over the prize. The audience laughed again. 2nd place went to the 3rd-year students, who have a reputation for being the quietest in the club. And I dare say they might have been voted the best couple. And 1st place goes to. Hitomi-san paused. Tetsuya Kamakura and Tuko Sakurajima. There were murmurs of both resignation and admiration after that announcement. First prize is a night stay at the Tokyo Bay International Hotel, with a panoramic view of Tokyo Bay. There was a murmur in the lobby as Hitomi-san held up the envelope containing the accommodation ticket. Well, then. Does that mean the two of them are planning to go to the hotel? Cheeky. Are they going to have a night of sex? No, my precious Tuko-senpai. Damn. How I envy him. I'd also like to spend Christmas Eve in a hotel with a handsome boy. I could hear a lot of grumbling in the crowd. Kamakura-san stepped forward smiling triumphantly, and reached out to accept the envelope held by Hitomi-san in her hand. However, Hitomi-san refuses to give it to him, shifting the envelope in his other hand. By the way, Kamakura-senpai, could you tell us all how you plan to put this hotel ticket to use? Kamakura-senpai looked a bit puzzled, but replied with a wry smile. Well, I plan to spend the night with Tuko. Hitomi-san then closed her eyes, raised her index finger and waved it from side to side. TSK. That's not good, Kamakura-san. You're not acting in the most appropriate way. It's Christmas. I'm not going to let you drag her to a hotel to do whatever you want. Isn't that how most men act with women? Do you think that would be suitable for your kohai? What do you want me to do then? Hand both tickets to Tuko. This is going to be a special night for both of you. Why not let her take the initiative? Kamakura-senpai stared at Hitomi-san for a while. Well, I don't see any difference. Fine, I'll give them to Tuko. She took a step back. And instead, Tuko-senpai stands in front of Hitomi-san. Well, Kamakura-san, that's how a man acts. Hitomi-san said while smiling, and then handed both accommodation tickets to Tuko-senpai. Everyone in the place started clapping in a confused manner. By the way, Tuko, isn't there something you have to say in front of everyone? Having said that, she hands the microphone into his hands. Everyone was anxious about what Tuko-senpai would say. She stood with her head down for a while, as if she was thinking about something. But she raised it again with a determined look. There's something I'd like to say. Then she looked at me. Ishiki-kun. Come here. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. When I looked at Karen, she had a I don't understand expression on her face. Wyu-kun. I ignored Karen's words and walked towards Tuko-senpai. And then I stood next to her in front of everyone. Tuko-senpai opened her mouth again. I, Sakurajima Tuko, declare that, as of this day, I will terminate my relationship with Kamakura Tetsuya. There was a moment of silence in the room. I looked to the side and saw that even Kamakura-senpai's eyes were wide and was stunned. Meanwhile, Tuko-senpai handed me the microphone. As soon as I took it, I took a deep breath and said, I, Ishiki-yu, declare that, as of this moment, my relationship with Karen Mitsumoto has come to an end and I sever all ties with her. At my words, the silent room began to buzz. Wait a minute, what's going on? What's wrong with those two? Why would they be announcing this? Such questions were repeated over and over again among the crowd, to which Kamakura-senpai take her first step. Hey Tuko, what are you talking about? He said that as he approached Tuko-senpai. Get away from me. Tuko-senpai's stern words made Kamakura stop on the spot. Tetsuya, do you know what you've done? Ha! What do you mean by that? Do you really want Tuko-senpai to say it in front of everyone, Kamakura-senpai? I said very seriously. What are you talking about? Well, since you don't want to say it, then I will. Kamakura-senpai has been secretly having an affair with Karen Matsumoto. The murmurs in the room began to grow louder, while Kamakura-senpai stood completely frozen. But then a hysterical shriek sounded from the other direction of the place. It's fake. You're lying. You're lying. I didn't do that. I turned my gaze toward the source of the voice. It was Karen Mitsumoto, desperately trying to deny the facts. I'm not cheating on you. Believe me, I swear. Seeing her shout in desperation, her voice trembling, would make anyone in this place believe him. You're the one lying, Karen. I have proof. Proof. Do you remember the second to last day of October? It was your birthday. You were with me during the day, weren't you? But at night, where were you, and with whom? For a moment Karen's eyes wander. I don't remember. Then let me refresh your memory. You were at Kamakura-senpai's apartment that night. To be more specific, the whole night. And I know, because I was present that day along with Tuko-senpai. A shout filtered in from the surroundings. And some of the girls look at Karen accusingly. No, that's not true. Karen turned her eyes towards Tuko-senpai with a lot of hatred. Yukuan, you're being controlled by that woman. I know. I've seen the way she's looking at you. She's been doing it for a long time. My anger doubled when I heard that. You're the one who's been cheating on me, Karen. Don't pretend to deflect the issue when I've seen it all with my own eyes. That night you walked in with Kamakura-senpai at her apartment, and Tuko-senpai, and I even took pictures. But Karen was undeterred. Nothing happened between us. I was just having a cup of tea with him. Who drinks tea with a guy in his apartment all night? You didn't even bother a bit about catching the last train home. For the first time, Karen, who had acted so convincingly, became upset. It wasn't like that. I was drunk. It wasn't my fault. I realized it late. I'm not the bad guy. It's not my fault that happened. Just when I thought everything had gotten worse. Kamakura-senpai shouted. Hey, what do you think you're trying to do? But I ignored Kamakura-senpai and turned back to Karen. I also have other evidence, like the messages you and Kamakura-senpai had been sending each other. I had my phone show the pictures where the conversations between Kamakura-senpai and Karen take place. Her attitude suddenly changed as soon as she saw it. The girls, who were also watching, began to accuse Karen verbally. What he said is true. Without a doubt. She really is having an affair with Kamakura-senpai. How dare you deceive Ishiki-kun like that? Now it all makes sense. I can't believe it. It's disgraceful. After hearing everything the girls said, the expression on Karen's face changed, and shouted in a different tone than before. What are you doing looking at someone else's phone without their permission? Unbelievable. What you're doing is even more disgusting. You're a stalker. You're disgusting. Drop dead. Karen had taken off the mask and was trying to hide behind a facade of being a poor victim. She turned out to be nothing more than a monster. Right. You probably had an affair with Tuko too. I know all about it. That's why you're doing this, to get rid of me. What Karen was saying was incoherent. That's not true. Hitomi-san broke in after such an accusation. Tuko was only meeting with Ishiki-kun to get proof of your affair with Kamakura-san. That I can guarantee. That is correct. You had first turned to me when he found out about Karen's infidelity. After that, he only met with Tuko-senpai to tell her about what was going on. There was no contact between them of any kind, they just worked together to seek the truth. Ishida had also come to my defense. Karen, there's no point in lying anymore. It had been Mina-san who had spoken to her. Exactly. It's obvious that you betrayed Ishiki, and instead of apologizing, you want to play the victim. The one who followed her was Ayaka-san. And then the effect dominated, as the rest of the girls started yelling at her. But Karen also glared at them with hatred and yelled at them. Fuck all of you. You're disgusting. I can't stand being here with people like you anymore. Die. After saying that, Karen gathered all her things and energetically walked out of the restaurant. In the end, it turned out exactly as I thought. She felt no remorse and made no apologies. I find it hard to believe that woman was my girlfriend. I was too stupid to have fallen in love with her. Until now, Tuko-senpai, who had been silently watching what was going on, opened her mouth. I guess you know what's going on now, Tetsuya. She said quietly. I repeat again what I said before. You and I are done here and now. I don't plan to be with you anymore. To me you're nothing but a stranger. When Tuko-senpai said these words, the whole room fell silent. No one opened their mouths. There was a silence that made it hard to breathe. But then, I heard a dry laugh. It turned out to be Kamakura-senpai. What are you saying, Tuko? Are you seriously intending to break up with me? Is this some kind of joke? Kamakura-senpai struck a theatrical pose while adjusting her bangs with her right hand. But Tuko-senpai did nothing but shake her head sadly. I'm not joking. I'm serious. I'm breaking up with you. Hey, Tuko, take it easy. Do you think there'll be another man like me who's good enough for you? You'll regret it if you leave me. But Tuko-senpai just watches him with cold eyes, while Kamakura-senpai draws a smile on his face. Is the reason for all this that I went out with Karen? If so, I'm sorry. But I don't get it. What's the big deal about a guy dating more girls? It's not that big of a deal. In Tuko-senpai's cold eyes, there is a flash of emotion. Is it anger or sadness? It's not a problem. Yes, Tetsuya, it shouldn't be a problem for you. But did you even think about how that would be for Ishiki-kun or me? The damage you guys have done to us and how sad we've been. And yet you still think what you did is something normal. Kamakura's eyes darted back and forth. But he soon sketched a bitter smile. Come on, Tuko. Don't get carried away with your emotions. What I had with Karen was just a pastime. It doesn't mean to me. Don't think you can fool me with those words. Do you have any idea how insulting they are? Tuko-senpai said crudely. You don't understand other people's feelings, do you, Tetsuya? You don't want to think about it, and that's why it's so easy for you to perform such acts. I don't want to be with a person like you. The smile that had appeared on Kamakura-senpai's face disappeared, while Tuko-senpai took a step back. Tuko, you're the only one I want to be with, I'm serious. I know you know that, so don't be so stubborn. You're cruel, Tetsuya. I can't and don't want to go out with you anymore. Kamakura-senpai's face contorted. It was the first time she had seen something like that. No, you're wrong. You are mine, and I will not allow you to abandon me like this. Kamakura tried to approach Tuko-senpai. But before he could take a step forward, I stepped between him and Tuko-senpai. Get out of my way, Ishiki. I can't do that. You're the one who should stay away from her. That's right. You're the one who brought all of this to Tuko. At once, Kamakura-senpai's right fist hit me on my left cheek. I staggered for a moment, but then I held onto Kamakura-senpai's body and tried to stop him from hitting me again. However, Nakazaki-san grabbed Kamakura-senpai from behind. Calm down, Kamakura. Nakazaki-san, are you going to take his side too? Nakazaki quickly tries to separate Kamakura-senpai from me, but it was a bit impossible due to the position he was in. Kamakura shouted at Tuko-senpai with a gritted teeth expression. Tuko, you're being tricked by Ishiki, but she sadly shook her head again in response. You're using the same phrases as Karen. Don't say anything that makes you look worse than you already do, Tetsuya. You're going to break up with me and go out with this jerk. He's not even good enough for you. At that moment, I thought I saw Tuko-senpai's eyes flash brightly in my vision. Meanwhile, Kamakura-senpai continued his ranting. I'm the only one you can be with. A girl like you can only be with a man like me, not this jerk. This time, Tuko-senpai's eyes became sterner. Even Karen told me that Ishiki is boring, unattractive as a man and too inexperienced in many ways. Who would want to be with a guy like him? Shut up already, Tetsuya, Tuko-senpai yelled. I had never heard her yell like that before. It was probably the first time Kamakura had seen Tuko-senpai in that state. Everyone was shocked. It seemed like time had frozen in the restaurant. Tuko-senpai approached me and grabbed my arm, making me separate from Kamakura-senpai. She hugged me tightly against her chest and said clearly, but in a trembling voice, I'm going to spend this night with you. Ishiki-kun. After those words, the room became even more silent. And that comment was an unbelievable word, even for me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I stared at her, my whole body rigid. Kamakura, who had heard Tuko-senpai's words as if in awe, barely moved. Impossible. This is a lie. Right. That's right. I've already made up my mind. Tuko-senpai said firmly. So you broke up with me to be with someone like him? Yes. Unlike you, he's someone good and sincere. He doesn't lie to me unlike you. Tuko-senpai expressed in a low voice, completely naturally. This made Kamakura throw me a look of hatred as he shouted helplessly. You're not good enough for her. I know that. But while Karen has been cheating on me with you, Tuko-senpai and I have been supporting each other to move on and stand up to you too. In any case, you're not worthy to be with her. Don't be silly. The tickets were given to Tuko and I. I'm not going to let her go with another man. That's not true, Kamakura-san. Hitomi-san interjected. It was you who handed the tickets to Tuko. So she'll decide what she'll do with them. No, I won't accept it. She's mine. After that, Kamakura tried to shake Nakazaki-san off. However, the latter would not let go of him. Stop it, Kamakura. Tuko-san doesn't feel anything for you anymore. Give it up. At the same time, the people present began to boo him in unison. That's right. Stay away from Tuko-san. It's the least you can do. After all, it's your fault, Kamakura-san. What you've done is disgusting. You got what you deserve. Yes. You've been with other women too. You're disgusting, Kamakura. Why did you cheat on her with Karen? You even asked me out too, saying you had no feelings for Tuko-san. He did the same thing with me. Does that mean I'm in the same position as Karen? I'm really disappointed. You're disgusting. A torrent of accusations from both men and women poured down on Kamakura. Hearing these voices, Kamakura collapsed as if in despair. Tuko. He muttered weakly. It's time to go, Ishiki-kun. She tugged my arm and we headed for the exit. The two of us made our way through the crowd. Tuko. Kamakura shouted. But she didn't even look back at him anymore. Near the exit, she grabbed her things and I did the same. When we reached the exit, she grabbed my arm tightly and, without looking back, said, Tetsuya. Start being more honest. Sooner or later, lies are found out. After she said that, we both walked out of the restaurant. Chapter 14, Final Stage. We left the restaurant while Tuko-senpai pulled my hand down the street. It was as if her anger had taken over. Tuko-senpai. When I called out to her, she didn't answer me or turn to look at me. She just walked while pulling me along. I felt so pressured by her unusual behavior that I couldn't say anything else. Tuko-senpai, what are you thinking? Do you really want to spend the night with me? There was more anxiety than excitement in my heart. Despite what we had talked about that time at the station about having an affair, nothing was decided. Though we had just broken up with our respective partners, so I guess it doesn't matter anymore who we spend this night with or where. Even I myself was secretly thinking that I wanted to be chosen by her for this occasion. But then why do I feel so awkward? Is this how I wanted a night with Tuko-senpai to be? Well, I guess this is what they call an eye for an eye, right? So maybe it's not such a romantic night for both of us. But I feel like something is too different. Finally, I saw the Tokyo Bay Intercontinental Hotel in front of me, and we entered the bright lobby. When we arrived at the front desk, Tuko-senpai let go of my hand for the first time since we left the restaurant. She was checking us both in, while I stood there like a fool. Since Tuko-senpai has the accommodation tickets, it's not like I can do much. After receiving the room key, Tuko-senpai took my hand again, and we entered the elevator. I can't help but wonder what the people around us thought when they saw us. We exited the elevator on the 12th floor, and walked through a luxurious hallway until we reached our assigned room. After standing in front of the door, Tuko-senpai opened it with the key, and we entered the place. My heart was pounding. I couldn't believe I was with her in the same room tonight. To be honest, I couldn't help but feel skeptical before coming here. However, the fact that we've come this far is because she's probably very serious. So why am I feeling so scared? I guess it's a normal feeling. I've been in love with her since high school. And now we are together in the same hotel room. I still can't believe the situation. The room was a double room. From the window we could see the night view of the Rainbow Bridge. It's a very romantic place to spend the night with your partner on Christmas. She threw her things on the bed before taking a seat while I sat on the other side of the bed. We were face to face. Until now, Tuko-senpai had a tense and terrified look, but when she saw my face, she relaxed her expression. You have a little blood. When she said that, I hurriedly ran my hand on my lips. There was a small amount of blood on my right hand. This was due to the blow I received from Kamakura. I hadn't noticed, but I think I had a small cut on my lip. Don't move. She opened her bag and took out a cotton ball from inside. Then she started wiping the left side of my lips with it. I wish I could disinfect it. She then put an adhesive bandage on me that she had taken out of her purse. It's okay, it's not a serious wound. When I said that, Tuko-senpai looked at me with concern. I'm sorry you had to take a hit because of me. Don't worry, it's not something you should apologize for. I looked at her again, and her deep blue eyes were staring at me. I couldn't help but also notice her outlined nose and beautiful lips. Once again, Tuko-senpai's beauty made my head spin. And again, a moment of indescribable silence passed between Tuko-senpai and me. The silence was suffocating, but I couldn't resist opening my mouth. Tuko-senpai. Yes. Are you sure you want to do this? What do you mean? You know, what you said to Kamakura. About wanting to be here with me. As for me, I don't want to ignore Tuko-senpai's feelings and force her to spend the night with me. The first condition is that she is willing to do so. If she's not completely convinced, I'm willing to go home quietly. Don't keep thinking about it. I've already made it clear that I don't want to be with him. Tuko-senpai replied in a low voice. When I heard that, I gasped and asked the last question. So what? Are you willing to spend the night with me? Tuko-senpai took her eyes off me suddenly. Then, with her head lowered, she turned her upper body to the side and clasped her hands tightly together on her knees. First, go take a shower. She said it with a hint of embarrassment. Why yes. I stood up awkwardly and headed for the bathroom. Section. The bathrooms are also luxurious. From here you can also see the night view of the Bay Area. I stood still in the shower for a while, letting the water run all over my body. Am I really going to be with Tuko-senpai from now on? I could feel myself running out of oxygen after thinking this. I never felt like this even with Karen. But I've already come too far. This was what I was wishing for. I was the one who asked her to have an affair in the first place. I've succeeded, snatching the girlfriend from the guy who was coasting by with mine. I shouldn't hesitate right now. After I finished showering, I got dressed, looked in the mirror to fix any imperfections in my clothes. And when I was ready to face Tuko, I opened the bathroom door. She was sitting on the bed in exactly the same position as before I entered the bathroom. And when she saw that I had come out of the bathroom, she suddenly ducked her head. I'm sorry. I'm going home, she shouted without even looking me in the eye. I was so angry at the restaurant that I didn't think about what I was saying. I came here determined to do it. But, the truth is, I can't. I can't do that with someone until I get married. I can't do that with someone until I get married. So that's what it's all about. I'm fine with you wanting to go home and not feeling comfortable tonight, but, is that last thing you said true? Tuko-senpai nodded with a red face. Does that mean you've never done it with Kamakura-senpai? She nodded again. Then, what about that time when you said Kamakura-senpai was your first time? He looked at me with a red face. I meant that she was the first person I dated. Not that he was the first person I've ever had physical contact with. I've never done anything like that in my life. He replied in an embarrassed and slightly sulky tone. At that moment, I felt like the whole world had gone blank, not just my head. I had told Tetsuya that on Christmas Eve I would be willing to give him my first time as a gift. But he didn't want to wait that long. So he had asked me to do unreasonable things under that condition. I was dumbfounded and just listened to Tuko-senpai's words. And, at the same time, I felt very relieved. In the bathroom, I had made up my mind not to do anything with her tonight. Our relationship is not something so light, and I don't plan on getting closer to her this way. For me, Tuko-senpai has become an even more important presence. So, I'm really glad to know that nothing ever happened between her and Kamakura-senpai. Forgive me, Ishiki-kun. I'm really sorry for playing with your feelings. But I never. It's okay, Tuko-senpai. I interrupted her with a soft tone of voice. You saved me from the depths of despair. In the midst of this inevitable pain, you gave me a purpose, to avenge us both. Thanks to you, I have been able to make it this far without falling apart. I am very grateful to you. Tuko-senpai looked at me, her eyes were moist. You are very important to me. You have saved my heart from breaking into 1,000 pieces. And for that I thank you, for everything you've done for me. Our eyes make contact. The more I saw her, I felt like she was sucking me in. As we slowly moved closer to each other, the phone rang, causing us to pull away from each other as well. She hurriedly grabbed her purse and started rummaging through it looking for her phone. Tuko-senpai stared at her phone for a while, but then looked up. I'm sorry, my father has come for me. I have to go. Don't worry, go. I said it with a smile. I was a little disappointed though. Thereupon she got up from the bed and took her things. Ishiki-kun, if you plan to stay here all night, keep in mind that the checkout time is at 10 a.m. It's a bit lonely staying in this room alone, but I guess I have no other choice. Ah, wait a minute. I hurriedly called out to Tuko-senpai as I was walking out the door, and as if by reflex action, she turned to look at me. Now that our plan has been finalized, I don't think there's any need for you and I to see each other again. So, I'm really glad I got to know more about you during this time. Would it be possible for us to get together from time to continue chatting? Tuko-senpai smiled when she heard those words. Sure, after all, we're two lonely people who don't have a partner. Let's get together soon, Ishiki-kun. She smiled shyly after saying that, and walked out the door. Section. After he left, I threw myself on the bed to get lost in my thoughts. I can't do that with someone until I get married. Who says those words nowadays? It may sound very strange in this day and age, but coming from someone like Tuko-senpai, it seems to be something typical of her. I think it's part of her charm. And everything that happened before now makes sense. Why didn't Kamakura hesitate to cancel his trip with Karen? Why was Tuko-senpai able to manipulate Kamakura all this time? Was this Tuko-senpai's trump card against her unfaithful partner? All because Kamakura desired to have sex with Tuko-senpai. After thinking this through, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. My laughter echoed throughout the room. I was finally able to take a step forward by getting closer to Tuko-senpai. And on the other hand, that idiot Kamakura lost the most wonderful woman in the world just because he wanted to cheat with Karen. What a disappointing man. And the best part is that Tuko-senpai's whole plan worked. I can't believe it. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Someone else would have thought I was crazy. But this is no time for teasing now. I have to kick off my next goal, and that's to become Sakurajima Tuko's boyfriend. The Battle of Yu Ishiki has only just begun. Chapter 15, Tuko's Perspective. Did you enjoy the Christmas party, Tuko? That's what my father asked as we walked home. Ha! Why do you ask, Dad? Father's intuition. Besides, it's not every day I see you smiling as much as you are now. Was my happiness really leaking out? I can't help but feel a little embarrassed. Well, it was a little difficult at the beginning, but I'm glad to say that everything has ended well. I laughed as I remembered Ishiki-kun's behavior at the hotel. That's good. Over the past few months I realized that you were going through something. But I'm glad you're over it. Me too. I looked straight ahead. The orange glow of the Bay Street lights went from front to back. They looked like magic lights. The events of the past 2 months come back to my mind. The first time Ishiki called and told me that Tetsuya was cheating on me, when we both vowed revenge on our cheating lovers. Then the days we spent collaborating together, and when we acted like boyfriend and girlfriend traveling around Minami-Boso. And that night, he told me that I was the reason he had come all this way. I think the same about him, too. Thanks to Ishiki-kun, I was able to face the reality of Tetsuya and acknowledge my feelings. If it hadn't been for him, I would still be tied to that relationship while trying to deny reality. Even if it means I would regret it in the future. I looked at the phone in my hand. Then I opened the folder of photos, with all the ones I had taken on my way to Minami-Boso. I can't tell you how happy these photos and your words made me that day. They gave me strength to keep going. When I look at these photos, I feel warm and fuzzy memories of that time. Thank you, Ishiki-kun. And I'm sorry. I also felt your presence growing in my heart. You have something that no other man has, and you have given me something that no other man could have given me. And without realizing it, I began to grow attracted to you. But tonight, I felt that giving you everything would be betraying the way I've acted and the way you've loved me. I don't want this to be the reason you and I are together. I want us to be together for a reason that is truly natural. I hope so, someday. I muttered to myself as I looked at the dreamy street lights. This will definitely be the beginning of a new chapter for him and me. Side story. Tuko and Kazumi at the coffee shop. After we met with Ishiki-kun and Ishida-kun for our first meeting with all four of us, Kazumi and I entered a coffee shop, the two of us alone. Once I had bought a grande-size sweet coffee, I arrived at my seat and immediately noticed that Kazumi, who had already seated herself before me, was looking at me with mischievous eyes as she rested her chin in her hands. What? I asked her first, to which Kazumi grinned even more. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that it was very odd of you, Tuko. What was? I'm talking about the meeting from just now. Ishiki-kun, was it? It was my first time seeing you talk so frankly and without worry with a man, Tuko. You think? I thought I was talking like I normally do. I answered her shortly before bringing the cup of coffee to my lips. Are you interested in him? That boy. Indeed. The coffee I had in my mouth threatened to go down the wrong pipe for an instant. However, never showing any sign that that had happened, I answered her. This has nothing to do with my being interested or anything. Isn't he my kohai in university? I have no special interest or anything like that for him. That's so. But the normal Tuko I know wouldn't speak like that with any normal kohai. That's because Ishiki-kun is in the same position as me. We both share that we were betrayed by our lovers. We're partners who've decided to get our revenge together in the future. But, you know, the Tuko I know would deal with things on her own even in that situation. Rather, wouldn't it be enough just to corner Kamakura with questions until you make him confess about his cheating? We're talking about them cheating on us. There's no way it'll all be over with a simple sorry from them. If that's not enough for you, you could always just slap them in the face and break up with them. If you don't want to break up with them, you could always make them buy you some expensive purse or shoes as compensation or something. Not to mention that the Tuko of always would think something like, even if it was my partner who cheated, the reason for it may lie in me, and then she'd simply remain silent, no? I pondered it for a moment. Surely enough, what Kazumi had said may have had some truth to it. This is only my guess, but I might feel something like guilt with Ishiki-kun. After all, he ended up being hurt because Tetsuya cheated with Karen. Kazumi looked at me with half-open eyes, almost as if she wanted to say that she was seeing right through me. Is that really all there is to it? What do you mean? What else could there be? You sure it isn't that you simply want to meet with Ishiki-kun, Tuko? PFF. This time the coffee did enter my trachea. I had a coughing fit as a result. No matter how much I hit the mark there, you shouldn't get so flustered by it. Kazumi spoke as she laughed and offered me a tissue. I took the tissue while I glared at her. It's not as if I choked because you hit the mark. It's because you say some very weird things, Kazumi. I got it. Then, the important thing is that you don't have even the slightest bit of interest in Ishiki-kun, right, Tuko? Having wiped my mouth with the tissue, I replied to her. Of course, isn't it obvious? Do you really think I would do something like look for the next boy on whom to lay my sights so soon just because Tetsuya cheated on me? Okay, then. In that case, right now, what kind of position does Ishiki-kun hold for you, Tuko? Ishiki-kun's position? I was naturally reminded of that Saturday night when Tetsuya and Karen's love affair was clarified before me. Please let yourself be spoiled by me today at least. At that time, I ended up crying in his chest. Regardless of how shocking a thing happened, I don't think I would be able to do something like that with another man. Certainly, I may have felt some special sort of comfort from him which allowed me to feel safe. You did tell me before that Ishiki-kun was a fellow comrade in arms who fought together with you, but... Kazumi stared at me with great interest. I suppose I feel like he is, a little brother. ha. Kazumi threw her body on the back of the chair in boredom. A little brother, ha. You escaped that one pretty well, Tuko. What? I wasn't really escaping from any. Yeah. Kazumi straightened herself again while she waved her right hand. Oh well. If you yourself haven't noticed it, Tuko, then that's fine in its own way. Let's leave it at a little brother for now. What do you mean by, haven't noticed? It's almost as if you were saying that Tuko, let me tell you that whenever you're with Kamakura, it always feels like you're on guard. Kazumi began to talk without even hearing a word that I said. The same goes for when you talk with other men. It feels like you're always drawing a line somewhere, or as if you were lowering a transparent curtain between you and them. Silently, I took a sip from my coffee. I paid close attention not to choke on it this time. However, I don't get that feeling coming from you when you're with Ishiki-kun. It seemed that you were facing him as candidly and openly as you can be, Tuko. In all the time I've known you, this is the first time that has happened. You may be right about that. I had to give her that point. Just as she had said, I got the feeling that I was able to be myself whenever I was with Ishiki-kun. A love in which you're constantly having to keep your act up is fine and all, but the kind of love that lasts for long is the one in which you act naturally without having to worry about anything. Tuko, you have the bad habit of carrying too much by yourself in everything you do. It's not as if I was looking to have that kind of a relationship with Ishiki-kun. However, Kazumi stared at me with a serious expression. Leaving aside what your opinion is, Tuko, the truth is that Ishiki-kun is in love with you. And this too from the bottom of his heart, even more than he himself realizes. That's why it may be possible that when this matter has been settled, you may need to find some answer of your own with respect to Ishiki-kun. Tuko, it may be for the best that you're prepared for this. Some answer of my own, with respect to Ishiki-kun. I turned my line of sight down at the coffee cup in an attempt to escape from Kazumi's eyes. End of Volume 1.